Game of Thrones, I created the magic empire. Chapter 1, Tyrion's Bride. The eastern coast of Westeros. The vast Kingswood stretches for hundreds of miles, facing King's Landing across the river. Few venture into the Kingswood. Since the Targaryen dynasty, it has been the private hunting grounds of the King of Westeros. Today, it welcomed two new guests of considerable importance. Prince Joffrey Baratheon, the young heir who inherited his mother's Light of the West beauty, and the clever dwarf the imp Tyrion Lannister. Though called a hunt, their intentions clearly lay elsewhere. After allowing the accompanying hunting party and guards to roam freely, the two of them set off alone, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. The Kingswood is a paradise for trees. The deeper they went, the thicker and more numerous the exposed roots became. The imp, with his short legs, weaved around them, growing slower and slower, until he finally stopped, helpless. "Have mercy, Your Royal Highness. The Kingswood is not easy to traverse, especially for your uncle." Tyrion's signature sardonic tone rang out. Joffrey turned and stood still, smoothing the slightly disheveled golden curls at his ear. In the dense shade of the trees, the two stood face to face. Tyrion couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. That Prince Joffrey would invite the imp for a private conversation. Most strangely, Joffrey didn't seem to be looking at his embarrassing dwarf uncle, but at a person, an ordinary, normal person. Tyrion would give anything to be seen in that light. "Speak your secrets here, then. A corner of the Kingswood is as good a place as any for murder, perfectly discreet." Was it another prank? His mismatched eyes, one black and one blue, stared intently at Joffrey's pale face. Joffrey lowered his gaze, looking at his dwarf uncle, who was more than a head shorter than him, and sighed softly. "Tyrion, Tyrion. First meeting, from now on, I am Joffrey." He was excited and a little nervous about inexplicably transmigrating into this world of Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones. According to the plot, in just 2 years, he would be poisoned to death. To avoid such a tragic end, he had to act immediately and unite all forces that could be united. "We've always been good friends, haven't we, Uncle Tyrion?" Tyrion almost burst out laughing. "Ha! You win, dear Joffrey, you win. That's definitely the funniest joke I've ever heard." Here and now, Joffrey finally didn't have to bother pretending to be an idiot. "Look at this place, perfect for a heart-to-heart between friends. No ever-present spies within the city, no secret passages running through the Red Keep, and no weirwood trees of the old gods." Secret passages in the Red Keep? Tyrion keenly noticed the key information. Could this be the eunuch's secret weapon? How did he know? Tyrion was very surprised. How could Joffrey suddenly seem like a true heir to the kingdom? It was a miracle. Were the gods in heaven blind? "So, my dear friend, what exactly do you want to talk about?" Tyrion grew even more curious. Joffrey was silent for a few breaths, a touch of appropriate confusion on his face. Then he shook his head and sighed. "It's like a dream. Even now, I don't want to believe that those things really happened. I saw many, many scenes I had never seen before. Betrayal, war, weddings, death, with familiar people, and unfamiliar faces. Of course, there's you too, Uncle Tyrion." He stared into Tyrion's eyes, his face full of seriousness and sincerity. "Perhaps it's a gift from the gods, or some other reason. The fact is, I saw the future." A breeze blew by, and the rustling leaves seemed to laugh along with Tyrion. "Did you see who your real father is?" "Sorry, I'm being too malicious." "I see. I'd like to believe that, but friends should be honest with each other, right?" A not-so-subtle mockery, but Joffrey didn't care. He returned a smile. "Friend, if I were you, I wouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly." Joffrey recalled those soul-stirring plots and scenes from the series, his expression becoming more and more dazed. "I really wish it was just a vain dream. The future is too terrifying. The truth is always cruel, power is dangerous and fascinating, secrets, conspiracies, and killings are countless. But I have grown because of it." Tyrion didn't say a word, seemingly intending to listen to the end. Joffrey decided to reveal some information that wasn't very useful. "I saw it. Hand of the King Jonaran is about to die, and father will go north to Winterfell to invite Lord Eddard to succeed him." Tyrion's expression twitched slightly. "Ahoy! Good story, just don't let Lord Jon hear it. I also saw that Varys, the Master of Whisperers, is plotting to restore the Targaryen dynasty, or the Black Fires. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, covets the Iron Throne and plots to incite war. They're certainly not good people, but such accusations are a bit much, aren't they? A red comet will appear in a few months, its light bright enough to rival the sun and moon. I'll wait and see. Winter is coming. The end of the world, hey? I'd really like to see it. As expected, Tyrion didn't show the slightest sign of believing him, stubbornly living like a rock from Casterly Rock. Although he felt a little reluctant, Joffrey knew that he had to use his trump card. Tisha. The smile on Tyrion's face instantly froze. He never thought he would hear this name from Joffrey's mouth. The layers of defenses in his heart immediately collapsed. Those painful memories that he still dared not think about all popped out, like a sharp sword, stabbing fiercely into his brain. Tisha, ha, Tisha. My first woman, my true love, my bride, was a prostitute bought by Jaime. A prostitute full of lies. Lord Tywin gave an order, and the Lannister soldiers lined up, 1, 10, 100, Tyrion went last. From then on, after being forced to witness and participate in his wife's work, Tyrion no longer hoped to gain a woman's love. Joffrey lowered his voice, trying not to provoke the current IMP. Tisha, what a good person. Frankly, I really feel sorry for you. Such a tragedy is truly unimaginable. Pitiful, regrettable, sad. Stop it. 100 silver stags, 1 gold dragon. The price for an ordinary soldier to patronize a prostitute was 1 silver stag, higher than the market price. The Lannisters were naturally different. Lord Tywin gave Tisha a whole gold dragon for Tyrion. Shut up. Tyrion's expression became more and more ferocious. Joffrey couldn't help but be infected by it. In all fairness, he didn't want to tear open Tyrion's scars. But the opportunity across the narrow sea was fleeting, and he had to reach a cooperation with Tyrion as soon as possible. Tyrion was unwilling to let down his guard, so he had to disturb poor Tisha. Seizing the opportunity, Joffrey said again, although the past cannot be changed, as an ordinary farm girl, being able to make you commit patricide for her a few years later, I believe she will feel some comfort. Tyrion was about to be completely overwhelmed by painful memories. But at this moment, he seemed to see the light of hope and redemption. Farm girl. Tisha, she's not a prostitute. Filial piety between father and son is gratifying. Uncle Jaime admitted it himself. She is very pure. Jaime? Jaime. Tyrion was stunned for a few seconds, and his eyes darkened again. From those eyes, Joffrey felt pain, doubt, relief, hatred, and many other unspeakable things. What would Tyrion do? Hate Jaime? Commit patricide again? Endure and take revenge? Joffrey couldn't be sure, but he was already prepared. I'm sorry, but this is true. Go ask Uncle Jaime, ask him seriously. Joffrey was very sincere. I don't want to, and won't hurt you. We can be true friends, helping each other. He really thought so. Knowing the truth about Tisha, Tyrion could no longer integrate into the Lannister family. Such a Tyrion would definitely become his true arm. The wind rustled for a long time. Tyrion didn't explode as he did in the plot. He just asked, how is Tisha? Where is she now? His voice was tired and dry. His face was full of hope. But Joffrey was also helpless. I only saw you talking. Grandfather doesn't know either, but he didn't kill her, he just drove her away. Where can a prostitute go? Also troubled countless book fans and drama fans. Perhaps in Bravos, perhaps in King's Landing, perhaps living in some corner, perhaps. Joffrey could only try to appease him and make a promise. Cheer up, Tyrion. When I become king, I can mobilize the power of the entire kingdom to help you. Tisha must still be alive, we will definitely find her. There is still hope. As long as he doesn't completely collapse, time and hope can heal almost all pain. Tyrion tried to calm his expression. In front of Joffrey, he really didn't want to expose his weakness. He buried all the waves in his heart. That's right, there is still hope. I can't give up. Tisha is still waiting for me. I will become a better person. Gradually, the preferential treatment he had received as a dwarf for more than 20 years, those eyes, whispers, and actions constantly appeared in his mind. Tyrion was determined not to let the world have its way. So what if I am born a dwarf, deformed and ugly? Even if I am cursed and abandoned by the gods, I will never admit defeat. You all watch. I will live well and watch my father's body buried with my own eyes. You all watch. I will make the sacred and solemn 7 vows of marriage with Tisha in the great September of Baylor, witnessed by the High Septon. I will be in the spotlight. Inherit Casterly Rock. Chapter 2. The Iron Throne and the Dragon. Time passed gradually. The midday sun filtered through the dense forest, casting countless dappled shadows on the ground. The two walked to a high point in the Kingswood. Looking north, they could vaguely make out fishing boats on the Blackwater Rush. Breathing in the natural air and seeing the signs of civilization, Joffrey felt a strange emotion rise in his heart. Power and influence are indeed alluring. Here and there, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. The north, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Westerlands, the Reach, the Stormlands, Dorne. All will be my kingdom. Tyrion finally spoke. Thinking carefully, what you say should be true. Although it's absurd, perhaps there's some truth to it. Otherwise, how would you know about Tisha, and how would you become so clever? Have the gods truly sent down a miracle? Could it be that they truly have mercy on the world? Joffrey smiled. If the gods are just a general concept rather than a physical entity, then this could indeed be considered a miracle. But mercy on the world? He could only say that if they really wanted to save all living beings, he would not be the best choice. Blessed by the gods, I have completely awakened, reborn from the ashes. That's right, I am the chosen one. In the past, I did not fulfill my responsibility as the crown prince and did many foolish things. I do not ask for any forgiveness, but only hope to make amends. The gods are merciful, giving me a chance to make amends. Looking at the vague figures on the river, he clenched his fist with emotion. Since I am made aware of the tragic darkness of the future, it must have a purpose. I have found the answer. The end is coming, and I must take responsibility, protecting the lives and rights of the people of the 7 kingdoms and even the world. Such a sacred and solemn mission cannot be refused. This is not a joke. He turned to look at Tyrion. After war, hunger, and slaughter, there is an even deeper despair. The long night is coming, and the whole world is a sacrifice to the evil gods. Indeed. Compared to the long night and the end of the world, power struggles and war rebellions are nothing. After the ultimate chaos, the light falls, the fire goes out, all things wither, and darkness and extreme cold devour everything. That is the real past, and it is the near future. So. He patted Tyrion's shoulder hard, his eyes extremely firm. I found you first, Uncle Tyrion. The kingdom needs your wisdom, and so does the world. Join us. Everyone with ability must unite, fight for the light, and save the people of the world from fire and water. Joffrey waved his fist excitedly. May the gods protect us. The long night will surely end, and the light will surely shine on the world. The Illuminati that saves the world, born here, will surely bloom with abundant flowers and bear sweet fruit. The identity of the King of Westeros is enough to control this continent, but if you want to control the entire world, you need another organization with universal significance. The name Illuminati has good connotations. Join us. Now that the Illuminati has just been established, you can be the first counselor. This is an honor, but also a responsibility. As long as we work hard to recruit people with lofty ideals, the Illuminati will soon become a warm family. Everyone will be the closest friends, brothers. From now on, we will share the same boat and help each other, fighting for the survival of the world. How about it? Tyrion quietly watched Joffrey perform. Passionate and righteous. It seems real, perhaps Joffrey would be a good king. He didn't know whether to laugh or not. But regardless of sincerity, a smarter Joffrey can be an important friend. Tyrion then exclaimed, I can't believe it, the long night, the end of the world, actually exists. Is it really so? Even if seeing the future is real, it doesn't mean you can't lie. To dedicate oneself to the cause of saving the world, just thinking about it is exciting. Both of them knew each other's true intentions. In fact, when Tyrion expressed his agreement before, the two had already reached a cooperation. Since this is the case, why bother? Even Tyrion couldn't give a definite answer. Perhaps it's because it looks better on the surface? Or is it to see if the other party's acting skills are good enough? For a player, this is a very important ability. Tyrion wisely did not delve into it. Instead, he continued to follow the process and complete this ancient ritual. I join. Joffrey, the God-chosen king, the Lord of the Illuminati, I am yours. Tyrion knelt and saluted quite formally. I wonder what your instructions are? I hope I have the honor to serve you. Joffrey stepped forward and helped Tyrion up. What king and instructions, between friends, we help each other. Tyrion waited for the following. There is a small matter. Joffrey compared 2 fingers, just, this little bit big. Speak, your highness. Illyrio Mopedus, a magister of Pentos, a free city across the narrow sea. Do you have any impression? If I remember correctly, Pentos has dozens of magisters. Don't know him. Heh, uncle has a good memory. In short, he has 3 dragon eggs, 1 black, 1 dark green, and 1 light milky white. I want them all. Joffrey stated the true purpose of this trip. At this point in time, Daenerys hadn't married Drogo yet, the dragon eggs were still in the hands of the fat magister, and no one knew that the dragon eggs would hatch. Dragons created the Iron Throne and can also maintain the Iron Throne. Joffrey is determined to get them. Tyrion was puzzled. So? Just ask Cersei directly? Joffrey continued to explain. Dragon eggs are very important. The trouble is that Varys is in cahoots with him, and the Dragon's Beggar King and his sister are also hiding in that magister's house. Varys and the Pentos Magister? The dragon's escaped prince and little princess. Tyrion was really shocked. You and I both understand that we must not alarm the spider. Once Varys, this spider, moves, even Duke Tywin is gone. Joffrey didn't want to test whether his life was hard enough. Once Varys is alert, many things cannot be done. So, the mastermind behind this matter can only be you. And I am just a poor bug who is bewitched by you without knowing it. Tyrion finally understood. I don't know how I know the whereabouts of these 3 dragon eggs, but I am powerless to get them, so I instigated you to come forward and use the wealth and power of the royal family to take the dragon eggs. Right. Joffrey nodded approvingly. Varys knows your fascination with dragons and trusts your abilities even more. Only in this way will they not be suspicious. Even if he is suspected, Tyrion is in front as a shield, which is much safer. Tyrion stared at Joffrey with a smile. Yes, that's great. All the aftermath work is up to me, you just need to shout loudly that you want dragon eggs. It's just too perfect. Cooperation with smart people is a win-win situation. Joffrey pretended to be puzzled, just a simple play in the Red Keep can get a dragon egg, what a cost-effective deal. Uncle doesn't want to. Joffrey offered a reward. A dragon egg. Tyrion was a little tempted. Besides, Joffrey is so caring, maybe this is not just a dragon egg for viewing. Riding on a dragon's back, even a dwarf can look down on the world. Joffrey seduced and urged. You can think carefully about the color, but this matter should be as soon as possible. The longer the time, the more changes. Let's start when we return to the palace this afternoon. How about that? Tyrion carefully looked at the handsome prince in front of him. It seems necessary to re-recognize Joffrey. Good nephew, what else can I say? He sighed long. Deal. Chapter 3, A New Player in the Game of Thrones. The Red Keep. Dusk approached. The prince and his party returned laden with spoils. Joffrey, astride his horse and clutching a birdcage, surveyed the passing convoy with an air of smugness, as if he alone had bagged all the game. Bolstered by the memories of his predecessor, his behavior was indistinguishable from the arrogant, willful brat he had always been. The political vortex was fraught with countless dangers. Joffrey understood that he needed to lie low and bide his time, maintaining his image as a foolish, harmless boy. Until 4 or 5 months from now. To kill the king, then thoroughly cleanse King's Landing. My dear prince, hunting is such a perilous activity. To embark without so much as a word beforehand, the queen was beside herself with worry. The master of whisperers, Varys the Spider, had materialized from seemingly nowhere. The bald, portly eunuch, clad in a voluminous violet robe, exuded a cloying, powdery scent that invariably inspired a sense of revulsion. Ah, I've been expecting you. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively in front of his nose a few times, then pointed to Tyrion beside him. It's all my uncle's fault. A mere piece of information, yet he insisted I bring him to the Kingswood to hunt before he'd reveal it. Besides, don't stand so close, Spider. Varys obediently retreated a few paces. Indeed? Such a troublesome secret. I trust the prince is satisfied. Tyrion put on an exaggerated expression. Need you even ask? Had the esteemed Prince Joffrey not been appeased, would I still be standing here in one piece? Varys merely gazed at the prince obsequiously. Look at the snow bunting in this cage, hopping about so merrily, ha ha ha. Varys plastered on a smile. Indeed, how amusing. By the way, Joffrey said, tossing the birdcage aside. Where are father and mother? Tomorrow is my 12th name day. I've conceived of a singular gift. Dragon eggs. Ha! You've never seen them, have you? Varys chimed in with effusive agreement. Oh, my! Truly a rare treasure. Who could be so fortunate as to behold such a marvel? Joffrey's face darkened. Humph, some people get to see them every day. It's a, whatchamacallit, governor. Without needing to be told, Tyrion knew his cue had arrived. A governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopetus. He possesses 3 dragon eggs, perfectly suited as gifts for the 3 princes and princesses. Joffrey pursed his lips. Anyone could tell that he had no intention of sharing the gift with his younger siblings. Varys retreated a few more steps. Forgive my poor memory, how remiss of me. I almost forgot to enlighten you. While our valiant king is still inspecting the city, you need only proceed to the Queen's ballroom, where you are sure to find the Queen's captivating smile. I wish you every success in your endeavour. Joffrey immediately yanked on the reins and steered his horse toward Maegor's Holdfast. Tyrion hastily followed. According to the plan, he still had to endure Cersei's glares and probing questions. The spider, however, did not persist. He, too, had secured his own prey. Passing through the dry moat and the 12-foot thick walls, one arrived at the heart of the Red Keep, the castle within the castle. Maegor's Holdfast. In the Queen's ballroom on the first floor, things were progressing smoothly. Queen Cersei, infinitely indulgent of her children, knew not how to refuse, especially her most beloved eldest son. Tyrion did his utmost to parry his sister's barbed remarks and insistent inquiries, assuring her that the 3 dragon eggs truly existed, but refusing to divulge the source of his information. Joffrey merely needed to cease his struggles and allow Cersei to badger him. In less than half an hour, the satisfied queen relented, ordering the master of coin, Littlefinger, to oversee the matter with all due diligence, sparing no expense. From that moment on, Daenerys's storyline was irrevocably altered. Leaving the Queen's ballroom, Tyrion hesitated for a moment, then headed straight for the White Sword Tower. That was the residence of the King's Guard. As everyone knew, Sir Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, was a member of the King's Guard. Seeing this, Joffrey understood that Tyrion was about to confront the truth about Tisha. Love and hate, humanity's eternal accompaniment. He raised his head to gaze at the towering Hand's Tower. Several days ago, Lord Tywin Lannister had arrived in the capital with a large entourage, preparing to attend Prince Joffrey's name day tourney tomorrow. He was currently residing in the Hand's Tower. Would Tyrion reenact the kinslaying scene from the Hand's Tower of the original story? Returning to his bedchamber, Joffrey dismissed his servants, languidly lay down on the bed, and gazed at the ceiling, letting his mind wander. A full day of scheming and running about inevitably left one mentally and physically exhausted. Despite this, Joffrey knew he could not afford to relax. Compared to his life, a little hardship was nothing. He had a clear understanding of his perilous situation. In a few months, the chaos that would engulf the entire continent and even the world would begin. He was intent on preventing it. But even if the king were to die tomorrow, and he were to don the crown on the spot, he would still be powerless. Whether there would be peace or turmoil depended on the degree of conflict and tension among the various strata of the 7 kingdoms, not on a good king alone. He knew full well that Westeros belonged to the king, but even more so to the nobles. The king on the Iron Throne, like the Son of Heaven in the Eastern and Western Zhou dynasties, nominally ruled the 7 kingdoms. But the area and population of the crownlands directly under his control were less than a tenth of the total of the 7 kingdoms. In most of the lands under the dynasty, the direct rulers were the various vassal forces, headed by the dukes of the 7 kingdoms. Beneath one Iron Throne were many independent forces, playing a never-ending game of thrones. There was no middle ground in this game, one was either a winner or faced certain death. The struggle for supremacy. He was a deer, and also a player. And he only had a bad hand, no confidence, no money, no power, no reputation, no army. His only advantage was the title of Crown Prince, which also carried the risk of detonating at any time. What was worse, the rules of the game had become more cruel and violent. Etiquette and music were collapsing, and strength was paramount. In a few short years, the dukes and great lords of the Seven Kingdoms, overseas powers, wildlings beyond the wall, and even monsters such as the others would all stake their entire fortunes on gambling and slaughtering each other. Joffrey was undoubtedly the most conspicuous target. If he could not win this game, even if he did not die from a poisoned cup as in the original story, he would sooner or later meet some other unexpected death. Of course, in addition to the spur of danger, the enormous benefits were also an important driving force. 3 dragon eggs that could hatch were enough to drive countless people mad. Yet he could obtain them with just a day's effort. There were many similar opportunities. The fruit was too tempting, how could anyone resist taking action? The light grew dimmer, and the intricate patterns on the ceiling gradually faded, leaving Joffrey a blurry shadow. He got up and walked to the window, admiring the evening scenery of the Red Keep. The clouds in the sky were layered, red like fire. The Red Keep, built of crimson stone, was also stained with red light, seeming brighter, yet also darker. The soldiers on duty in the corridors and on the ground were inserting torches and lighting braziers everywhere, preparing for the night patrol. The castle scene, reminiscent of a medieval film, constantly reminded him that he had crossed over to another world. An epic and magical world, his own real world. How to smoothly control the capital city of King's Landing within half a year and eliminate internal hidden dangers. He stood there in a daze for a long time. By the time he came back to his senses, the moon was already in the sky. Looking up at the bright moon, he made a decision. The new life was bound to be dangerous and exciting. The future would be busy. He would cherish the memory of that world one last time. After tonight, he would live fully and freely in the present. The night was getting thicker and cooler. He changed into silk pajamas, poured a glass of Dornish red wine, and leaned against the window to look out. A toast to the moon. It was similar to the moon palace there, so cold and so round. A toast to the stars. The starry sky. Were they also worlds? Chapter 4, Tourney. January 12, 298 AC, Monday morning. King's Landing Tourney Grounds. The Prince Joffrey's 12th name day tourney grandly opens. As a characteristic activity of Westerosi nightly culture, tourneys are deeply loved and sought after by the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Common spectators enjoy entertainment, knights compete for fame, organizers show off their strength, and lords and vassals take the opportunity to make connections, alliances, and marriages. Today's tourney is even more magnificent and prosperous. More than 100 tents were set up early around the outside of the tourney grounds, and many merchants and bards were scattered everywhere, bringing beer, corn, honey, and music. Thousands of King's Landing residents rushed to grab seats early in the morning, and twice as many spectators could only stand on the edges and corners with poor visibility, and more latecomers were on their way. Beside the tourney grounds, the participating knights lined up at the starting point of the track, each riding a tall horse, their armor bright and their fighting spirit high. In front of them was the main track, 200 to 300 meters long and 40 to 50 meters wide, enough to accommodate 4 jousting matches at the same time. A circle of high platforms was built around the track. A group of courtiers, dignitaries, princes, and nobles were here to watch the competition, entertain, and feast. The surrounding crowd could also cool off under the high platform and watch nearby. Dozens of flags were hung in front of the high platform in turn. These flags were brightly colored, several people tall and several people wide, painted with unique and exquisite emblems, each demonstrating the ancient and prominent family behind the knights. Clang! A crisp gong sounded. The knights immediately spurred their reins, preparing to pass through the entire tourney grounds and salute the countless spectators. The horses' hooves rose and fell, and the neat line of knights moved forward slowly. Wherever they passed, the audience responded with unparalleled enthusiasm. However, the knights always stared at the flags embroidered with their family crests. Stag, lion, rose, twin towers, purple grapes, seahorse, hunter, wheatstalk, red apple. Every knight, when passing by his own flag, would deliberately raise his head and stick out his chest, trying to show his pride. Isn't the reason for participating in the tourney to seek glory for the family? After the entrance ceremony, the official competition began quickly. Jousting, first round, first match, Sir Dickon Tarly vs Sir Hobart Redwine. Cheers immediately resounded through the sky, and the atmosphere in the arena was boiling to the extreme. Tarly will win. First in battle. This is the motto of the hunter and the warrior. No one can compare to the wine from the arbor, long live red wine. Don't forget red wine's fleet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the arena. Even Prince Joffrey, the nominal protagonist of this tourney, could not steal any of the limelight from the knights. But this was exactly what he wanted. Be low-key in doing things. Joffrey looked around. King Robert was in the center of the high platform, and all the important people were nearby. Between tables of sumptuous feasts, he saw Queen Cersei, Duke Tywin, the Kingslayer, Prime Minister Aeron, Duke Renly, Duke Stannis. Only Tyrion was missing. The servants said that the imp was severely drunk last night and might be drunk for the whole day. That's fine. Joffrey thought to himself, if the plot doesn't change much, although the effect is slow, it is stable. Today's plan does not need to be changed. He got up and walked towards the Minister of Finance. Lord Peter, how are my dragon eggs doing? You have to do things carefully. Joffrey sat down opposite Littlefinger casually, and the others at the long table immediately disappeared consciously. Your Highness, Peter maintained a decent smile. How dare I neglect it? But the narrow sea will not disappear out of thin air. The envoys and sea ships to Pentos will not be able to set off until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Please be patient for a few more days. Joffrey remained noncommittal, staring straight at the court earl who was hiding his ambitions. Minister of Finance Littlefinger Peter Baelish. The top conspirator in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, ranked at the top of his must-kill list, tied with eunuch Varys for first place. Littlefinger, who craves power, is not absolutely loyal, while Varys, who plots restoration, is absolutely disloyal. Both are goods that can only be used but not relied upon. A servant brought a plate of hot steak, and the rich aroma of grease diffused with the steam. Joffrey was not polite and took a piece first. This is my name day gift. I don't care so much. It must be done before the end of the month, or you'll be sorry. This request is not easy to handle. Based on the sea conditions across the narrow sea, the distance and speed of the voyage from King's Landing to Pentos, the outbound journey would take about 8 days, and the return journey would take 7 days. You also have to avoid the storms that sometimes break out in the narrow sea. Under normal circumstances, the sea ship must return to King's Landing before the end of the month at the latest, buying back the dragon eggs and returning on the day after arriving in Pentos. Lord Peter just saluted. Your subordinate will do his best. I will definitely not disappoint your highness. Joffrey nodded in satisfaction. Another burst of noisy cheers and whistles came. After 6 rounds of fierce fighting and breaking 12 wooden lances, the first match finally ended. Sir Dickon Tarley of Hornhill wins. Seeing this situation, Joffrey seemed to have a temporary idea and casually asked Peter. What is the relationship between this guy and Earl Tarley? Your Highness, this is Lord Randall's second son. He is indeed brave and extraordinary. Lord Randall must be very satisfied. Joffrey took a bite of the crispy bacon. That's it. When I reach the age to compete, I will defeat all these people. You are right. Hey, what about Earl Tarley's eldest son? I don't seem to have seen him. Sansa's favorite lemon cake, tastes good. Peter never easily offends people. I heard that Lord Randall's eldest son is intelligent, well-read, and does not like fighting. I think he stayed at home in Hornhill. Ha, cough cough. Joffrey laughed, but forgot that he was still chewing food. He quickly drank a large mouthful of milk and kept patting his chest. Ah! I'm alive. He acted very realistically. The guests sitting around turned their attention to him. Joffrey then mocked loudly, the son of a hunter family actually likes to read. He is simply not a man and should become a scholar. Peter smiled perfunctorily. He has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. From the moment he took over the topic, he was destined to be dragged into the water. That's right. Joffrey suddenly slapped the table. Be a scholar, good idea. Find an apprentice from the hunter family for that old man Archmaester Pycelle. It's fun to think about. Peter felt ominous. If you become a scholar, you cannot inherit the territory and title, which means depriving you of the right of inheritance. Your Highness, this matter should be discussed in the long term. The Tarley family may. Joffrey was gone. Needless to say, the willful crown prince must have gone to Earl Tarley. Asking someone's heir to be a scholar can simply be regarded as a public humiliation. Even if the Tarley family does not yield, they will never pretend that nothing happened. Who will bear their anger? Who bewitched the crown prince? Without looking at the reaction of the surrounding guests, Peter understood. He was about to reap the hatred of the Tarly family. But he didn't care much. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Littlefinger smiled secretly. The joint accusation of the Prime Minister and the Duke of Dragonstone is enough to attract attention. When the king hears his adoptive father's dying words and knows that the 3 princes and princesses are all the illegitimate children of the Lannister siblings, and then watches his adoptive father die in pain with his own eyes. Peter twirled the pointed beard on his chin. Lisa, for your love for me, be the last link in the plan. Chapter 5. Samwell Tarly. The Tarly family's sigil is a huntsman striding, their house words are martial, and they have ruled the Hornhill region, with a population of hundreds of thousands, for generations, making them one of the most powerful lords in the Reach. The current Earl of Tarly, Randyll Tarly, is truly the foremost warrior of the Reach, a significant figure even among the 7 kingdoms. Even so, Joffrey faithfully played his role. The arrogant, ignorant Prince Joffrey, of course, wouldn't care who anyone else is. Justing, first round, 11th match, Sir Horace Redwine vs Sandor Clegane. Joffrey glanced at the arena and continued to parry with Randyll Tarly. How are you considering it, Earl Tarly? Several justing matches had passed since Prince Joffrey stated his purpose, but Randyll Tarly was still somewhat bewildered. Without any warning, Prince Joffrey had suddenly rushed over, saying he wanted his eldest son to come to King's Landing to be Grand Maester Pycelle's apprentice. He was naturally surprised. Before the other courtiers and nobles at the table departed, Randyll was certain he saw pity in their eyes. This made him feel humiliated and angry. But after a little thought, understanding what it meant, a hard-to-control secret joy arose in his heart. Earl Randyll had to admit that the last emotion took precedence. He knew he shouldn't think this way. The Tarly family does value courage and martial prowess, being warriors born for war. But they are even more so lords and vassals. The warrior's blood is certainly important, but the tacit understanding and rules among lords cannot be ignored. Eldest son inheritance is an ancient tradition of thousands of years and a legal system that all families should uphold. This is precisely why Earl Randyll loathed his eldest son, Samwell Tarly's weakness, yet had hesitated to send him to the Citadel or the Faith. Depriving the eldest son of his inheritance, even if decided within the family, would inevitably cause discussion and affect the family's reputation and honor. If outsiders were to interfere, it would be an intolerable disgrace. But what if that outsider was the royal family? Earl Randyll seemed to have opened a new door. Cheers and boos became much louder at the same time. The Hound Sandor Clegane won. Earl Randyll was still immersed in his thoughts. Originally, he had already decided that once he returned to Hornhill this time, he would force Sam to join the Night's Watch at the Wall and give up his inheritance. The Night's Watch, after all, is a place for warriors, and it's far in the northernmost part of the north, much farther from home than the Citadel, thus preventing Sam from continuing to ruin the family's reputation in the Reach. Although the family's reputation would still suffer some loss, it would also affect the family's internal unity. He thought he had no choice. But now, an opportunity to have the best of both worlds was before him. Earl Randyll raised his head and asked again, "Your Highness, are you sure you are serious?" Joffrey was helpless. He had already confirmed it many times. How many more times did he have to say it? But he also understood that this wasn't Randyll Tarly being forgetful, but rather struggling. Struggling itself represented a certain attitude. Joffrey wasn't worried about being rejected. Sam's experiences in the plot were enough to prove that Earl Tarly could no longer tolerate his eldest son's weakness. The option he was now providing was beneficial to everyone. "Lord Randyll, I am very serious." He slightly broke through some of his character limitations. "Isn't this very good? The Tarly family can have a more suitable heir. Your eldest son who loves knowledge can also concentrate on his studies, and Grand Maester Pycelle can also have another apprentice. Everyone is happy." Randyll Tarly was silent. "Sam, why can't you be braver? Don't blame me." Joffrey waited for a while, still without any movement. Gradually, he had a guess. "Lord Randyll, what are you still hesitating about? What's wrong with being a disciple of the Grand Maester? This is for his own good." Earl Tarly still didn't say a word. Now a decision had to be made. Joffrey was somewhat certain. He stood up and issued an ultimatum. "Earl Tarly, in the name of Joffrey Baratheon, heir to the Iron Throne, Crown Prince, I order you to obey. Do you defy me?" The surrounding people all looked over. Randyll Tarly stood up abruptly, his eyes wide open, looking like he was forcibly suppressing his anger. The two glared at each other, neither willing to give in. Just when Joffrey couldn't help but doubt his judgment, Earl Tarly finally spoke. "I will obey the Crown Prince's orders and hand over my eldest son, Samwell Tarly, to be taught by Grand Maester Pycelle." "But..." Randall Tarly appeared quite insistent. "I must emphasize that this is not my intention, nor is it the decision of the Tarly family." As soon as the words fell, Earl Tarly turned and strode away. The atmosphere at the scene instantly cooled down. Looking at the low-key and quiet crowd, Joffrey could guess what they were thinking at this moment. Randall Tarly, truly an old fox. Joffrey knew he hadn't guessed wrong just now. This guy meant exactly this: the Tarly family is stable and united, its image is undamaged, it has successors, and all the bad things are done by Joffrey, the royal family. And with King Robert's temperament, after learning about this matter, he would inevitably feel indebted to the Tarly family. It's simply all benefits and no harm. However, it was precisely these extra benefits that made Earl Tarly choose King's Landing for Samwell instead of the Wall. As for Joffrey, he only lost his already poor reputation, and at most would be reprimanded by the king a few times. A negligible price, in exchange for a connection with the Tarly family, and a knowledgeable and powerful talent with a clear understanding of his background. Samwell Tarly. In the plot, he has always been Jon Snow's golden support, one of the main forces against the White Walkers, an absolutely positive character. Kind, quick-witted, intelligent, knowledgeable, and without ambition. Although his presence is not as strong as the main characters, as the author's own son, he should not be underestimated. At least he has the potential to be a minister-level figure who can stand alone. If there were a dozen more of such talents, they could barely support the political structure that Joffrey envisioned. Moreover, the more the better. The characters Joffrey wants to collect are more than just a dozen. After all, one of the main advantages of knowing the plot is a deep understanding of the characters who appear. Who can completely see through a person in reality? The time cost, risk cost, and mutual trust cost are simply immeasurable. As a transmigrator, of course, he must take this opportunity to gather talents, use those who can be used, and bury time bombs for the enemy. With Tyrion, the Hound, and Sam, a small team has initially formed, only a startup fund is needed. Joffrey looked towards a simple camp outside the arena. "It's up to you." The Hound. Chapter 6, The Champion's 10,000 Gold Dragons. The sunlight gradually dimmed. Inside the tent, the Hound Sandor Clegane silently wiped the great sword on his lap. This calmed him. When he wasn't serving Prince Joffrey, he never knew what else to do. Since leaving House Clegane to join the Lannisters over a decade ago, the Hound had been Joffrey's bodyguard. Night and day, he had personally watched the prince gradually turn into what he was today. He had become Joffrey's most loyal dog. No matter how foolish or willful the prince's orders and actions were, he simply obeyed. He allowed Prince Joffrey to dominate his body, while allowing the mountain Gregor Clegane to scorch his soul. Gregor Clegane. The hideous burn scar on his left face constantly reminded him of what the mountain had done. Father, sister, family, Gregor had destroyed everything. The Hound had been afraid of fire ever since. Behind the firelight were unbearable memories of the past, of the mountain. The Hound vowed to kill Gregor with his own hands. But he was also afraid of this monster. Anger, sorrow, hatred, and fear tormented him all day long. Only when he was ordered by the prince to do things could he temporarily forget everything and catch his breath. This time should have been the same. The Hound couldn't help but recall the scene from yesterday. In the silent Kingswood. He had personally heard the prince say, Sandor Clegane. What a strange name. Usually, he was only called the Hound or Dog. Only when people compared him to that bastard the mountain did he hear the word Clegane. Gregor Clegane. Humph. Someone like that can be a knight anointed with holy oil. I'd rather be a dog than a knight. The dog heard the order. In tomorrow's tourney, you must win the championship. I need those 10,000 gold dragons. That was no small sum. Even if the dog drank the best Arbor Gold wine every day until he died of old age, he might not be able to spend it all. The dog was about to agree. But unexpectedly, this time there was a big bone. The prince smiled confidently, I know about that. There's nothing to be afraid of from the mountain. You can defeat him, kill him. The dog found that the prince seemed to have grown up in an instant. Don't worry, as long as I become king, the mountain won't be a problem at all. Joffrey was going to help him kill Gregor? The Hound felt like he was dreaming. But he thought, if Joffrey really wanted to do it, Duke Tywin probably wouldn't keep protecting Gregor. Strangely, the dog wasn't particularly happy. Prince Joffrey, the Mountain, these two most important people in his life, had intersected in a way he could never have imagined. Kill Gregor, then what? The Hound hadn't figured it out yet. But at this moment, he was here wiping his sword, thinking about nothing, just waiting to go into battle and defeat the knights one by one. The tent flap was suddenly lifted, and pale yellow light shone on the blade, radiating golden light. Hound, it's your turn. Your opponent is Dickon Tarley. Sandor Clegane sheathed his sword. Who cares who it is? I'm going to win the championship. He pushed the man away and charged all the way. After more than half a day of elimination rounds, only 5 contestants remained in the joust. The Knight of Flowers Loras Tyrell. Barristan the Bold, commander of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy. The Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, who had a bye in this round. The Hound Sandor Clegane. Dickon Tarley, the new heir to Hornhill. 4 more matches would determine the owner of the 10,000 gold dragons. Joust, Round 5, Match 1, Sir Dickon Tarley vs Sandor Clegane. Dickon Tarley rode a tall warhorse, his entire body encased in airtight full-plate armor. The armor was ordinary in style but quite practical. As usual, the Hound wore smoke-grey armor, closed the visor of his dog-head helmet, and faced the battle on his mount, Stranger. The two faced each other from east and west, more than 100 paces apart, left arms raised with shields, right hands holding lances. The Hound was on the east side, and the evening sun became his opponent. But that didn't matter, he knew he would win. The red signal flag in the middle of the arena waved down, and the two kicked their horses off at the same time. Stranger and his opponent instantly darted out, accelerating, and accelerating again, challenging their limits. The Hound silently recited numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stranger had reached a stable state at full speed. The Hound began to adjust his posture, raising his shield and bracing his lance. 5, 6. The two sides were close enough to see each other's postures, and the Hound looked for openings in his opponent's defense. 7, 8. If the shield was held too tightly, it would not be able to react in time. 9. The Hound suddenly leaned down. Dickon Tarley remained motionless. 10. Crack, crack, bang. The two lances shattered crisply almost simultaneously. Dickon Tarley's lance accurately struck the Hound's small square shield, but his shield failed to defend against the Hound's sudden attack. Amidst the exclamations, Dickon staggered to his feet. A dent in the upper left part of his breastplate explained the reason for his failure. No wonder he was eliminated in one hit. The Hound won. Those who won the bet cheered, and those who lost cursed and sighed even louder. The Hound didn't care. The competition continued. Barristan the Bold ultimately lost to the young Knight of Flowers, like a cycle of reincarnation. Semi-finals. The Hound had a bye. Loras Tyrell and Jaime Lannister faced off. The audience gave the highest expectations. The Knight of Flowers and the Kingslayer were like the front and back of a gold dragon coin, difficult to tell apart. In terms of background, both were backed by prominent vassal duke families. Among the 7 kingdoms under the Iron Throne, the Westerlands of House Lannister were rich and prosperous, producing gold, while the Reach of House Tyrell had developed agriculture and the largest population. Both were powerful forces that could compete for the top spot in the 7 kingdoms. In terms of martial arts and appearance, Loras and Jaime were both top knights in the 7 kingdoms, the dream lovers of countless young girls. The opposition in reputation added to the spectacle of the duel. The Knight of Flowers bathed in sunlight and the Kingslayer, who was controversial for betraying his oath, were simply destined opponents. Even if there was emotional bias, no one could determine the outcome between them until the very end. Joffrey couldn't be completely sure either. Although Jaime was defeated by Loras in the original plot, and Tyrion messed up his mood last night. But fighting is never 100% certain. Bang! A figure fell off his horse. Amidst the fierce noise, Joffrey could still clearly hear King Robert's laughter. The Kingslayer was defeated in one round. Joffrey felt nothing in his heart. It didn't matter who won between the two, he just wanted to make money. The next few months were crucial. He needed a large sum of reasonable and low-key funds. The tourney prize was the best opportunity, the source was clear and reasonable, it wouldn't cause trouble, and most importantly, the amount was large enough. At the same time, it wouldn't attract the king's attention. Looking at the generous and magnanimous father, Joffrey felt complicated. In all his plans, Robert was almost always the biggest obstacle. Only because he was not King Robert's son. Joffrey Baratheon was the blood of the queen and her twin brother, the Kingslayer, and it was no longer a secret. Those in the know included but were not limited to the Lannister forces, Prime Minister Jon Arryn, Duke Stannis Baratheon, Eunuch Varys, and Master of Coin Littlefinger. Because of this, Joffrey couldn't use the tricks he used on Tyrion to persuade the king to support his actions. Any information that would help persuade the king could greatly change the future and increase his chances of survival. This was obviously aiding the enemy. Also because of this, he couldn't show his abnormality, especially couldn't become smart and rational. Once his changes aroused the vigilance and unease of any knowledgeable person and they chose to reveal this secret. Joffrey didn't know what would happen then, but it certainly wouldn't be good for him. He and Robert, this nominal father and son, were destined to not coexist. But the current peace of the Seven Kingdoms relied entirely on the king's suppression. Before he was ready to deal with the chaos, removing the king would do more harm than good. Under such circumstances, he could only lie dormant for the time being and wait for the opportunity. A sudden burst of exclamation awakened Joffrey from his reverie. The final was over. He fixed his eyes on it, stood up suddenly, applauded and cheered. Good dog! Well done! 10,000 gold dragons were in hand. In addition to being happy, Joffrey couldn't help but sigh at King Robert's extravagance. 10,000 gold dragons for the justing champion, 5,000 gold dragons for the runner-up, 5,000 gold dragons for the melee champion, plus banquets and other expenses. More than 20,000 gold dragons. Anchored by the price of staple food, 1 copper star is worth about 16 yuan. 1 gold dragon equals 210 silver stags equals 1,470 copper stars equals 23,520 yuan. A peasant family in the Seven Kingdoms may not have 1 gold dragon in decades of savings. The treasury only receives 2 to 3 million gold dragons each year. Now attorney would spend 1% of the fiscal revenue, and in his name, he couldn't be happy. My money. They take 20,000, and I get 10,000. What a loss. Thinking of the treasury's astronomical debts and looking at the extremely luxurious scene around him, Joffrey suddenly felt bored. The setting sun was getting lower and lower. When the red sun was almost obscured by the distant mountains, the melee of 30 to 40 people finally determined the winner. The Earl of Runestone in the Vale, Bronze Yohn Royce. Joffrey sat behind the king, sipping the golden liquid absent-mindedly. Yohn Royce stepped forward to thank the king. In an instant, beyond the 5 senses, Joffrey suddenly sensed something indescribable and soul-stirring. He stared blankly at Yohn. In the Crimson World, a faint blue light vaguely appeared. Chapter 7. Magic. Red Keep, Maegor's Holdfast, Queen's Ballroom. Under countless torches and candlelight, a troupe of court dancers twirled and leaped in the hall to the melodious music. Cersei sat on the queen's throne on the high platform, chatting with her eldest son with a smile. Joffrey, this is your tournament. Isn't the banquet over yet? Why aren't you playing there? Cersei herself didn't want to stay with the disgusting king, so she left early, but she remembered that Joffrey enjoyed the banquet very much. Mother, Joffrey showed the awkward look of wanting something from an adult but being too proud to beg. Is Valyrian steel so powerful? I want it too. Valyrian steel, said to be forged by magic, was an important tool for him to verify his conjecture. He had already confirmed at the banquet, the strange feeling and the sigh and shimmer were not illusions. Earl Yohn's armor might really have magic. Magic perception, magic vision? Golden finger? He needed more samples. Such as the Valyrian steel weapons in the Red Keep's vault. Just a permission. The eldest prince, just 12 years old, shook his mother's arm, his face full of anticipation and desire. I heard that many people have it. I am a prince, how can I not have it? Mother must have a way. Cersei smiled and hugged Joffrey into her arms. I knew there was something, my mother can only play this role. Joffrey only urged for candy. Cersei couldn't resist at all. Valyrian steel is considered precious. Many families regard it as a family sword to be passed down, worthy of my son. Yes. There should be some suitable ones in the vault. Robert can't use it anymore, feel free to choose. Robert, You would never dream that the one who inherits the Iron Throne will be Jaime and my son, the Lannister bloodline. Humph, so what if old Jon and Poker Face Stannis know? Jaime and I are still doing well, it's completely making trouble for yourselves. Cersei stroked the prince's face lovingly, and the handsome face in front of her seemed to turn back into the cute smiling face in the swaddling clothes. Time flies so fast, 12 years old, it's time to learn how to rule the kingdom. Remember, my son. You are the lion, the crown prince of the 7 kingdoms, the future king of Westeros. You can get everything as long as you ask. If anyone disobeys, they must be punished most severely. Think of your grandfather Tywin, when the song The Rains of Castamere is played, the lords of the Westlands are all in awe. Fear and obedience will make the kingdom stronger. Cersei's teaching was simple and clear. The prince showed a bright smile. I understand everything. Of course I understand. The complete destruction of the disrespectful Rain family and Tarbeck family in the Rains of Castamere has brightened the glory of the Lannister family. The ballad vividly sings, every rainy season, the rain cries in the hall, but there is no shadow inside, and there is no soul inside. The Farman family of Fair Isle once refused to be governed, and Duke Tywin only sent singers to play this song in the castle hall, and the Farman family immediately surrendered. Listening to this song and looking at his own hall, Earl Farman must have felt uncomfortable at that time. I understand. Fear and violence are not the only things, but they are as indispensable as air to people. Don't worry, mother. I will become the greatest king of Westeros and make our family more glorious. Cersei was even happier, hugging the prince and talking non-stop, chatting about ordinary trivial matters for a while, and instilling the concept of power for a while. It didn't stop until Joffrey showed an obvious absent-minded expression. Hannah, Cersei beckoned to the back and explained to her son, she is more familiar with the Red Keep, loyal and capable, and can lead the way for you. A maid with chestnut curly hair and a somewhat familiar face stepped forward and saluted. Your Highness, I am honored to serve you. Joffrey nodded slightly. With the vault pass in hand, the operation was a great success. Tyrion, who had no sense of existence, put down his wine glass and silently followed. The group walked through the Red Keep at night. The torches crackled, and outside the firelight was deep shadow. Where are Varys's little birds? Where are the secret doors and passages of the Red Keep? Here, there, in unknown places. Joffrey inexplicably remembered the prayer of the Red God, the night is dark and full of terrors. Even so, I will have the last laugh. This is the Queen's intention. Hannah said to the guards of the vault. The 4 soldiers then unlocked the heavy iron locks and worked together to push open the oak door. Joffrey took the lead and stepped in, carefully exploring. The Hound and Hannah followed closely. Tyrion, who was uninvited, wandered around. Different from the already empty national treasury, the vault is only used to store all kinds of antiques and treasures. It is difficult to realize them, and the royal dignity must also be taken into account. Therefore, it is full of dazzling things, showing the wealth and glory of the royal power. After wandering around for a long time, Joffrey gained a lot. Valyrian steel is as black as smoke, with an axe, 2 small hammers, a long sword, 3 daggers and 7 chain links. There is also a ruby and 2 square sapphires, 3 dark purple crystal balls, and a glass candle. And a great sword that looks ordinary. Almost all are things that are definitely or rumored to be related to magic. Except that he could sense them all, in that peculiar vision, the black Valyrian steel was shrouded in a translucent white light, similar to the cyan light of the bronze armor. There are also some different shapes and colors of faint light patterns on the glass candle. It's really magic, I can see magic. Joffrey felt a sense of ease and peace from the bottom of his heart. He had always understood the danger of this world. All men must die. He believed in his abilities, but a dagger, a glass of poisoned wine, and a hidden arrow could end all his plans. As long as he is still Joffrey, he will live in these dangers every day. It's different now. Magic, praise magic. One day he will gain real power and stand at a higher dimension to look down on the world. Uncle, do you believe in magic? Joffrey was very curious about Tyrion's thoughts at this time. Was he observing himself, or was he indulging in pain? Tyrion buried his head in an ancient book, looking a little melancholy. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Joffrey, what else do you know? What exactly do you want me to do? Is my Tisha really missing? Reality is too absurd, it always doesn't make sense, what is worth believing? Sorry, I've read too many books. Joffrey quite agreed. It's a pity that he can only say some stupid and boring things now. I heard that Valyrian steel swords are made with magic, and they are extremely sharp. Haha, with this kind of sword, who else can be my opponent? Joffrey waved his hand, take all these away. Hannah and the Hound then began to act. Good nephew, Tyrion closed the book and nodded 3 times. Considering that I came all the way with you, have mercy and take this dragon illustrated book with you. Whatever. Thank you very much. Tyrion handed over a large book. Here is a 4 Kings Chronicle copied by Archmaester Ebrose himself. Is your highness interested? Joffrey disdained to take a look. I know them, the Targaryen kings without dragons. I don't need this book, I can become the greatest king myself. Actually, he was quite interested. What's more, Tyrion seemed to have other intentions. For the sake of my uncle, Hound, take this chronicle with you. It must be useful when you can't sleep at night, haha. A joke quite characteristic of Joffrey. Tyrion smiled along. Chapter 8, The Secret of Valyrian Steel. 1,000 readers, 1,000 hamlets. From Joffrey's perspective at this time, reading A History of 4 Kings, he only gleaned the irresistible decline of the Targaryen dynasty after losing their dragons. Durin the Young Dragon, Baelor the Blessed, Aegon the Unworthy, and Durin the Good. 4 kings who either flaunted military might, maintained peace, indulged in lechery, or cleared away corruption. Everything was no different from a normal feudal dynasty. And that was precisely the biggest problem. Without dragons as a crutch, the Targaryen dynasty could still be maintained, but it no longer had the strength to suppress the rise of noble houses. Even if every king was wise and virtuous, with refined political acumen, the dynasty's decline was only a matter of time. No dragons, no Targaryen dynasty. Joffrey gently stroked the Valyrian steel sword with its night-colored hue. My dynasty's fate depends on you. He had great confidence in his golden finger. Being able to perceive and see already meant a great deal. Countless theories and studies were stuck on the inability to observe. Like here, although it was a magical world, people couldn't directly recognize or observe magic. Because of this, magical research was extremely difficult, and the transmission and inheritance were even more challenging. The ancient magical civilization had long been lost. In the public's current understanding, all magic was mysterious, an unreplicable accident and miracle, without any clear rules. Magic gradually became a legend. It was truly a pity. Clearly possessing the potential for a magical civilization, it had developed into an ordinary world at a medieval level. Now that he possessed such unparalleled talent, perhaps he could make the world more magical. Joffrey was full of motivation. The secret of Valyrian steel was the starting point of his magical path. Alan, bring some more swords. Joffrey instructed his squire. The performance data of Valyrian steel was almost tested, it was time to verify that guess. As you command. Alan Lantel understood his position. As the son of a merchant from Lannisport, being able to squeeze next to the crown prince meant his ability and temperament naturally surpassed ordinary people. Although the crown prince had given him an extremely arduous task and inexplicably destroyed so many steel swords, Alan remained silent, resolutely obeying any order, standing guard to the very end. Joffrey's attention was entirely on the Valyrian steel sword in his hand. With so many people in the Red Keep, he could only conduct experiments circuitously. After groping since last night, he finally made some discoveries. Beneath the white light of Valyrian steel were white, faint light patterns similar to those on glass candles. Every time a Valyrian steel sword cut through an ordinary steel sword, or collided with equivalent force, the white light would dim slightly, until it reached a certain level of darkness, and the faint light patterns would appear. If it continued, the patterns would also disappear, and Joffrey would lose his sense of them. After that, the Valyrian steel's destructive power against other weapons would slightly decrease, and damage would even occur when facing Valyrian steel with white light. Fortunately, the patterns and white light could slowly recover, but the sensitivity of gems and crystal balls would decrease accordingly. Joffrey roughly understood. The Valyrians used excellent, unique techniques to manufacture steel, and then used some method to imbue it with sustainable magic, which created the complete and perfect Valyrian steel. Was it that pattern? How to do it? Your Highness, the swords are here. Alan brought a large pile of gold cloaks, standard long swords with several servants. Joffrey randomly selected a steel sword. Could the pattern turn this sword into Valyrian steel? He had to try. All of you, leave. I want to rest. The dark night and the indoor candlelight were very convincing, but looking at the steel sword in the prince's hand, Alan really couldn't believe this statement. As you command. Alan turned and left with the servants, not forgetting to express his loyalty before closing the door. If your highness needs anything, just ring the bell. Your loyal squire is always at your beck and call. Joffrey only waved his hand. If nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't need this guy to serve him for several months. Valyrian steel. Wahahaha, listen, let me see. The fragrant candle, as thick as a maiden's wrist, was 2 or 3 finger joints shorter. Joffrey wearily rubbed his eyes. During this time, he tried all the methods he could think of. Smearing blood on the Valyrian steel, silently thinking about the structure of the pattern on the steel sword, using Valyrian steel to engrave the pattern on the steel sword, writing with blood, tracing with magic source gem crystals. Using a Valyrian steel dagger with ample white light to cut the Valyrian steel chain links that had lost their white light, embedding the fragments of the chain links with patterns into the steel sword. Even meditating on the pattern in his mind. Chanting all the bizarre syllables and words he could think of. The results were disappointing. The pattern would not transfer, the ordinary steel sword did not change in any way, and meditation and chanting were useless. The secret of Valyrian steel seemed tantalizingly out of reach. Joffrey tugged on the rope of the summoning bell. Research and development required the accumulation of time and opportunity. It was better to rest early, there was plenty of time. Alan quickly appeared. Your Highness. Dispose of all these swords, Joffrey pointed to the pile on the ground, they're useless now. The squire quickly acted. After completing the task, Alan glanced at the crown prince's figure and quietly retreated. Joffrey had already fallen asleep. Perhaps due to excessive energy consumption, he slept quite peacefully and even had a sweet dream. In his dream, he had already ascended the throne and become emperor. The Iron Throne's majesty reached its peak, and lords and vassals all bowed their heads. His people were quiet and obedient, his laws were absolutely enforced, his decrees were implemented in the 7 kingdoms, his army was invincible, and the armor and weapons equipped by hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all Valyrian steel. Valyrian steel. He dreamed of that white pattern. With almost no effort, the pattern became clearer and brighter. Gradually, the pattern, which only existed in fantasy, seemed to cross a certain boundary, producing a hint of mysterious charm, instantly occupying the entire dream. Joffrey forgot to breathe, falling into a state of ignorant and unconscious chaos. Fortunately, it didn't last long. All the Valyrian steel in the bedroom seemed to resonate, and the white light suddenly brightened, then completely disappeared. The pattern in the dream, however, shone brightly, extending, supplementing, and interpreting itself in an instant, shaking off all the shackles and transforming into something more complex and mysterious. The tangible pattern disappeared, and the intangible one was born. The dream ended. Joffrey suddenly sat up, opened his eyes, and gasped for breath, nervously observing his surroundings, as if he had just encountered some indescribable horror. Under the faint candlelight, everything in the bedroom was normally arranged. Quiet, safe. He breathed a sigh of relief, gradually calmed down, and then noticed that all the Valyrian steel products placed in the bedroom had lost their scents, white light, and patterns. More than a dozen pieces of Valyrian steel, dozens of patterns, were all gone. After being stunned for a while, he held his breath and concentrated, and began to meditate. Darkness and nothingness lasted for a while, and the intangible suddenly appeared in his consciousness, making him feel its existence. I succeeded. This isn't a dream, is it? Joffrey got out of bed and walked to the mirror. In the mirror, a familiar white light was shining on his forehead. He was completely relieved. Recalling the many twists and turns tonight, he couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of the goddess of fate. You can't force it, after giving up hope, it comes to your door instead. In addition, the magic in the plot is often linked to people's dreams, which doesn't seem accidental. It's just a pity about those Valyrian steel. But since he could obtain it, this key to open the door to mysterious magic, everything was worth it. Joffrey vaguely felt the sublimation of his mind and soul. He laughed wantonly. The game of power, a song of ice and fire, weather swords and magic, now he had the capital to gamble. Stannis, Varys, Renly, the Citadel, the White Walkers, all rebels and enemies will eventually become stepping stones under the throne. Chapter 9, Destined Blood and Fire. Magic stirred his ambition. But reality is very real. The next morning, 12-year-old Joffrey had to obediently listen to his mother and report to the dining room on time. As usual, today's breakfast was ordinary. The Queen, Joffrey, his younger brother and sister, and the absent, philandering King Robert. Faced with a hearty breakfast and a warm family, Joffrey put aside his worries and calculations, enjoying the simple beauty of the moment. Especially his younger brother and sister. His 7-year-old beautiful sister, Marcella, was innocent and lively. His 6-year-old chubby brother, Tommen, was kind and obedient. They are both good children. Joffrey gave a friendly smile. But the two children seemed to have seen a demon, and only focused on eating with their heads down. Of the four at the table, Queen Cersei had the highest status, but Marcella and Tommen were more afraid of their older brother than their mother, who seemed strict but actually doted on her children. Cersei seemed never to have noticed the strange relationship between her children. "Children, tomorrow we will go home with Grandpa Tywin. Do you remember the Hall of Heroes in Casterly Rock? You can play there as much as you like, and you don't have to do any homework." "Humph, we are in the Westerlands, let's see what old John can do." His younger brother and sister agreed very obediently, with happy smiles on their faces. Joffrey also calmly agreed, he already had the confidence to deal with all unexpected crises. The mystery of it is gradually beginning to appear. During this period, Joffrey's spirit and thinking became more and more abundant and active, without any sleepiness or fatigue, and his sense of it gradually increased. He had a hunch that after breaking through a certain critical point, he would be able to use it to create Valyrian steel, and even do more. Of course, he can't ignore the enemy's power and threat now, and he still has to follow the rules. The role Joffrey plays next will not change. He will still sit idly by as Jon Arryn, who has been the Prime Minister for more than 10 years, is killed by Peter. What a pity, Jon. You know too much, and you ask too much. Joffrey had to turn a blind eye. Prime Minister Jon knew his true identity and was colluding with Duke Stannis Baratheon, King Robert's second younger brother, intending to destroy the Lannisters, including him, the Crown Prince. The Prime Minister must die. But this will also become a fuse, igniting the huge hidden dangers and contradictions buried within the Seven Kingdoms. Under the promotion and instigation of ambitious people inside and outside the kingdom, the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Westerlands, the Stormlands, the Reach and Dorne, the 7 great kingdoms of Westeros will no longer be peaceful. He put down his knife and fork. "Mother, are we the only ones going to Casterly Rock this time? What about my uncles?" Cersei said with a hint of joy, "Jaime will travel with us. In case something changes, if we really tear ourselves apart, let them vent their anger on that dwarf." Joffrey was silent. Tyrion was indeed left in King's Landing, just right to leave the matter to him. Joffrey didn't fully understand how many conspiracies and undercurrents there were in these few days. But he knew that he had better participate in this tour of Casterly Rock. Why not? When the Prime Minister dies soon, he will be on his way to Casterly Rock. When the king decides to go north to Winterfell, he will still be on the road. Perfectly avoiding the chaos in King's Landing. "I'm done eating." Joffrey stood up. "Mother, where is Uncle Tyrion? I have something to ask him." Cersei frowned as if conditioned. "Where else could that guy be, either drinking in his little nest or in a brothel? You must never learn from him." "Understood." Joffrey waved his hand and went straight to Tyrion's residence. The Red Keep was much more lively during the day. There were people everywhere. The city watch gold cloaks guarding the gate and patrolling, the Baratheon and Lannister guards running around, the nobles in groups of 2 or 3, and the male and female servants wiping walls, wiping the floor, moving things and pruning flowers and plants. Everyone bowed respectfully and wished him well when they saw him. But Joffrey knew that these smiling faces did more harm than good. If a person grows up in this environment from childhood, and without the careful guidance of elders, it is inevitable that their personality will be self-centered. Even he, as he is now, has gradually become accustomed to ignoring these living people everywhere. How can a royal nobleman not have a few servants standing by? Not to mention doing rough work himself. Joffrey didn't want this. It is certainly good to have someone to serve, but the feeling of having every word and deed exposed in front of people is quite bad. Right now, he can only try to adapt, put on a mask, hide his true thoughts and enjoy it. Just like now, Joffrey is expressionless on the surface, but he is carefully considering the choice of the commander of the City Watch. The City Watch has about 2,000 people and is known for wearing gold cloaks. These gold cloaks are responsible for the guard of the Red Keep, the defense and law enforcement of the city, and their status is similar to that of the Imperial Guard. Although the number seems small, since the royal family has not established other standing military forces, the Crownlands really have no armed forces that can compete with it. And only half a year later, when King Robert died, the gold cloaks proved their strength in the coup. For such a force, the future King Joffrey naturally attaches great importance to it. The choice of commander, expanding recruitment, strengthening training, eliminating the weak, rectifying the atmosphere, until it is built into a truly strong army, deterring the Seven Kingdoms. The current commander, Janos Slint, is greedy and corrupt, and his position is not firm, so of course he cannot be retained. Joffrey finalized several candidates. It depends on who is the most loyal and useful at that time. The destination has arrived. He pushed open the thick wooden door and saw Tyrion lying diagonally on the bed at a glance. Joffrey walked closer, and a strong smell of alcohol immediately hit him. "Uncle, are you awake?" Tyrion shook his head and struggled to sit up. "Joffrey! Have you come to visit your poor uncle? How touching! Drink less, don't ruin your brain." Tyrion didn't think so. Wine is a good thing. Wine makes people wise, ale makes people calm, and spirits make people think. How can I leave these treasures? Joffrey didn't say anything, went to the table and poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it. The sunlight shining through the window shifted slightly. "My dear prince, what instructions do you have?" Tyrion's voice was much clearer. "My grandfather is returning to Casterly Rock tomorrow. Are you staying in King's Landing?" "Of course. It's best if I don't see him." "Ears have walls." Joffrey didn't waste any words, took out a roll of parchment from his arms and handed it to Tyrion. "Then you have to keep an eye on Littlefinger, my dragon eggs haven't arrived yet." Tyrion agreed loudly, while unfolding the parchment. Observation record of the Prime Minister's death, the whole process. Deadline 6 months, recruit people, secretly collect information on all personnel in King's Landing, Littlefinger and Varys people first. Interesting. Is Lord Jon really going to be killed? Do your job well. When I become king, I might make you a minister. Minister of Finance would be good. Tyrion thanked him repeatedly and continued reading. Deadline 1 month, place secret agents to approach targets, Prince Stannis, Prince Renly, Gold Cloak's commander and other officers, waiting for further orders, waiting for an opportunity to act. Secret agents. To do what? Tyrion knew very well. But he didn't expect Joffrey's plot to be so aggressive and bold. Even if Prime Minister Jon dies and Duke Stark takes over, there's no need to move these people, right? Unless... A terrible thought flashed like lightning. Tyrion shuddered and woke up completely. King Robert is going to have an accident? Just thinking about this possibility made him deeply worried. You should know that it has only been a dozen years since the Targaryen dynasty was destroyed, and there are many voices in the folk who miss the former dynasty. The new Baratheon dynasty is not stable. Although King Robert is addicted to wine and women, indulges in indulgence, does not ask about state affairs, and spends extravagantly, he owes 6 million gold dragons, which is equivalent to 3 years of national treasury income. Although Robert still enjoys the nickname usurper. But he is, after all, the founding monarch who personally seized the huge kingdom in the war. The 7 great dukes, hundreds of princes, and tens of millions of people, so many people inevitably have conflicts, but King Robert's generosity, bravery and brilliant achievements are recognized. With this foundation, the 7 kingdoms have reunified and submitted to the Iron Throne, and Westeros has maintained a rare stability and prosperity. Once the king dies suddenly, after the young and unrespected Joffrey ascends the throne, will the 7 kingdoms continue to be obedient? Tyrion is not optimistic. Joffrey is well aware of the consequences of the death of the king. In the more than 100 years since the Targaryens lost their dragons, the princes of the 7 kingdoms have become increasingly powerful and have long been accustomed to governing their own affairs, and their awe of the Iron Throne has been greatly reduced. The rules and order are becoming more and more fragile, and the princes value power above all else. In this environment, once King Robert dies, the alliance of the 5 kingdoms of Stag, Wolf, Fish, and Eagle, which has only existed for more than 10 years, will weaken at best and collapse at worst. Among the 5 kingdoms, the Stark, Tully, and Arryn families in the north, Riverlands and Vale are married and are more closely related and can be completely independent of the royal family. The royal stag family has two ambitious uncles. Renly owns the Storm Lands, and Stannis occupies Dragonstone, sandwiching the Crownlands directly under the Iron Throne in the middle. The stag family is divided into three. Joffrey's greatest reliance. The Lannister lion family in the Westerlands. Is a maternal relative, but it joined the Usurper War the latest and has a bad reputation. The wolf, fish, eagle and even the royal stag family don't like it very much, and it has almost no influence on the Five-Nation Alliance. The other two countries are even more troublesome. Dorne is located in the southernmost part of the Seven Kingdoms, hot and dry, with vast deserts, and has always had a sturdy folk customs and is extremely difficult to conquer. Its economy, culture, and politics are relatively independent, and the Iron Throne has the least influence. The Reach is the most fertile, with a population of more than 10 million, close to one-third of the Seven Kingdoms, and the abundant grain can feed both the Stormlands and Dorne at the same time. In addition, the Targaryen forces of the former dynasty, the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, and other princes all have their own demands and ambitions. Once the king's pressure is gone, all conflicts will erupt in a concentrated manner, like a monstrous flood. The Seven Kingdoms are bound to bleed. But at the same time, the power of the flood can also wash away garbage and dirt, land smoothly, and build a new world. In short, remember my dragon eggs, don't let Littlefinger play tricks. After giving a final instruction, Joffrey turned and left directly, expressing his attitude. He believed that Tyrion would do these things well, and could do them well. Tyrion looked at Joffrey's back solemnly, his mind full of thoughts. Is Westeros about to fall into war? Who will murder King Robert? Robert's two younger brothers, or my vicious sister, or even Joffrey, who knows the truth? Will the Iron Throne of the Stag change hands again? Most importantly, is the current Joffrey worthy of trust and reliance? Tyrion looked at the last line of text on the parchment: funds, 5,000 gold dragons, reimbursed at the Hound. What choice do people like me have? That's all I can do. Chapter 10, The Boy in the Throne Room. After lunch, Joffrey wandered into the throne room, which was near the main gate of the Red Keep. Seeing the commoners gathered outside the door to make their petitions, he was suddenly intrigued and immediately had the Hound clear a path through the dense crowd. Normally, the king should be sitting on the Iron Throne in the throne room at this time, listening to the people's petitions and appeals, upholding justice and announcing judgments. King Robert was clearly not one to do so. Hunting in the Kingswood across the river occupied most of the king's time, and these trivial matters were handled daily by the hand of the king, Prime Minister Jon Arryn. Stepping into the throne room, the terrifying Iron Throne on the high platform immediately dominated Joffrey's view. Nearly 300 years ago, Aegon the Conqueror of the Targaryen family first unified the Seven Kingdoms. Balerion the Black Dread, his dragon, spewed dragon flame, melting all the blades offered by those who submitted during the conquest. The Iron Throne, full of spikes, sharp corners, twisted metal, and symbolizing the authority of the throne, was born. The Dragon King Aegon also left a famous saying: "A king should never sit easy." It sounded cool. But really facing this throne, Joffrey suddenly understood the pain of those Targaryen kings. Unable to lean back, constantly careful of the sharp blades around, it was simply torture. Joffrey would not wrong himself. How could the king's throne be this kind of thing? He would replace it sooner or later. After admiring the Iron Throne, Joffrey, meeting the gazes of the crowd, walked straight forward on the dragon fire patterned tiles in the center of the hall. At this time, the throne room was in recess, and the next batch of petitioners was still waiting to be summoned. Jon Arryn sat upright on the Iron Throne. The King's Guard, Mandon Moore and Meryn Trant, stood on either side of the high platform. At the council table below the throne steps sat 5 members of the small council: Lord Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws; Lord Stannis Baratheon, Master of Ships; Lord Peter Baelish, Master of Coin; Grand Maester Pycelle; and Lord Varys, Master of Whisperers. The giant dragon skulls that once hung high on the walls on both sides had long been replaced with tapestries depicting King Robert's hunting scenes. Beneath the tapestries stood hundreds of knights, nobles, and ladies. The audience stood in the inner corridors on both sides. On the innermost side were 2 rows of gold cloaks maintaining order, each fully armed and wearing a golden cloak, looking very impressive. Varys asked on behalf of the crowd, knowingly, "Your Royal Highness, Prince Joffrey, what brings you here to inspect today?" Joffrey maintained a proper smile. Usually charming, but acting foolishly and cruelly, that was typical of him. Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to see the petitions, to learn in advance. The day he sat on the Iron Throne would be much sooner than people expected. Joffrey calmly scanned the people in front of him. The old and vigorous Prime Minister was expressionless, the bald-headed Uncle Stannis had sharp eyes, and the attitudes of the others seemed very friendly. The Prime Minister and Uncle were undoubtedly enemies, but others were not to be trusted either. My lords, is there a seat for me here? Surely the Crown Prince can't be made to stand. Joffrey behaved politely and with restraint, which would have been better if he hadn't added the last sentence. The faces of all those standing changed slightly. Jonaran spoke, prepare a seat for His Royal Highness, the one embroidered with the crowned stag. The King's stag, too bad you aren't one, Joffrey Waters? Bastards born in the Crownlands were uniformly given the surname Waters, but Jonaran wasn't sure if that included the product of incestuous twins. He could only silently tell himself that now was not the time. Although he had confirmed Joffrey's parentage and chosen to support Stannis as the heir to the Iron Throne, Jon still had to put on a good show. Prime Minister Jon tried his best to suppress his disgust. As long as he found conclusive evidence, handled Robert's emotions and the Lannister family well, the kingdom could get rid of the filthy incestuous bloodline and return to the right path. He prayed secretly, hoping that the documents he reviewed tomorrow would be helpful. Joffrey sat alone between the Iron Throne and the council table, attending as an observer. This seemed to imply that he could not express his opinions here. The herald announced loudly, "Let the petitions continue." Several merchants walked in, humbly kneeling before the Iron Throne. Reporting to the hand of the king, "My lords, the 5 of us are representatives of the weapons merchants of Steel Street." Recently, Joffrey paid no more attention to them. Most of the time, the throne room only served as the political center of King's Landing, dealing with the affairs of hundreds of thousands of people, far from the image of the national center he had in mind. The main reason he came in was to see how his future opponents would perform on formal occasions before he left King's Landing. After listening to the petition, the Master of Coin, Littlefinger, spoke first, his tone lazy and playful. "The price of pig iron has doubled, surely that can't be blamed on the Iron Throne? Or do you expect the treasury to subsidize you?" The leading merchant shook his head quickly, "How dare we? It's just that the market has been very stable recently, and suddenly it's like this. There may be someone causing trouble behind the scenes." The Master of Laws, Renly, chuckled, "Varys, it's your turn. Do your little birds know this secret?" The eunuch stroked the smooth, sea blue silk on his body and responded casually, "Perhaps our Lord Peter can also provide an answer." Joffrey's lips curved. Littlefinger was actually being accused, interesting. But Littlefinger seemed not to have understood Varys's hint at all. "That's strange, how could I be more informed than the spider?" No one spoke now. After a brief silence, the hand of the king stood up from the Iron Throne. "Very well. In the name of the king, Peter is responsible for restoring the price of pig iron to normal within 2 weeks. Does anyone object?" Lord Peter bowed and accepted the order. "As you command. Your subordinate will do everything possible to find out the mastermind behind the scenes and restore a satisfactory business environment to the steel market." The merchants could not say anything, so they had to retreat with gratitude. Joffrey saw it clearly. The throne room was just going through the motions. The outcome of the weapons merchants' complaints had already been decided. As long as Littlefinger did not fall, this trivial matter was just a matter of stopping for a limited time for him. The merchants could not see the situation clearly, and none of the people present were their backers, so they had to suffer a little. In the following petitions, Joffrey watched coldly, gaining a good understanding of the conflicts of interest and intrigues of the feudal era. The differences in the boundaries of cultivated land between farmers outside the city, the compensation for fights in taverns, the knight who felt insulted demanding severe punishment for the other party, the 2 small lords of the Crownlands accusing each other of encroaching on land. Until the setting sun shone on the crimson tiles of the throne room. The last petitioning group entered. "My lords, please do us justice," a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes cried on her knees. "It's all this little bastard and his whore mother." She pointed excitedly at a mother and son embracing next to her. "Everyone understands the principle of a life for a life. Originally, there was no need to trouble you noble lords, but this bastard actually threatened with a knife, insisting that the Iron Throne make a judgment before he would give up. He even wanted to bring the knife into the court." The clerk at the council table explained the details to the ministers. The murdered Sir Alf Rolliesford was the husband of the petitioning woman. Alf died in the room of the prostitute Lauren while visiting a brothel, killed with a single knife thrust. She had already admitted that she could not bear Alf's torment and took action. Rumor had it that Sir Alf did have some unspeakable special habits. Joffrey sized up the mother and son. The mother's color had faded, her skin was dull, and her thin linen clothes were covered with bruises and scars. Although she was accused of murder, she spoke calmly as if she were chatting about everyday life, and it was clear that she was a person with a story. The son, a teenager, held his mother's arm tightly. His face was gloomy and numb, and his turbid eyes showed a strong hope. Varys sighed repeatedly. Oh, such a tragedy, but alas, the law does not allow for sentimentality, alas, how can one bear it? What does the Grand Maester think? The 80-year-old Grand Maester Pycelle kept his head very low, as if he could not bear the heavy weight of the scholar's chain made of 24 kinds of metal pieces around his neck, or as if he was asleep. Indeed, that's what the law says. This situation, probably no exception. But, it still depends on Lord Renly, what his attitude is. The Grand Maester's us and ahs made people worry about whether he was sober enough. The Master of Laws, Renly, frowned and hesitated to say, the law is certainly strict, but the reasons are complex. Perhaps, Lauren can be allowed to atone for her crime with lifelong labor, so as not to create more suffering. The kneeling teenager looked up at his benefactor, and the hope in his eyes became even stronger. The handsome and benevolent Renly was like King Robert in his youth, always able to win people's hearts and love. Stannis had always disliked Renly's indulgence in legal matters. The law is the law. Evil deeds cannot be offset, and murderers must pay with their lives. Moreover, isn't that what prostitutes do? Therefore, killing people does not deserve mercy at all. The teenager turned his head stiffly and stared at Stannis. As soon as he opened his mouth, his mother immediately hugged him tightly. You kind lords, I confess my guilt. I only ask that you forgive my poor son. He was just too scared and didn't want to hurt anyone with a knife. Renly no longer pleaded. After a few breaths, the hand of the king stood up. Guards, step forward. In the name of the king, I sentence the murderer Lauren to death, to be carried out immediately. Today's petitions are over. Joffrey saw the mother whisper a few words in her son's ear. Without struggling, she followed the execution guards out of the throne room and headed towards the outer wall of the Red Keep. The day's work was over. People gradually dispersed. Renly sighed as he walked out, not forgetting to throw a gold dragon to the helpless teenager. The upright Stannis only gave him a cold snort. Prostitutes and bastards should not exist. The law is the law, and I am Robert's legitimate heir, not that abomination that the gods cannot tolerate. Joffrey walked very steadily. He calmly passed the teenager's huddled and motionless figure. Perhaps another layer of insurance could be added. Chapter 11. The Newborn Light of Peace. The scenery in the western suburbs of King's Landing is quite nice. Joffrey rode his steed merrily, guarded by the hound, accompanying Duke Tywin's caravan home. It was a long journey. The caravan would travel west along the wide gold road for more than 2,000 kilometers to reach the heart of the Westerlands. Casterly Rock, with its rock as bones and gold as marrow, never fallen. Relying solely on his original memories was far from satisfying Joffrey's desire to explore Casterly Rock. Unfortunately, the caravan probably hadn't even touched the edge of the Westerlands when the news of Hand Jonaran's death arrived. If he wanted to see Casterly Rock with his own eyes, he would have to wait a while. On a lush green hill, Joffrey reined in his horse, gazing into the distance at the caravan winding along the road. There were well over 1,000 people, including well-equipped lords, knights, and guards, practically an army. Sandor, what do you think of Casterly Rock? Joffrey asked the hound at his side, assuming he would have a lot to say, having left there in his teens. The hound was still a bit awkward, as if being called by his real name occasionally was as uncomfortable as eating a bug. Have I been a dog for too long? Casterly Rock, hey. The hound could hardly remember, he was thinking about Gregor all the time back then. It's big, it's hard, not a good place for fun. Joffrey glanced at him, what a spoilsport. The mountain is in the caravan now, do you want to do something to him? It would be better to settle this feud as soon as possible. Having his personal guard wearing a grim face all day, thinking about revenge, was too much of a mood killer. The hound shuddered as if touched by a flame. Prince, let's rejoin the group early, the castle for tonight's encampment is still far away. As soon as he finished speaking, the hound flicked his reins and galloped straight towards the caravan below. What does rejoining the group have to do with the castle being far away? Joffrey shook his head and sighed, it's all my fault, I definitely won't bring this guy next time I want to relax. After returning to the caravan, Joffrey climbed into his spacious carriage. Although it wasn't as huge as the Queen's mobile palace, which required 40 horses to pull, it was still enough for 7 or 8 people to rest and entertain themselves. Hannah, bring over all the things we brought from the vault. This was originally the work of the squire, Eileen. The quiet girl sitting in the carriage took out items from a box under the seat one by one. Valyrian steel without magic, glass candles, gems and crystals, a great sword. Joffrey picked up a dagger and examined it carefully. The hilt was made of dragon bone, the blade was as black as night, 2 fingers wide, slightly longer than a palm, and double-edged. This is the dagger used to assassinate Bran in the plot, isn't it? Hannah, I took you from my mother without permission, do you have any thoughts about that? Joffrey asked abruptly. The little maid was startled and quickly expressed her feelings, how could I? Being able to serve the crown prince is truly Hannah's greatest fortune. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Actually, Hannah has already passed her 15th name day. If it weren't for you, the queen would probably have matched me with those squires. I don't want to. Scanning the girl's pretty features and figure, Joffrey chuckled and ruffled her chestnut curls. When cleaning up the court in the future, a senior maid with no family background, familiar with the Red Keep, and reliable in her work, would be of great use. We'll sleep here tonight. It's warmer in the carriage. Hannah lowered her head shyly. In the evening, the huge caravan finally arrived at the campsite. This was the ancestral castle of House Thorne in the western part of the Crownlands, supported by tens of thousands of farmers within a radius of dozens of miles. The Lannister family's generosity and wealth were known throughout the 7 kingdoms, so House Thorne would naturally not refuse and would not dare to refuse such guests, and had prepared plenty of food and drink to entertain them early on. It was just that the stone castle was not very big, and it was quite crowded to squeeze in 1,000 people. The interior decoration was also very ordinary. Joffrey preferred to spend the night in his own carriage. There was a banquet going on outside, so he let Hannah and the other servants move around freely, and stayed alone in the closed carriage. It's time. He picked up the dagger again. Since possessing it the night before yesterday, the changes in his soul had become greater and greater, its sense of existence had become stronger and stronger, and that power was about to burst forth. Some kind of instinct told him how to use it. Let me see what the magic of Valyrian steel is. Joffrey took a deep breath, pressed his right hand on the blade of the dragon bone hilt dagger, and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know how long had passed. The noisy sounds of the outside world gradually weakened and disappeared, and the sound of breathing became everything, rising and falling like the tide, washing over his mind. Finally, it was stirred slightly. As if consuming its source, its sense of existence suddenly weakened a lot, and then a mass of cold, invisible matter separated out. A strange feeling. Not the feeling of gemstones and crystals, not the special light he saw, but the coldness that touched the depths of his soul. The water-like coldness flowed through his eye sockets, the root of his tongue, his throat, his shoulder blades, his upper arms, his forearms, his wrists, until each fingertip of his right hand. That right hand broke free from the control of his brain and suddenly clenched the dagger hard. But under the comfort of the invisible cold energy, he seemed to have lost all fear and pain, expressionless, letting the blood drip down along the blade and between his fingers. In an instant or an eternity, the cold energy was completely transferred to the dagger. The dagger lit up with patterns again, and the white light gradually filled and spread. In the next instant, bursts of stinging pain, the smell of iron, and the dripping right hand flooded into his mind at the same time. He immediately threw away the red-hot dagger like a hot potato, and carefully and cautiously held up his poor right hand, even wanting to stick out his tongue and lick it. Damn it, that really hurts. Is magic this weird? I can actually be so cruel to myself. Mechanical mind? He wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he explain this? Say I suddenly went crazy and harmed myself. Hiss. The wound on his hand was unbearably itchy. He noticed in surprise that the white light on his body was fading quickly. This process was difficult to quantify. Fortunately, the sense of existence of it did not weaken further, and the final brightness of the white light was about the same as what he saw in the early morning yesterday, so it didn't completely disappear. My hand. Joffrey stroked his right hand. It didn't hurt anymore, all the scars had completely disappeared, only slightly dried bloodstains proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. It healed me? Joffrey could only think of this explanation. It created Valyrian steel at the cost of part of its own origin, and also used white light to repair his injuries. Magical. In just a few minutes, his spirit rose and fell with the changes in the situation, and finally came to a satisfactory end. After calming down, he began to summarize the gains of this time. The toughness and sharpness of Valyrian steel, and the rapid repair of wounds, seem to have no connection, but they still have something in common. Previously, he had already discovered that the material properties of Valyrian steel itself had not yet reached the point of being indestructible. However, the cracks in Valyrian steel would gradually recover with the consumption of white light. That is to say, every time Valyrian steel attacks, it also causes minor damage to itself. It's just that this kind of magic can quickly repair the small damage to Valyrian steel, keeping it in its best condition at all times. In addition, its collection and symbolic significance are even greater, and it is rarely used normally. This is what has jointly created its current reputation. The treatment of wounds is probably a similar effect. He pondered. Perhaps it could be called recovery magic. Hannah's voice came from outside the carriage. Your Highness, there's steak, lamb chops, fried fish, smoked chicken, roast duck, bread, honey, cake, fruit, red wine, and ale. Do you need anything? Joffrey began to tidy up the messy scene. Just bring some food over. After refilling his stomach, Joffrey relaxed on the bed in the carriage, carefully admiring the 8-inch-long Valyrian steel dagger in his palm. Unlike the previous ones, this dagger was the crystallization of his wisdom, made by his own hands and stained with his blood. Looking at this dagger, Joffrey seemed to see thousands of equally powerful swords, axes, and spears. One day, those scenes in his dreams will become reality. Not just the 7 kingdoms, the world will submit. Hannah changed into light gauze and walked onto the bed. She leaned against the prince and curiously reached out to touch the blade. Your Highness, this dagger is so beautiful, does it have a name? It didn't before, now I call it Light of Peace, what do you think? He had been curious and checked before. Joffrey is a French variant of Geoffrey, meaning divine peace. Hannah nestled her head into his arms, her voice soft and light. It sounds nice. What's with you suddenly, woman? What do men want? Power, conquest, women. Heh, then let me show you the power of the Light of Peace. Ah, Your Highness. Chapter 12, Tears of Lys. Tears of Lys, said to be invented by the alchemists of Lys, have a taste as clear and sweet as water, and when dissolved in wine, cannot be smelled or tasted. It can disrupt the stomach and intestines, causing death within a day or two, but appearing like a normal intestinal illness. Some people therefore regard it as poison. But it just stays there quietly, allowing people to manipulate it. Is it its fault? Peter came and took it away, handing it to a lovelorn woman. Tears of Lys have now become a seemingly ordinary pot of red wine, quietly waiting in the hand's study. It was already late at night, and Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, was still staring intently at the book under the candlelight. A genealogical and historical account of the great houses of Westeros, including many descriptions of lords, ladies, and their children, written by Maester Melian centuries ago, is trivial and complicated, seemingly without any practical value. But the Hand had found the most crucial evidence in it. The evidence was very important. In the legendary tales of the Age of Heroes, Lannister family's ancestor, Cunning Lon, stole sunlight from the sun and dyed his hair golden. The Lannister family's golden hair, inherited for thousands of years, is therefore well known, and no one suspects why the 3 princes and princesses all do not have black hair. Robert Baratheon is no exception. But this book clearly records the union between the stag and the lion. The most recent was more than 90 years ago. The lioness's stillborn baby boy had black hair, and 30 years before that, the doe bore 4 children for the lion, all of whom had black hair. He kept tracing back through the yellowed pages. Golden always yields to charcoal black. The seed is strong. Jon was in turmoil, finally having undeniable evidence, but how to end this? He couldn't help but notice that Cersei had left King's Landing with her 3 children during the day, and the Kingslayer had also left. Was it a coincidence? In this situation, can it be resolved peacefully? Jon knew the answer. The seed is strong, he murmured. He knew Robert's temper best. Once he rashly learned the truth, the fate of the 7 kingdoms would irretrievably fall into the abyss. His wife, Lisa, came over. John, go to bed early. Catching a glimpse of his wife's evasive and fragile eyes, the hand was as amiable as ever. I still have things to do, don't wait for me. Is Robin asleep? In any case, he had to wait until Lisa and Robin returned to the Eyrie before making plans. With more than 70 years of life experience, John would no longer act impulsively. Only by arranging family matters properly could he fully deal with the crisis of the Seven Kingdoms. As long as Robin returns to the Vale, the vassals of the Eyrie will protect him. My little Robin will become the proud and glorious new king of the Eyrie, inheriting the glory of the Arryn family. As high as honor. If I could see this scene with my own eyes, I would have no regrets even in death. The mother blesses, little Robin sleeps well, without fussing or making noise. Lisa took the initiative to refill her husband's wine glass. It's cold at night, it's good to drink some wine to warm up before continuing to work. The hand smiled with satisfaction. He didn't ask much of his young wife, as long as she had maternal love for Robin. Now it seems that the marriage between the two is also developing in a good direction. His wife went to rest, leaving John with a silent and dim space again. His thoughts couldn't help but turn back to the troubling matter. The seed is strong. John raised his glass and took a big gulp. The next morning, after going to the toilet several times, the hand collapsed on the bed and could no longer get up. The severe pain in his abdomen wantonly destroyed his thinking and reason, with no signs of relief or improvement. Lisa Tully and her child Robert Arryn, nicknamed Robin, were not in the room. There was no way, according to Lady Lisa, little Robin was not in good health to begin with, and if John's illness was contagious or stimulated little Robin's spirit, it would be terrible. The servants kept wiping the hand's body and stretching his muscles and bones, trying to make the hand as comfortable as possible. Maester, what do you see? I originally thought that Lord John had eaten too much ice and caught a cold in his stomach, but now the condition is getting more and more serious. Archmaester Coleman, the Arryn's maester, asked worriedly. Pycelle shook his head and sighed, alas, child, you are too young and do not know how fragile the elderly are. Even a small ailment can take the lives of people our age. Maester Coleman did not give up. Perhaps we can give Lord John some more purgatives and pepper water, we can't just do nothing, right? Pycelle patted him on the shoulder. Good child, you are very smart and capable, but let me tell you a little more of the old man's experience. For weak patients, you must not use drugs casually, otherwise you will only harm them. Pycelle stroked his long white beard with emotion. Sometimes, doing nothing is much better than acting blindly. Coleman still couldn't figure it out, but Pycelle waved his hand to stop him. Child, Maester Coleman, you are too nervous, go down, let me handle things here. The Archmaester sent away the young Maester Coleman, then sat quietly by the hand's bedside. The servants waited for the Archmeister's instructions, but Pycelle only let them continue. The room became busy again, but no one knew what the use of this was, perhaps it was just to make themselves look less useless. Archmaester Pycelle sat motionless as if he were asleep. He had served 4 kings. Robert Baratheon, the last king of the previous dynasty, Mad King Aerys Targaryen, Aerys' father Jaehaerys II, and Jaehaerys' father Aegon the unlikely Aegon V. But he felt that the most kingly and truly deserving to rule the country among the 7 kingdoms was Lord Tywin Lannister, who had never worn a crown. Pycelle understood that he was too concerned about the Lannister family. But what is the reason for an old man in his 80s to live? The fear of death and worldly desires cannot be ruled out, of course. But the most important reason is probably to want to change and leave something behind. The king of the 7 kingdoms should be good at and happy to govern the country, should not indulge himself or others, and should not be as cruel as the Mad King, preferably like Duke Tywin. The unconscious hand made a vague sound. Pycelle leaned closer to listen. It seemed that he was calling Robert, not knowing whether he was calling the king or the frail little Robin. Robert. The atmosphere in the Red Keep has been very strange these days. Pycelle knew that the queen wanted the hand to die. Although she never said it, Pycelle understood the meaning in her eyes. Now, would it be a good opportunity? Is Hand John sick, or some rare poison? Pycelle was not too sure, he just chose to wait and see, time would tell everything. Hopefully everything goes well. Chapter 13. Your Highness, it's time to depart. Hannah, flushed from their recent encounter, shyly nudged the prince. Joffrey rolled over, pulling the girl into his arms. If we must go, we must go. The carriage can move on its own. He was quite pleased with his body. Though only 12, he was already 5'10" and developing nicely. Could it be the effect of the restoration magic? Hannah still hesitated. It wouldn't be good if Lord Tywin saw us. That's right. Joffrey remembered that today was set aside to properly meet with his grandfather, Tywin. The eternal hand of the king, Duke of Casterly Rock, Shield of Lanny Sport, and Warden of the West Tywin Lannister, a man of kingly demeanor. Quite the impressive titles. The convoy moved forward in an orderly fashion. Duke Tywin rode ahead, head held high and chest puffed out, his crimson armor adorned with golden patterns, a golden lion clasping a blood-red half-cape on his left shoulder. Even Joffrey, following behind, had to admit his presence was extraordinary, befitting a man who had once ruled the Seven Kingdoms. During a break, Duke Tywin and several lords and knights sat together. Joffrey approached. Adam Marbrand spoke first, offering greetings. Your Highness, do you have any instructions for us? Joffrey knew him, a talented and charismatic new generation general from the West. My lords, I have important matters to discuss with my grandfather. I must ask you to excuse us. Everyone looked towards Duke Tywin. You heard the prince, Tywin said, his eyes fixed on Joffrey. The open wilderness was the perfect place to reveal secrets. Joffrey cut straight to the chase. Grandfather may not know, but Jaime Lannister is actually my father. The most mundane tone, delivering the most shocking content. Duke Tywin's brow furrowed violently. Joffrey, are you mad? How dare you speak such nonsense in my presence? Joffrey immediately dropped another bombshell. Actually, Lord Jon Arryn has already discovered the truth and is conspiring with Stannis. Joffrey carefully observed his grandfather's reaction. Although his expression shifted, his eyes remained too calm. As expected, Duke Tywin knew everything. The reason for bringing a large entourage to King's Landing, and for wearing armor on the return journey, was likely due to Jaime and Cersei's illicit affair. Then, did you know this? Joffrey threw out his final bargaining chip. Lord Jon Arryn will be poisoned in the next few days, dying painfully but with full awareness of the truth. Duke Tywin suddenly stood up. Within a few breaths, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Disaster seemed inevitable. But in the end, Duke Tywin sat back down. Joffrey, stop this nonsense. If you're going to make up stories, at least think them through. Duke Tywin didn't dismiss him, so Joffrey knew he had listened. This was a test. Grandfather, everyone has their secrets. I've simply grown up. Joffrey treated this entirely as a negotiation. Actually, Grandfather doesn't need to be so nervous, because I also know that Lord Jon Arryn won't reveal this secret. King Robert remains completely unaware. Joffrey, you're just talking to yourself. Joffrey sighed with a hint of sorrow. Grandfather, Lord Tywin, must we only communicate with lies and deception? Tywin was silent for a moment. Who would have dared to mention the rumors of the Golden Twins in his presence before? Not even the Crown Prince. But in the face of the Lannister family's life and death, these things were no longer important. The Lion King seemed to be issuing an order. Continue. Joffrey wasn't nervous at all. The current environment was the safest it had been in days. Surrounded by Lannisters Cersei, Jaime, Tywin. As long as he wasn't foolish enough to reveal everything, who would want his life? Joffrey was about to make up another story. Gods be good, I had a dream and saw some secrets. Originally, I didn't dare to believe it, but some things that have happened these past few days have confirmed the scenes in the dream. Meeting Tywin's sharp gaze, Joffrey felt no guilt. As a young lion of Lannister, I naturally have to consider the family's interests and can't just watch opportunities slip through our fingers. Grandfather, the Lannister family's status for the next 1,000 years depends on your decision. Tywin had many questions, but at this critical moment, burdened with the family's responsibilities, he couldn't dwell on trivial details. What are your plans? What else do you want to say? Grandfather, a great upheaval, unseen for 1,000 years, is about to come. The Seven Kingdoms have been united under the Targaryens for nearly 300 years. From the lords and nobles to the common people, they have gradually come to regard the Seven Kingdoms as a single entity. In a sense, the Targaryen dynasty was like the Qin dynasty of Westeros, only less centralized and living a little longer. The supreme power symbolized by the Iron Throne is enough to drive people mad. The Baratheons can sit on the throne, why can't another family? Joffrey appeared extremely serious. The lords will soon realize that times have changed. The war won't be as restrained as when the Andal kings fought each other, nor will it be as constrained as it was under the dragon's intimidation, but will destroy everything. Root and branch. Countless reigns of Castamere will be born. He paused slightly, calming the surging emotions in his chest. In that case, why can't we take it a step further? Do the Seven Kingdoms really need so many high lords and dukes? Can the small lords continue to govern themselves? Does the name Seven Kingdoms still have any meaning? Aren't we a single kingdom under the Iron Throne? Even Duke Tywin couldn't help but be shaken. Joffrey actually had such ambitions. With the atmosphere properly set, Joffrey immediately began to entice him. Lannister shouldn't stop at the Westerlands. Grandfather, aren't you tempted by Highgarden, the fertile and prosperous Reach, the seat of House Tyrell? Duke Tywin, however, didn't react much. Spare me the pretty words and tell me something practical. Joffrey revealed his plan. War will break out within the year. Grandfather can prepare early by stockpiling armor and weapons, and expanding the standing army. After Lord Jonaran's death, the king will travel north to Winterfell to have Lord Eddard take over, and at the same time, he will betroth me to Lord Eddard's eldest daughter. Gaining the strength of the dire wolves is equivalent to gaining the support of the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale. The king will die at just the right time. At that time, with the power of the Four Kingdoms plus the Crownlands, we can first deal with Stannis and Renly, then focus on the Reach, and intimidate Dorne. The Seven Kingdoms will be ours. There's only one problem. Joffrey was satisfied with everything, except for this one thing that left him speechless. My parentage. Many people in King's Landing are hoping to use this secret to stir up chaos in the Seven Kingdoms. We can't afford to antagonize the Starks and give others an opportunity. Duke Tywin remained noncommittal. Joffrey continued, stating the most direct purpose of this conversation. After Lady Lisa poisons the hand, she will take her son back to the Vale and shut herself away, but she will also write a secret letter to the Starks, at Littlefinger's instigation, framing us for killing the hand. The letter may accompany the king's convoy north to Winterfell, or it may change. Using a raven? Sending a verbal message? I can't guarantee it. Grandfather, Joffrey smiled slightly, you'll have a way to stop them, right? Duke Tywin remained expressionless, giving no indication of whether he believed Joffrey's words. Joffrey, I won't pry into your secrets. It's better this way. I will personally verify this information. If it's true. The old lion looked at the little lion draped in stag skin. I will protect the family. Jaime, Cersei, Tyrion, who can be my heir? Where are my grandchildren? Remember your bloodline. Lions are stronger and more formidable than stags. Remember your words, hear me roar. Would Joffrey be an option? Watching his grandfather's tall figure walking away, Joffrey felt a surge of security. Don't make any big moves before the king dies, grandfather. Truly worthy of being the king of the Pride. Joffrey seemed to have a sense of belonging to the Lannister family. As the convoy moved on, he returned to his carriage, kneading the soft, bouncy cheeks of his little mate as he fell into thought. Duke Tywin was surprisingly easy to talk to. Today's goal had been successfully achieved. With this matter resolved, he shouldn't have to worry about his life for the next few years, and he could develop properly. Optimistically speaking, taking the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros was only a matter of time. As for beyond Westeros, he bent down, finding a soft, warm eye mask for his eyes. Although it was just a minor move that wouldn't affect the overall situation, it would be even better if it succeeded. Arryn, it's all up to you. Good luck. Chapter 14, The Harvest on the Narrow Sea. The sun was shining brightly. The calm, deep blue sea was covered with fine, continuous white scales of light. The captain was very happy. Since setting sail from King's Landing, the Pentos trading ship Harvest had enjoyed a very smooth voyage for 2 days. The winds and currents are very favorable, perhaps we can return to charming Pentos in 4 days. Praise the sea god, that's a full 2 days earlier than usual. In Elend's view, the captain was more than twice as fat as a captain needed to be. The Iron Throne's envoy nodded in response, may the mother protect us, and may my mission be completed as successfully as this voyage. Elend Lantal did not interrupt. On the surface, he was sent by Prince Joffrey to supervise the envoy's purchase of dragon eggs, but in reality, Elend shifted uncomfortably. The captain's cabin at the stern was decorated very luxuriously, with thick carpets and stained glass windows, but the seat was not suitable. The ship and the captain's master, Governor Illyrio Mopedus, were both large in stature. The leather chairs customized for him were naturally unusual. Elin even felt that one chair would be enough for the three of them. The captain didn't seem to have much hope. "I've never even heard of the dragon eggs you want before, so the governor must value them highly." The envoy's smile was very restrained. Pentos and King's Landing are the closest trading partners. I believe Governor Illyrio is wise enough not to reject the Iron Throne's goodwill. Of course, there are also golden dragons. Even the captain could hear the threat and temptation in his words. His breathing became heavier, but he didn't say anything more. Elin didn't care. The Red Keep was filled with such scenes of verbal sparring, open mockery, and veiled sarcasm every day, and he was long accustomed to such an atmosphere. He concentrated on the task assigned by the Crown Prince. Naturally, he had to ensure that the dragon eggs were obtained, but after that, he had an even more important and secret matter to take care of. Stormborn Daenerys Targaryen, the beggar king Viserys Targaryen. For more than a decade, Elin had never associated himself with these legendary names. Now, however, he was to take them as his target and be loyal to his master. Whenever he thought of this, Elin couldn't help but feel a numb tremor emanating from his heart. Will I also be mentioned in songs, as a treacherous villain? A retainer who endures humiliation and bears a heavy burden? But what he couldn't have imagined the most was Prince Joffrey's words and actions at that time. Elin believed that he had already figured out the prince's temperament over the years. He had never annoyed the capricious prince, and thus became a leading figure among the thousands of servants in the Red Keep. But 4 days ago, the afternoon after the prince's tournament, Elin saw another side of the prince in the Red Keep's Godswood. Find a reason to stay in Pentos, enter the governor's mansion, try to gain the trust of the beggar king and his sister. It would be best to bring them back to King's Landing, but if not, kill them. Elin almost thought he was hallucinating. What was the prince saying? Not to tease any servant or courtier, not to play some strange game, but to have me assassinate the remnants of the evil dragon. How did the prince know? The prince's eyes were calm but frightening. What, are you unwilling? Elin reflexively replied, as you command. Your loyal servant is always at your beck and call. The large sea ship lurched violently. Elin silently watched the captain and envoy chatting happily. He realized that he had never seemed to see through the prince. The person from before was just the prince's disguise. That's good. Elin couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Although he was the son of a lowly merchant, growing up in the alleys of Lannisport, he was fortunate enough to see a wider sky. Wealthy merchants and bullies who wore gold and silver and strutted around all day were no more than humble maggots when facing the Lannister lions of Casterly Rock. The Rains of Castamere, what a romantic, shocking, and powerful song. From that moment on, Elin vowed to follow in the footsteps of the lion for the rest of his life, to witness the scenery that he should not have seen, to trample all those whom he could only look up to in the past into the dust, and to have his own song. He had achieved part of it. Even if he could only share a little of the prince's glory, he had reached the highest position that a Lantal could reach. He could live in Maegor's Holdfast in the Red Keep, watch Sir Jaime, the greatest knight in the Seven Kingdoms, pass by, and even speak to the king and queen, and come into contact with countless lords and nobles. Now, he had an ambitious master again, and had the opportunity to create history with his own hands. The loyal and clever Elin, the end of the dragon, Lantal the Dragon Slayer, bards will write songs with me as the protagonist, and let my name spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, longer than life itself. I must not fail this opportunity. The harvest shook even more violently, making Elin, who was sailing for the first time, feel a little dizzy. The sailors on deck let out terrified cries. Look there! It's a storm! Your Majesty, sea god! Don't abandon your pious people! The captain immediately rushed out, and soon returned, with some water stains on his body. Too sudden, how could this be? The captain looked incredulous. There was no warning at all, the storm appeared out of nowhere. How is this possible? The Iron Throne envoy also panicked. It was just a visit, was he going to lose his life in the narrow sea? Elin's expression was the ugliest. The light was right in front of him, how could he silently feed the fish? The sailors managed to furl the sails and secure the cargo. Chapter 15. The afternoon was sweltering. In the Prime Minister's bedroom, 7 monks held the 7-star Bible and prayed to the 7 gods for the beloved Prime Minister John. Originating from the Andal Mountains, the 7 gods had long become the mainstream faith of Westeros. The 7 gods are one in 7 aspects, transforming into the father, the mother, the warrior, the maiden, the smith, the crone, and the stranger, guiding the world to spend their lives correctly. Righteous father, a person who has done good all his life should not suffer such torment. Merciful mother, bless the world with peace, free from disaster and disease. Warrior, grant him the courage and strength to overcome illness. Wise crone, please guide us to a way to save him from his pain. Stranger, come later, not today, not today. Jonaran, however, could not hear these prayers. Tormented by illness, he had fallen into a deep dream. Sometimes, he seemed to return to the child in the eyrie, running and jumping happily within the castle, with a crowd of servants chasing after him. Sometimes, he suddenly grew into a steady young man, learning knowledge and swordsmanship, and befriending nobles, merchants, and knights. He married and watched his wife pass away. He appointed one heir after another, watching them meet with accidents. He had 2 foster sons. Robert's lively and cheerful laughter spread throughout the eyrie every day, bringing some vitality even to the silent and serious Eddard. Robert and Eddard gradually grew up. He received a strict order from the Mad King, but how could he bear to push his foster sons into the hell of death? High as honor. He followed the honor in his heart. The usurpers' war began. The rebel army was not weak. The Vale, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the North, 4 feudal dukes raised the banner of rebellion together. However, many of the lords under his command were still royalists or centrists, and these people had to be dealt with first. Robert and Eddard both performed very well, winning victory after victory. They captured Gulltown, fought the Battle of Summerhall, and eliminated and subdued the forces that did not obey. The Battle of the Bells defeated the royal army, and the rebel army's prestige greatly increased. At the Trident River, Robert smashed the red ruby 3-headed dragon on Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's chest with a heavy hammer, and the death knell of the Targaryen dynasty rang out. What exciting times those were! Afterwards, Robert became king, getting fatter and fatter, indulging in pleasure all day long, while he himself became the one who sat on the Iron Throne most often. Then, he had his only son from his wife Lisa. "My son, Robert, my little Robin, grow up quickly, grow strong quickly." Robert. Pycelle heard the Prime Minister's voice again. Not a meaningless, blurred wail, but a repeated call. "Robert, Robert, Robert." The king finally rushed over. "Pycelle, how is the old man? Why did he suddenly?" King Robert was both surprised and grieved. Apart from what happened to Lina, this was simply the worst thing he could imagine. Grand Maester respectfully stood up, with a compassionate expression. "Your Majesty, I have done my best, but, given Dukeran's age and the long-term burden of national affairs, his body and mind are exhausted, and a sudden illness is unavoidable." The king's expression was about to eat people. Pycelle trembled all over, and with great effort, he stammered, "The condition, there is no sign of improvement. Perhaps, we can give Dukeran some poppy milk to drink. At least to relieve his pain." Poppy milk, used for pain relief and anesthesia, can hardly be considered a good way to treat the disease. The king's anger instantly erupted, and his huge right fist went straight to Pycelle's face. "What nonsense! Pycelle, get out! Get out! My fist doesn't recognize useless guys like you." Pycelle hurriedly slipped out. The room quieted down. King Robert looked around, and finally sat down on the bed dejectedly. For a long time, he kept holding his foster father's hand and talking about the good old days. But the Prime Minister's spirit still did not recover, and he just kept shouting Robert from time to time. Lady Lisa still refused to let little Robert get close. I don't know how long it took. The king also gave up hope sadly. "Call Pycelle over here." After drinking the poppy milk, Jonaran woke up like a dying ember. Seeing his foster son Robert and his wife Lisa, he opened his mouth. In an instant, countless thoughts and pictures flashed through his mind. But in the end, John only said, "The seed is strong," and then murmured and closed his eyes, returning to his dream. After that, he calmed down and didn't speak again. In the shadows, Minister of Finance Peter Baelish was waiting for the final news. "Lord John, you are too impatient. How can it work if you don't give people time to prepare?" Although he orchestrated this murder, he considered it only a last resort and far from perfect. The Lannister secret was not unknown. The reason why it has been hidden for so many years is only because the insiders feel that the risk is too great or the benefits are not enough to have a motivation. Before Duke Stannis and Prime Minister John discovered the truth and decided to send Lisa back to the Eyrie, Littlefinger was actually one of these secret keepers. Damn Varys, cunning Renly. He could have created more perfect chaos, but now he had to act hastily in advance. There was no way, Lisa was really a perfect pawn, and Peter had other important arrangements for her, so how could he let her return to the Vale like this? Even so, he was confident that he could successfully turn the lion, wolf, deer, and eagle against each other. The so-called five-nation alliance will collapse overnight. The war is inevitable, the Riverlands will inevitably bleed endlessly, and the Reach and Dorne will not be indifferent. Wonderful chaos is coming. The tournament these days is the best time. Prime Minister John was close to the final evidence, and as soon as the book was in hand, he would let Lisa do it, and the old John in pain would tell the foster son king the truth before he died. At that time, the old Lion Tywin's large army would be in King's Landing, and a bloody battle would be inevitable. But unexpected factors appeared one after another. Little Devil actually instigated Joffrey to want a dragon egg, and the Queen's deterrent power has not disappeared, and Peter had to spend a whole day arranging it. Then there was Jon Arryn. He thought the action would be faster, but the old guy only found the book last night. The last and most fatal point was that Duke Tywin actually set off to return on the third day after the tournament yesterday morning, and Cersei and the three children, even the Kingslayer, went with him. Stupid Cersei! Arrogant Tywin! Once the Lannisters leave, the chaos created by the death of the Prime Minister will be greatly reduced. The power of the deer, eagle, fish, and wolf linked by King Robert cannot be matched by the lion alone. At that time, the cold and rational Duke Tywin will not care about his face, although the Westerlands will pay the price, but the war will end quickly. This is not Peter Baelish's purpose. But he was not discouraged. He has been here for so many years, and he has enough patience to wait for the next opportunity. Although the Lion's withdrawal from King's Landing is not the best result, at least without the five-nation alliance, the contradictions and differences between the 7 countries will become greater and greater. The next opportunity is not far away. He stroked the mockingbird crest on his chest and smiled mysteriously. Without the destruction of several ducal families, how can there be a new life for the Baelish ducal family? Peter's ambition is great: Earl, Duke, Iron Throne. For the supreme power, there must be enough chaos to overturn the 7 kingdoms and break the rigid and old-fashioned shackles of order. Only in this way can his bloodline of a declining small nobleman climb higher and higher, above thousands of people. When Aegon forged the Iron Throne, he didn't rely on blood or claims. At this time, an inconspicuous servant walked up to him and whispered a few words in his ear. Peter's face revealed unprecedented astonishment. How could this be? Jon Arryn. Littlefinger had never hated this old guy so much as he does now. He had considered all kinds of unexpected factors, but he never thought that there would be a problem here. The seed is strong. Is this your last words? You only said this. Who would have thought that the Prime Minister would not accuse the Lannister siblings before his death, but would bring the secret into the tomb? He simply felt like a clown. He had planned so much, but in the end he only got such a result. The Prime Minister is dead, the Lannisters are safe and sound, the king knows nothing. What will happen next? Peter had no mood to think about it at this time. The seed is strong. Jon Arryn, you old stubborn. You deserve to go to the 7 hells. Chapter 16, Source Energy Runes Magic Energy. Black wings bring black tidings. A raven from King's Landing flew to the Lannister caravan. The news spread quickly. The hand of the king, Duke of the Eyrie, Protector of the Vale, Warden of the East Jon Arryn, had suddenly passed away from an illness. Joffrey was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the hand to die so quickly, originally thinking he had a week or 2 left. He could only be thankful that he hadn't delayed and had promptly communicated the information with Duke Tywin, securing the support of the Lannister family. If he had let Stark receive the sowing of discord in the secret letter, it would have been much more troublesome to obtain their strength. The caravan continued its journey. Due to that fact that couldn't be made public, the Lannister siblings and Duke Tywin couldn't help but feel hesitant. Until King Robert's attitude was confirmed, the caravan would probably not change direction. Joffrey continued his research. Which to study, the great sword or the glass candle? He hesitated for a moment, then decided to research the project with clear expected returns first. Hannah, bring over the glass candle. Of all the items taken from the vault, only the great sword was the most difficult to understand. Valyrian steel goes without saying, and like the glass candle with its patterns, it was a magical tool with some specific effect. The effects of gems and crystals were already clear. They provided some kind of energy for magic. But this great sword showed nothing remarkable, it couldn't provide energy for other magic, and there had been no visible changes during this time, making it difficult to know where to start. Although he was very curious, there were more important things to do now. In the past 2 days, through practice and thought, based on existing information and data, he proposed a temporarily established magic framework. Gems, crystals, and other sensing sources that only he could sense could absorb and store a certain magical energy that was difficult to use directly. This energy was temporarily named source energy. The nature, source, total amount, and effects of source energy were all unknown. Valyrian steel and other light-emitting sources that could both be sensed and emit light could absorb source energy and convert it into some kind of usable magical energy. This type of energy was temporarily named magic energy. The white light that could repair damaged Valyrian steel and heal injuries was recovery magic energy. More precisely, what he truly sensed was source energy, and what could both be sensed and emit light was magic energy. Those items were just ordinary carriers. And the converter that converted source energy into magic energy was not the patterns, but the unknown it behind the patterns. Joffrey gave it an old-fashioned name. Rune. It was worth noting that the rune did not consume anything when converting source energy into magic energy, but creating and splitting new sub-runes required consuming its own origin. That invisible, cold energy. He named this precious cold energy rune energy. Unlike source energy and magic energy, so far he could only sense the rune energy he possessed, and he was powerless to sense the rune energy on other magical tools. When he used the recovery rune to create Valyrian steel before, he briefly sensed the rune energy during the transfer process. That coldness, and what he previously thought was a special sense for the rune, would weaken with the consumption of rune energy. In other words, it was actually a sense of the rune energy contained in the rune, not a sense of the rune itself. In this way, the rune became a completely ethereal concept. It could not be sensed, and its true structure could not be seen, greatly increasing the difficulty of research. Fortunately, there were still patterns. Although the patterns were only the magic energy flowing in a special path due to the needs of the rune, a distorted projection of the invisible rune. But it was precisely because of the existence of the patterns that Joffrey could indirectly touch the rune, and then by chance, obtain the rune and see the mysteries of magic. Then there was the first use of the recovery rune 3 days ago. Joffrey was pleasantly surprised to note that the spread and promotion of magic was not as difficult as he had imagined. At least it wasn't so difficult that magic's influence on the world was negligible. Taking himself as an example, the recovery rune could not only absorb source energy and convert it into recovery magic energy, but also continuously generate rune energy, creating other items with the recovery rune. It could even grow together with his soul. This last point was the most magical. It seemed that the soul provided the rune with food to grow, and the rune also provided the soul with nutrients to become stronger. Perhaps rune energy was some kind of derivative or variant of soul power. Back to the topic. With the accumulation speed of rune energy, Joffrey could create 1 or 2 pieces of Valyrian steel every day, or heal 2 or 3 minor injuries. The effect of magic was already very significant. But this also made him wonder, according to this calculation, Valyrian steel should not be so rare. There are hundreds of Valyrian steel weapons existing in Westeros, and probably thousands in the entire world. He alone could double this number in 10 years. Could it be that there were only a few magicians in a generation of Valyrians? This was of course impossible. As a lost magical civilization, the extent of Valyria's use of magic should be much more widespread. Then, this was probably not a problem with the Valyrians, but a problem with himself. Is my rune growing too fast? Or does my approach have unknown and significant costs? Even, they don't have the runes in their consciousness at all, but use other methods to use the power of magic? When he thought of this, he immediately discovered a key blind spot. That's right. Why do I always feel like others also have runes? Previously, he subconsciously thought that other people's situations were the same as his own, attributing the decline of magic to the rarity and difficulty of observing runes, and did not suspect too much. But once this idea arose, and recalling the known magic-related information, the answer was already very clear. From the actual performance. The ways in which this world uses magic are varied: spells, mediums, rituals, dreams, props, blood, life and death. There are many tricks, but there is no similar description of magic appearing with a thought. The magic known to the world is not only complicated and difficult to understand, but also has neither precise effects nor a definite success rate. Luck and accidents play a big role, which is completely inconsistent with the effects of runes. In terms of difficulty, although Joffrey only saw the distorted patterns projected by the rune, this was also an unparalleled talent in the world. Even so, he also deeply meditated on the patterns in his dream and completely consumed dozens of runes before successfully taking the first step. People in the world who cannot see the patterns cannot learn it at all. Overall, his rune is probably unique. The magic used by other people may only be an empirical application of runes or secondary forces, and they do not really understand the runes or the more essential magical concepts, so it is both complex and difficult to control. Could it be that in this world, there are some specific actions, sounds, and phenomena that can trigger the power of the rune? Only after contacting other magicians can the answer be obtained. Your Highness, the glass candle. Hannah carefully held it and presented it to the Crown Prince. This treasure didn't look sturdy, and she didn't want to break it. Joffrey took it and carefully examined it. This was a magical tool explicitly mentioned in the plot. Its shape is that of a candle, crystal clear, with a mysterious black light all over it, made of the famous dragon glass. Because dragon glass looks like some kind of glass, it is called glass candle. Dragon glass is also known as obsidian, and the Valyrians also called it frozen fire, which itself can cause damage to the others who use ice magic. When he was in King's Landing, he specifically looked for ordinary dragon glass and found that it, like gems and crystals, could automatically absorb and store source energy. Is source energy harmful to the others? In short, dragon glass can be used by the Valyrians to make glass candles. The wizards of the ancient Valyrian freehold used these candles to make their vision travel across mountains, oceans, and deserts. Sitting in front of this candle, they could enter other people's dreams to show illusions, or communicate information across half the world. Just these known functions have captured Joffrey's modern soul. Looking at these gorgeous functions, magic satellites, dream worlds, remote communication, this is definitely the basic module of the magic network. The Lord of the Magic Web is actually myself? At the thought of such a bright future, the expectations in his heart were almost bursting out. After dismissing the servants, he immediately concentrated his mind to communicate with the recovery rune in his consciousness, while trying to meditate on the patterns on the glass candle. Can the rune energy of different runes be used universally? He vaguely knew the answer. The rune energy hidden in the recovery rune must be able to construct a new rune. Chapter 17, Magic Net 0.1 Test Version. A continuous 10+ hours of lengthy meditation experiments left him feeling nauseous. For a good while afterward, various patterns and chaotic, disordered twisting lines constantly disturbed his mind like a nightmare. Fortunately, he finally obtained satisfactory experimental results. Rune power could indeed be used universally. Although the patterns on the glass candle mostly looked down on his meager accumulation of 4 days' worth of rune power, he finally managed to buy a new rune. What was the use of the new rune? He really wanted to know the answer immediately, but he had just exhausted his rune power, and the new rune's special magic power had not been replenished, so he had to patiently wait for the new rune to grow. During the 2 days of waiting, there was also a surprise. The speed at which the new rune and the recovery rune obtained rune power did not slow down. In other words, if the rune power increased by a single rune each day was recorded as 1 unit, then previously he could obtain 1 unit of rune power each day, and now he could obtain 2 units each day, a whole doubling. He just didn't know if there was an upper limit to this growth rate. With a heart full of joy and worry, today, after consuming the silver magic power accumulated by the new rune for 2 days and about 3 units of rune power, he finally successfully activated the new rune. Hannah, how do you feel? Joffrey asked the dazed girl with concern. Hannah blinked quickly, still unable to hide the shocked and excited expression on her face. She never imagined that her life would soar straight into the blue sky like a soaring eagle in these short few days, as if blessed by the gods. First, she was chosen by the Crown Prince to be by his side, then she was favored, and now she actually... Hannah closed her eyes again uneasily, and once again clearly felt it. What a mysterious existence. Hannah, Joffrey's right hand waved in front of her eyes, are you all right? Hannah finally came back to her senses. Your Highness, I am very well, but I have never had this feeling before, it's really amazing. She looked at the Crown Prince anxiously. Your Highness, Hannah is just a maid, such a precious thing. Joffrey touched the girl's head and showed a firm smile. Among so many people here, you are the one I trust and am closest to the most, Don't think of yourself as too useless. Just do one more thing. Don't be afraid. Jeffrey held the girl's smooth little hand. Just make a light cut, very shallow is enough. Using the new rune, he successfully transplanted the recovery rune into Hannah's soul. What was the effect? The sharp dagger flashed past, and a stroke of bright red appeared on the girl's palm. Hannah bit her lip tightly, without shouting. A few breaths later, the wound on her palm swallowed the blood that had just oozed out, and then disappeared without a trace. Jeffrey did not feel any burden or consumption. He then activated some kind of indescribable command in his consciousness. Hannah immediately widened her eyes, and her cherry lips trembled slightly. It's gone. Jeffrey pinched the girl's cheek. I'll replenish it for you in 2 days. The result was satisfactory. With the help of the new rune, he could give others the runes he already had, and have a special connection to them, and even control or destroy the given runes. He thought of a name. Mirror image. Mirror image rune. Copying the rune into a mirror image to give to others, and also having the highest control. Like the main body and the mirror image, one is a physical entity, and the other is just a light and shadow that depends on the physical entity to exist. The first rune obtained from the glass candle was actually this. He felt the favor of fate. Jeffrey had already tried it before. The recovery rune itself could not be transferred to the human body or other living things. It can be speculated that most runes should not be shared with others, and can only be used to use magic or make magic props. This would certainly guarantee his monopoly, but it would be quite detrimental to the future development of magic. The function of the glass candle pointed out the direction for him to move forward. Creating his own magic net from scratch, building the most real my world, and becoming the god of magic. But one person's energy is ultimately limited. Knowledge needs to be spread to maximize its power, and social change requires a new class of interests to successfully promote it. Now that there is a mirror image rune, magic seems to be spreading, but not completely spreading. It can be called perfect. Jeffrey thought of the Night King in the TV series. When the Night King died, all the White Walkers under his command would be wiped out, which was similar to the ability of his mirror image rune. Wonderful, wonderful. The dawn of the magic net has already appeared. Mirror images of various runes can be used as the core products of magic net communication. The mirror image rune is equivalent to a server, the consumption of system operation is borne by the user, and the risk of being banned by the magic net or the real world is enough to restrain the user. The framework has already taken shape. Let's call it Magic Network 0.1 Beta System. Abbreviated as MN 0.1 Beta. Thinking of these words that do not belong to this world, he suddenly recalled the fear of being dominated by countless software protocols in his previous life. The selfless him immediately decided to share this happiness with the world. Hannah, get the paper. Parchment was spread flat on the table, and he picked up a pen and wrote a striking title at the top. Magic Network System User Notice and Related Agreement. Article 1. Users shall not disclose the privacy information of the Magic Network and related personnel in any way. Article 2. Users shall not harm the interests of the Magic Network and related personnel protected by this agreement in any way. Article 3. Users must bear all the costs of using the Magic Network. Article 4. After signing this agreement, users have the responsibility and obligation to actively safeguard the various interests of the Magic Network. Article 5. In order to represent the collective interests of all users and the sustainable development of the Magic Network, users have the responsibility and obligation to actively cooperate with the Magic Network to collect personal information and provide human and material assistance. Article 6. As an exchange for enjoying the services and convenience of the Magic Network, users must actively complete various tasks assigned by the Magic Network, whether paid or unpaid. Article 7. For users who violate the agreement, the Magic Network has the right to take various necessary measures such as warnings, penalties, detention, issuing punitive tasks, limited bans, and permanent bans. Related personnel include but are not limited to Magic Network users, Magic Network service personnel, the master of the Magic Network, and designated personnel. The interests protected by this agreement include but are not limited to life, health, property, personal freedom, privacy, mental health, image, and public opinion influence. Note: the final interpretation of the above terms belongs to the master of the Magic Network. After writing all the content, Jeffrey dusted off the parchment and carefully admired it again. Every Chinese character revealed a strong affection. As long as the meaning is in place, it can be processed and polished later. He was very satisfied, but also a little regretful. This method is out of tune with this era. With the current environment, directly asking people to swear allegiance is not only simpler, but also more effective. But considering the world he envisioned, tens of millions of Magic Network users could not be controlled by simple oaths of allegiance, only a complete and strict rule system would work. Putting away this agreement that might not appear in the world for a long time, Geoffrey completely relaxed. The research came to an end. For the past few days, his mind had been immersed in research and unable to extricate itself. Now the rune magic system is finally on the right track. Collecting runes, developing the effects of existing runes, and accumulating rune power. This virtuous cycle is enough to support his progress. The future is bright. He no longer resisted the mental fatigue, fell headlong on the bed, and soon entered a dream. Chapter 18, The Sea God's Baptism. The battered and bruised harvest limped into Pentos. Its sails were more tattered than the burlap on a slave's back, its figurehead was cleaved in two, and its hull was a bloody mess, like a corpse beaten to death with clubs. Half of the bustling port was drawn to it. A keen-eyed few recognized it. That's Magister Illyrio's harvest. I remember, it last went to King's Landing in the Sunset Kingdom. Is there another great storm on that route? At this, the crowd buzzed with worried discussion. Ship owners and those with family and friends at sea were especially anxious, as if their feet were on fire. But the reactions ashore had no effect on the actions of the living aboard the Harvest. The survivors crowded at the landing, as if pursued by man-eating beasts, completely forgetting that they were now safe. Regardless, they all eventually touched solid ground. Some knelt and wept as soon as they reached the shore, others kissed and caressed the ground in excitement, and a few lucky ones found their relatives and friends on the spot, hugging each other and crying with joy. Although saddened, the crowd was used to such scenes. A city sustained by maritime trade would naturally endure the sea's wrath and misfortune. This was the bittersweet legacy passed down through generations of Pentoshi. Indeed, only a little more than half of the Harvest's 100-odd crew members returned, and most of the cargo was lost. But what could they do? Life had to go on. The onlookers gradually dispersed, each returning to their own business. The Harvest's crew also calmed down and left the docks, leaving only the bewildered Iron Throne envoy and Elin. The envoy paused for a moment, glancing at the Crown Prince's attendant, feeling somewhat relieved. Although his performance during the storm wasn't particularly good, he seemed brave and resolute compared to Elin. "Elin, are you all right?" the envoy asked politely. Elin seemed not to hear, staring blankly, and would suddenly jolt at unexpected moments, startling people. He ignored the coward, pondered for a moment, and decided to complete his mission as soon as possible. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could return, never to come to this god-forsaken place again. He dragged the cowering Elin out of the docks. The two walked among Pentos's distinctive square brick towers and tile-roofed houses, brushing shoulders with all sorts of people. Pentoshi citizens with extravagant, brightly colored forked beards, mercenaries openly carrying knives and leather armor, humble free men who were nominally not slaves, low-key figures in disguise, wealthy merchants and powerful clans surrounded by attendants. Perhaps due to these lively scenes, Elin gradually calmed down, simply shrinking into himself silently. After passing street performance venues and markets trading spices, gems, and wine, a huge red temple appeared before them. Magister Illyrio's courtyard was next to this temple. Their destination had arrived. The envoy straightened his attire and stepped towards the courtyard gate. Elin glanced up furtively, then stared at the ground and followed. "Gods, grant us luck." The Magister warmly welcomed the esteemed guest from King's Landing in the hall. After hearing the Iron Throne envoy's purpose, he readily expressed his willingness to present a gift to the esteemed Prince Geoffrey. 3 beautiful dragon eggs. Littlefinger was actually willing to forego pursuing the 10,000 gold dragons owed between him and the Iron Throne for this. Although it wasn't gleaming gold coins right in front of him, it was still 10,000 gold dragons. Magister Illyrio seemed to already smell the sweet fragrance of gold coins. Since Varys hadn't sent any news, it meant this was an ordinary transaction. Why not agree if there was money to be made? Dragon eggs weren't worth 10,000 gold dragons. Magister Illyrio laughed heartily, promising to send the envoy back to King's Landing to report back tomorrow. The envoy bowed in gratitude. When he looked up again, 2 scantily clad, graceful maids stood before him. He understood and bid farewell to the Magister, going to experience the charms of Pentos. Elin simply stood there blankly. Magister Illyrio narrowed his eyes. "Esteemed representative of the Crown Prince, do you have anything to add?" Elin didn't respond. Illyrio showed no displeasure. If you wish, I can have servants take you to rest first. How about returning to King's Landing with the ship tomorrow? Ship. Elin seemed to have been triggered, instantly becoming agitated. No. I don't want a ship. The storm god is angry. Storm. He shouted madly, looking up and spinning around, staggering like a drunkard walking on a swaying deck. The servants tried to avoid him, but one was still knocked down by the frantic Elin. Elin instantly lost all strength, collapsing to the ground and muttering blankly. No ship. A look of understanding appeared on Illyrio's face. The power of the storm was not something mortals dared to look upon directly. Not to mention those who had never been to sea, even seasoned sailors could suffer mental breakdowns after experiencing a shipwreck. The Pentashi called this the sea god's baptism. Those who survived the baptism would become stronger and braver, regarding it as a blessing. Those who couldn't would naturally see it as a terrible curse. Illyrio sighed and signaled the servants to take Elin away. This so-called representative of the Crown Prince had lost all use. Based on his past experience, someone in this state wouldn't dare cross the narrow sea again for at least 3 or 2 years. By then, would the esteemed Prince Joffrey even remember this attendant? This fellow cursed by the sea could only struggle to survive in this land. The next morning, Elin was asked to leave the magnificent courtyard. The down-and-out attendant wandered around the city of Pentos, watching the Iron Throne envoy and the dragon eggs board a ship bound for King's Landing. Until the light from the sea turned into a warm orange, no one paid him any attention. Elin was only grateful for this. After the storm spared the battered harvest, he quickly became an oddity and a joke on the ship. Who would look up to a coward who hid in his room all day, screaming at the sight of ripples on the surface of a drink? Now it seemed that this disguise had successfully helped him take the first step in his plan. As for how to complete the mission after this, he couldn't help but look towards the direction of the Magister's courtyard beyond his line of sight. The Crown Prince had told him a lot. Magister Illyrio, the Dothraki horse Lord Khal Drogo, Varys's little birds, and so on, were all dangerous enemies. Where was Yoram Mormont? Should I stay in Pentos and wait for an opportunity? Go to other city-states? Perhaps I could hire some mercenaries? While pondering, he noticed several malicious gazes around him and subconsciously touched the money bag tied to his waist. In this situation, the 200 gold dragons on his person were his only means of survival. He had to buy a weapon for self-defense as soon as possible. The Knights of Pentos, A Dangerous Journey, My Song. Chapter 19. Dragon Flame. January 23, the 9th day of the tour of Casterly Rock. The caravan received a raven from the king early in the morning, instructing the queen to stop the tour with her children and return to King's Landing as soon as possible. In recent days, the Lannister forces in King's Landing had also been constantly relaying messages here. The king did not react abnormally and decided to travel north to Winterfell to invite Lord Eddard Stark of the North to succeed as Hand of the King. The Lannisters' secret was indeed kept. So Duke Tywin continued his westward return, while Cersei and Jaime turned towards King's Landing with a small portion of their forces. Joffrey couldn't care less about these things for the moment. He had already accumulated 7 units of rune energy and was eager to solve the final mystery. What exactly was the special sensation from the Great Sword? He had been speculating about it for days, but had delayed until now because he was unwilling to take irreversible destructive measures. Now that he had sufficient rune energy, it would be much easier. He would directly apply a restoration rune to the Great Sword using rune energy. This would not only ensure that the Great Sword was not completely destroyed, but also allow him to observe the external manifestation of the rune on the Great Sword for comparison, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as he was about to take action, a handmaiden from the Queen's side came over. Your Highness, the Queen has something to discuss with you. Joffrey suddenly had a bad feeling. Perhaps to ensure privacy, the luxurious and spacious wheeled carriage had no windows, and even in broad daylight, hundreds of scented candles were lit. Joffrey boarded the wheeled carriage, and as he looked up, he saw Queen Cersei's worried and hesitant face illuminated by the red candle light. Looking inside the carriage, his younger brother and sister were not there, nor were there any serving attendants. He roughly understood. My dear grandfather has told my mother everything about me. Even so, there was nothing to worry about. This world had no concept of soul possession. All his changes were gifts from the gods. Mother, I'm busy. Why did you call me over? Joffrey sat down next to his mother and complained affectionately. Cersei's mood was complicated. "Joff," she asked, "did you know early on that Jonathan would be in trouble, and also know about Jaime and my affair?" Joffrey lowered his eyes slightly, trying to alleviate Cersei's unease and shame. "Not that early, just before the tournament." An awkward silence fell. In this world, Joffrey could be said to be the person who understood Cersei and Jaime the most, apart from themselves. Cersei was arrogant and selfish, regarding herself as a female version of Duke Tywin, but she was also so emotional that she couldn't control her emotions and desires. Jaime dreamed of becoming a true knight, but his affair with his sister, the Mad King's tyranny, and other experiences and observations constantly questioned his heart. The Kingslayer was destined to walk in darkness. But Joffrey didn't care. One's own people, friends, enemies, how simple and clear. Why make it so complicated? To him, although he couldn't wholeheartedly recognize Cersei as his real mother, the deep maternal love was a real feeling. The world's judgment was ultimately just fleeting clouds. "I am the center of the world." He took his mother's cold little hand and looked frankly into her emerald eyes, which were glistening with tears. "What's wrong with that? Haven't the Targaryens been like this for hundreds of years? In any case, it's enough as long as mother is still my mother." Joffrey smiled sincerely. "I will always stand by you, mother." Cersei could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart and hugged her gentle and considerate son tightly. Heaven knows how aggrieved and hateful she was about this marriage. To Cersei, the young, brave, handsome Robert died on the wedding day, replaced by a fat, drunken, and irritable king, which was simply disgusting. She poured out her inner bitterness to her good son. Joffrey quietly played the role of listener, not intending to express any opinions. He didn't expect to easily change Cersei's personality or behavior. As long as he maintained the current relationship between mother and son and paid attention to not letting her cause trouble in key matters, that would be enough. Even the Joffrey in the original story could do whatever he wanted under Cersei's regency. He believed he would do better. In a flash, it was evening. Joffrey finally returned to his carriage. Thinking of what he had experienced in the past half-day, he was still a little frightened. To be able to repeat the same meaning with different words for so long, women are truly terrifying. Fortunately, he finally made it through. He sat on the bed, placing the great sword flat on his lap. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind. The experiment continued. After using it for these days, he was quite proficient in the process of meditating and driving rune energy. It only took him a dozen breaths to apply a restoration rune to the great sword. After repeating it twice, he opened his eyes and immediately made a key discovery. For these newly born restoration runes, he could only vaguely sense their existence, but he couldn't see the white light that should have appeared. In other words, the great sword itself could shield the light emitted by magical energy. Either there was a problem with its material, or there was some kind of rune or other ability with the same effect that could shield the aura of magic. He drew out the magic-rich light of peace. Regardless of which guess was correct, or if none were, the great sword already had at least 3 restoration runes, so he could experiment more boldly. The light of peace chopped down, but instead of being cut in two, it suddenly got stuck about an inch deep into the great sword. Joffrey clearly felt that there was a harder material below. He simply cut a circle along the outer edge of the great sword, and in the middle was actually a neat piece of black metal. The answer seemed clear. A piece of Valyrian steel that was no longer precious and especially purposed, chicken rib material. But his eyes were full of excitement. The black metal radiated white, black, and red light. 2 new runes. After cleaning it up, an exquisite one-handed sword returned to this world. Its appearance was similar to Valyrian steel, but in reality, it was very different. He chopped a dozen trees nearby into charcoal, and the magic energy on the sword finally dissipated, revealing unfamiliar patterns. Fire magic? This was the effect that genuine Valyrian steel should have. Could it be that the Valyrians were selling substandard products to the outside world, and keeping the good stuff for themselves? Joffrey immediately began to meditate on the patterns on the one-handed sword. After almost exhausting the accumulated rune energy, he finally obtained the first rune with an offensive attribute, the fire rune. It was wonderful. Almost without any practice, the scorching power that seemed to emerge continuously from his heart could be moved at will, obediently appearing wherever he wanted it to be, his mouth, fingertips, soles of his feet, and the sword's blade. He felt the flow of fire. The heat of the flame would only harm what he wanted to destroy, and even his clothes were spared. Even more powerful than the unburnt. He had never felt so powerful. The restoration rune was the starting point of his magic path, with good auxiliary effects. The mirror image rune was the cornerstone of the magic network, with broad prospects, full of potential, and a very high upper limit. But in the end, it was the simple and direct power of the fire rune that was even more shocking. The power of fire, a power that the instinct of life feared. How could life make fire submit? At this moment, he transcended the limits of carbon-based life. His burning eyes looked at the nameless one-handed sword. Let's call you Dragon Flame. May you and I soar through the sky like dragons, pouring down flames that are enough to burn the world to ashes. Chapter 20. Only the three of them were in the silent woods. Sander, magic is real, and I have already obtained this power. Now it's your turn. Joffrey was straightforward, making the best choice for the hound. The day before yesterday, after he collected the solidity rune represented by the black light, the speed of his rune energy accumulation became 4 times faster than at the beginning. Although it was still not quite enough, King's Landing was not far away, and he needed to start preparing. The runes on the glass candles were probably all auxiliary and not very helpful to the current situation, so he decided to use the rune energy on his confidants first. Hannah, who was beside him, also spoke to persuade him, "Thanks to His Highness's grace, I have already obtained the power of magic, look." Hannah stretched out her right hand, pressed it against the tree trunk beside her, and activated the fire magic energy. In just a few breaths, the vibrant tree showed signs of scorching, and then tongues of fire bared their fangs and claws towards the three of them. The hound's hair stood on end in an instant, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fire, his lingering nightmare. Joffrey was determined to solve this fatal weakness of the hound. Sander, there's nothing to be afraid of about fire. Magic will make the fire embrace you, like a protective sword, shield, and armor. The Crown Prince pressed hard on the hound's shoulders. Don't move. This is my order, do not disobey. Accept the power of fire, you will like it. The hound didn't move again after all. A scorching energy enveloped him, a familiar yet strange feeling, strangely mysterious, as if even his soul was trembling. Then there was another kind of energy, which didn't seem to have any clear feeling, yet seemed somewhat warm and gentle. Joffrey was very satisfied with his new creation. The hound using fire as a weapon was interesting to think about. He wondered if the restoration rune could heal burn scars? The fire rune mirror image and the restoration rune mirror image each consumed 3 units of rune energy. He also gave Hannah a fire rune mirror image yesterday, and Joffrey had less than 1 unit of rune energy remaining. The hound gradually came to his senses. His body was getting hotter and hotter, as if he had been thrown into scorching magma, but there was no pain at all. Fire. He remembered the fire basin that Gregor had pressed him into when he was a child. The bright red charcoal scorched his skin and flesh, and amid the sizzling sounds, he smelled the scent of fire and roasted meat. Hell was nothing more than this, right? The Crown Prince patted him on the shoulder. Fire is no longer your enemy, master this power as soon as possible. After returning to King's Landing, you will go north with me to Winterfell. During this time, do not expose the existence of magic. Joffrey added meaningfully, after returning to King's Landing from the north, there will be times when you can use this power. The hound nodded silently. The changes in the past few days had been too great. He was still used to the previous mode of getting along, where the Crown Prince spoke and he obeyed orders, everything was so simple and straightforward. When you're a dog, don't think too much, it's not good for anyone. Roar. A low and majestic beast's roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire forest. The hound immediately became alert. He stared intently in the direction of the sound, holding his sword in both hands, ready to defend. Your Highness, be careful. Joffrey put his right hand on the dragon flame he wore at his waist, but he wasn't too nervous. How could there be wild beasts in a place like this? He only found it strange. The Golden Road connected the wealthy Westlands and the capital of the 7 Kingdoms, King's Landing. There was a constant stream of people every day. What kind of beast would be so unwise as to live here? He soon saw the answer. It was indeed a wild beast. Hannah gasped in shock, and the pink cracks on the hound's burnt left face were stretched so tight that they were almost tearing. Its head was as tall as a person, and its body length was equal to 2 people. It was brown and yellow all over, its fur was smooth and shiny, its angular muscles seemed to radiate heat, and the golden pupils in its eyes emitted a sharp gaze like needles. What Joffrey saw was a beautiful, majestic, and unchallengeable mountain giant lion. His expression became serious. A lion bigger than a polar bear, a lion that lived in the heart of the Seven Kingdoms but had never been discovered. Was this scientific? Perhaps it wasn't scientific, but Joffrey knew that there was a mysterious power in this world, and giant lions had indeed existed in the mountains of the Westlands. The giant lion looked at them and took a step forward. The three of them were shocked at the same time. Joffrey quickly drew out Dragon Flame and communicated with the Fire Rune and Solidity Rune in his body at the same time. The magic energy he had accumulated in the past few days was already considerable, but looking at the giant lion opposite him, he didn't know if he could successfully hit this agile big cat in battle. He suddenly realized his weakness. The power of magic was still only a bud, and he had not grown into a warrior either. In this state, he was no more likely to survive than anyone else. I'm getting too carried away. The smooth progress of his magic research in the past few days had made him forget the cruelty of this world. He probably wouldn't forget this lesson now. Sander, try to control that power, fire will help us survive. Hannah, set fire to the surrounding trees. I'll keep an eye on it. Could fire scare this kind of beast? Joffrey kept his eyes fixed on the giant lion, injecting fire magic energy into the dragon flame in his hand, and the sword gradually turned red. The giant lion didn't get any closer. In an encounter battle in this kind of environment, the defending side had fewer flaws and more reaction time. The two sides were at a stalemate. Hannah took the opportunity to fully activate the fire magic energy. The fire around them gradually increased, the air became hotter and hotter, and even the light and shadows began to twist slightly. The giant lion shook its head, and its thick mane danced with it. From those golden beast eyes, Joffrey seemed to see its comfort and even enjoyment. Flames ignited on the hound's sword. In the face of a huge crisis, he finally put his fear of fire behind him. The hound stepped forward and protected the crown prince behind him. Your Highness, in the name of House Clegane, I will fight to the death. He remembered the past events that his grandfather had told him over and over again. As a kennel master in Casterly Rock, his grandfather was fortunate enough to save Duke Didos Lannister, who was being chased by a lion one autumn, and lost a leg and 3 hounds as a result. The Clegane family, whose coat of arms was 3 dogs, was born from this. The hound grinned. My lion should be bigger than that one, right? And there are no dogs this time either. No, I am the hound. He raised the flaming sword, calculating the direction and angle of his charge. The crown prince's hand stopped him. No, wait a little longer. Time is more beneficial to us. The abnormal climate of Westeros had nurtured special vegetation. Summer would last for several years, and winter was just as long. The trees had long learned to metabolize and cycle according to years rather than seasons. Now that the summer in the Seven Kingdoms had lasted for 9 years, the ground in the forest was covered with dry leaves. Once a fire started, no one could stop it. Those who possessed the fire rune could use fire magic energy to resist the damage of the flames, which undoubtedly gave them an advantage. The fire snake slowly crawled towards the giant lion along the layer of fallen leaves. I don't believe you won't move this time. Joffrey was looking forward to it. But when the flames reached the giant lion's feet, he saw a familiar red light enveloping its body. How is this possible? He saw the light of fire magic energy and the unique sensitivity to magic energy. A magical creature? The curiosity and desire in his heart were offsetting his fear of death. Not only did it have the fire rune, but this lion could even restrain its magical aura, only revealing the clues when it used magic energy. Could it be aware of the existence and function of runes? Could it drive rune energy? Would it actively seek the power of new runes? No, it shouldn't be able to see the patterns, so it wouldn't be able to do that. A thought suddenly popped into Joffrey's mind. Perhaps the appearance of this giant lion was because it sensed the aura of fire magic from me here, and came over from its secret and unknown territory to take a look? Was it looking for its own kind? The violent flames devoured everything in sight. The hot, thin air mixed with bits of ash showed malice equally to all living things. The mountain giant lion shook its body, turned around, and leisurely trotted away. Watching the giant lion's figure disappear, they immediately fled in the opposite direction from this dead zone. A few hundred meters away, the 3 of them stopped. The Lannister soldiers arrived late, and leading the reconnaissance was none other than Kingslayer Jaime Lannister. Joffrey, what happened? How did a fire suddenly start? Joffrey glanced at his nominal uncle, then turned his head to gaze at the direction where the giant lion had left. A wonderful accident. Meeting is fate, it seems you are destined to be my mount. He was very curious. Just how many dire wolves could a mountain giant lion that breathes fire defeat? Chapter 21, Hunter and Prey. 40-odd Lannister soldiers split into 6 teams and galloped away, intending to surround the ferocious prey hiding in the woods. Jaime, who was commanding from the side, was very unhappy. For Joffrey's willful request, he had already sacrificed 2 brave and loyal soldiers. Joffrey, whether successful or not, we will continue on our way first thing tomorrow morning. Even if you beg your mother again, it won't work. Joffrey was in a good mood. With the abilities of these warriors, I believe it won't take that long at all. Besides, isn't hunting such a beast a great honor? A good hunter can track the prey's movements, and a well-trained professional army is enough to pose a threat. It can't escape. Thinking of the glimpse he had of the giant beast earlier, Jaime certainly understood how much of a sensation it would cause if successful. Humph! He drew his golden sword. Glory must be earned by oneself. I will not watch soldiers die. Jaime rode his warhorse and charged up. Joffrey didn't move. Since he couldn't publicly use magic, he would not only be of no help, but would also distract the soldiers. Sandor, do you want to go too? The hound rode stranger to Joffrey's side. Your Highness. That monster might break out of the encirclement, my place is here. Joffrey smiled and continued to look towards the deep forest ahead. Among the peaceful green trees, he seemed to see a bloody fight between beasts and humans, gambling with their lives. Mountain lion, don't die. The atmosphere in the forest had almost stagnated, and beasts and birds had long fled this arena. The magnificent lion, born in the mountains of the Westerlands, roared loudly, venting the fury of the king of the mountains on all who dared to offend it. It was a born king. It was born with flames, and its size was twice that of an ordinary cub. The mother lion exhausted the fire of her life to give birth to it. Fortunately, the pride didn't abandon it, even though its appetite was equivalent to 6 or 7 brothers. It lived up to this treatment. In just 1 year, its size surpassed the strongest Lion King. After a duel without suspense, it became the new leader of the pride, and from then on, the pride was invincible. Fire is very useful. It wanted to breed several offspring as powerful as itself, but the cubs born by the lionesses were all ordinary. Later, it never had the chance to try again. Damn monkeys! Once, returning from a hunt, it saw its pride lying on the ground in a bloody mess, all their fur gone, and several of its younger brothers had even lost their heads. Hairless monkeys wearing shiny hard stones. It quickly found them. With sharp claws, sharp teeth, and flames, it tasted their flesh and fear in the mountains and forests. It took revenge. But in the next 10 years, it never found a companion again. It didn't expect that this time, the kindred it found following its senses would actually be a monkey. It wanted to return to the mountains, but was besieged by the monkeys. 40-odd monkeys riding horses, unlike last time. It seized the opportunity to slap 2 monkeys to death, but it did not deter these monkeys. Instead, 3 branches with hard stones were inserted into its body. It roared and scanned its surroundings. The soldiers in bright armor gradually surrounded it. They tried their best to control the mounts under them, circling the lion according to plan, constantly interfering with its judgment. It had been bleeding for most of the day, and its condition would not be good. Despite this, a distance of nearly 100 meters still only took it 1 or 2 breaths. Once it got close, the roles of hunter and prey could be reversed at any time. But Sir Jaime was not afraid at all. Fighting, 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 that was the real life. Aim. 2 teams of cavalry immediately drew their bows, and the 100-pound draw weight was enough to shoot through enemies 100 meters away. The other 4 teams of soldiers also raised the crossbows they had wound, on guard. The giant lion felt the danger. The enraged Beast King rushed out and pounced on Jaime Lannister, who was the most conspicuous. Shoot! With a swing of the longbow, more than a dozen long arrows pierced through the air and stabbed towards the giant lion, 3 of which were deeply embedded in its body. The neighboring 2 teams of soldiers also fired their crossbows, with as many as 7 hits. The angry giant lion didn't care and pounced in front of Jaime in the blink of an eye. Roar! It leaped high, actually crossing directly over Jaime's raised longsword. Just as Jaime turned around, a huge beast palm came head-on with a fishy wind. He quickly leaned over to avoid it, but the head of the tall warhorse was almost split in 2 by the lion's claws, and it fell to the ground with a bang before it could even let out a scream. Jaime jumped off his horse and rolled a few times, then stood up and raised his sword at the giant beast. Another round of arrows flew, and the number of arrows on the giant lion's body more than doubled. "Come on!" Jaime shouted, his eyes extremely calm. "Now let's see who is better." The cavalry surrounded him even closer. Who would want to let Sir Jaime bear the danger alone? Who would want to be regarded as a coward? The giant lion realized its predicament. If it was shot into the body by that shiny stone a few more times, it would be finished. The giant lion immediately gave up on Jaime, who posed the least threat, and instead pounced on the cavalry who were drawing their bows and aiming not far away. In 2 breaths, 5 people were swept off their horses. The other soldiers hurriedly launched an attack, but only 6 arrows hit. Roar! A red light appeared on the giant lion's body. The heat seemed to dispel its pain and injuries. It chased after 2 enemies, crushed one's head, and knocked down another hairless monkey. The lion's mouth spat out flames visible to the naked eye, and the soldier was burned into barbecue after only a few breaths of screaming. Jaime almost couldn't help but rush up to fight. "Shoot arrows quickly! Don't let another person die, keep shooting! Until this guy can't take another step!" The pain overwhelmed the power of the flames, and the lion never caught up with another monkey. A dozen more arrows entered its body. It finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, gasping heavily and sadly. The hunters waited patiently. After an unknown amount of time, even flies began to land unscrupulously on the lion's wounds, and the soldiers finally smiled excitedly and a little bitterly. 6 lives, 4 seriously injured, and a dozen precious war horses were successfully exchanged for a mountain lion that could breathe fire. "Warriors, this giant lion is our common glory, you are all good." Sir Jaime was very generous. "I will personally pay each person 10 gold dragons, and an additional 10 gold dragons for those who sacrificed, to be given to their families." The sad atmosphere was swept away, and the soldiers cheered. This was equivalent to several years of their income. Adding the rewards from the Queen and the Crown Prince, no one could ask for more. The giant lion was sent back to the convoy all the way and locked in the newly renovated cage. Seeing the giant lion in the cage, firmly locked with iron chains, Joffrey breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the lion didn't die, the scholar's surgery and recovery magic would be enough to save it. "Haha, take it to Winterfell and let Stark see my mount. How about it compared to a dire wolf?" Being very close to King's Landing, Joffrey began to show his unpleasant persona everywhere. Even when there was no one around. Hannah came over and took his arm. "Congratulations, Your Highness, this big guy is majestic enough. I really want to see it running again." Joffrey smiled and tapped the little maid's forehead. "You're being so roundabout, you just want to go to Winterfell with me. Didn't I say yesterday that you're better off in King's Landing? Once the narrow sea makes a move, Varys, this spider, will definitely be alarmed. There must be someone of my own in King's Landing." He emphasized again, "Stay in the Red Keep and be sure to keep an eye on them. Trust your abilities. When necessary, take action directly in my name. King's Landing must not be in chaos." Hannah had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 22, A Game. February 1st, the afternoon sun was dazzling. Queen Cersei's large entourage finally appeared outside the Lion Gate of King's Landing. The gold cloaks guarding the gate diligently dispersed the dense crowd at the entrance, clearing the way for the Queen and her party. The Queen's massive wheelhouse moved slowly in the middle of the procession. Sir Jaime rode ahead, clearing the path. He wore a suit of intricately crafted porcelain-glazed white scale armor, draped with the white cloak unique to the King's Guard, making the gilded longsword at his waist even more eye-catching. The Kingslayer held his head high, as if returning in triumph, imprinting the sharp, proud smile on his face in the hearts of countless passers-by. Behind the Kingslayer was a carriage tightly covered with black cloth, with Joffrey closely following behind. Before even entering the Lion Gate, the heavy smell of people and animals flooded his nostrils, allowing Joffrey, who had grown accustomed to the fresh air of the wilderness, to once again experience the charm of King's Landing. He could only endure it, trying to focus his attention on the sights along the way. As soon as he passed through the Lion Gate, a large expanse of dense, low-lying residences came into view, with many children and teenagers curiously peering out from the windows. Further into the city, the number of inns, taverns, warehouses, shops, and brothels increased. These places were not very interested in the Queen's beauty, only gold dragons and silver stags could open these doors. The streets were very crowded. Looking down from the height of his horse, he could only see countless heads and a dazzling array of clothing and faces. Commoners, knights, merchants, craftsmen, beggars, mercenaries, travelers, prostitutes, gang members. Midway, the view suddenly widened, and the huge statue of Baylor I, with a compassionate expression, occupied the center of the field of vision. He looked up and finally saw the full view of the sacred and dazzling Great September of Baylor. The center of the faith of the seven, guarded by 7 crystal towers, a magnificent September built of pure white marble. Religion, he thought distractedly. Are the 7 gods real beings, or just illusory idols? Is the power of the Lord of Light, our healer, some kind of magic, or another mysterious force? The convoy then arrived at the central square of the city, and then went straight on, returning to the Red Keep via Aegon's High Hill, entering through the Bronze Gate. The Queen's return to the palace naturally meant that servants would be there early to welcome and serve her, making for quite a lively scene. He snapped back to reality. Time to go back to being the willful prince. The Crown Prince dismounted, waiting expectantly for the soldiers to uncover the black cloth on the carriage in front. 4 soldiers worked together to pull it off, and the living creature beneath the black cloth saw the sunlight again. A chorus of excited shouts erupted from the servants. Father in heaven, what kind of miracle is this? Monster! Monster! Joffrey, with his hands on his hips, laughed triumphantly. Scared now, aren't you? This is my mount, mine. The servants hurried over to flatter the Crown Prince. Only after the carriage carrying the giant lion reached the stables did Joffrey leave his mount with satisfaction, preparing to return to his chambers. Somewhat surprised, yet also expecting it, he ran into Littlefinger halfway. Your Highness! Littlefinger still behaved like the most loyal of subjects. First, allow me to congratulate you on possessing such a magnificent mount. It is truly a gift from the gods. However, I also have another piece of good news. He glanced up at the Crown Prince. Do you remember the dragon eggs from your name day? They have arrived. Joffrey looked delighted. Then what are you waiting for? Take me to see them. Littlefinger bowed and accepted the order. I must also ask you about a small matter. Your squire, Ilion, was unfortunately cursed by the storm and did not return with the ship, but remained alone in Pentos. What do you think? Joffrey frowned slightly. He's a disgrace to me. Forget about him, he can die over there. Where are my dragon eggs? Your Highness, please don't trouble yourself. They have already been sent to your chambers. Joffrey rewarded Littlefinger with an approving look. On the steps of Maegor's Holdfast, Tyrion was sitting in front of Joffrey's chambers, intently reading an ancient book. Noticing the figure in front of him, Tyrion gently closed the book. Good nephew, you were too slow in returning. I couldn't wait any longer. Littlefinger is too much, he wasn't even willing to let me take a peek at what the dragon eggs look like. Joffrey understood what he meant. Humph, he did well. I am their master, of course I can't just let anyone see them. The 2 of them entered Joffrey's chambers together. An ancient, heavy chest of snow cedar wood was placed on the most conspicuous stone table in the center of the hall. My dragon eggs! Joffrey undid the clasp and slowly lifted the lid of the chest. Tyrion stood on tiptoe, wanting to see every detail clearly. Lying quietly on top of the finest velvet and brocade from the free trade city-states were the 3 large eggs that the 2 of them had been longing for. The surface of the dragon egg's shells was covered with tiny scales, which shimmered with a metallic luster in the sunlight. One was dark green, with various bronze spots all over it. One was pale milky white, with golden stripes. And the last one was black, like a midnight ocean, but with vibrant dark red waves and swirls. The patterns were as rich as glazed pottery, as round as ceramics, and as translucent as glass. So beautiful! Tyrion exclaimed in fascination. He thought of the dragon bones under the Red Keep. Black as obsidian, smooth and bright, they seemed to shimmer when illuminated by torches. It turned out that dragon eggs were even more breathtakingly beautiful. Joffrey, black, green, white, which one do you like the least? That one will be mine. Joffrey certainly wanted the green one the least. They all look pretty good. They're more than enough as decorations. You want one, uncle? He held out his hand to Tyrion. Bring something to trade for it. Tyrion shook his head. Alas, what a stingy little ghost. He glanced at Hannah, who was standing beside Joffrey, and then took out a roll of parchment from his pocket. I've come up with a rather interesting new game. If your Highness is satisfied, please don't forget to bestow a reward. Joffrey unrolled the parchment. The death of the hand. Insufficient investigation time. Littlefinger, Varys, and Pycelle are suspected of involvement. Intelligence. 475 secret personnel have been recruited. 194 of Varys's men, 289 of Littlefinger's men, and over 60,000 pieces of information about personnel in King's Landing have been identified. Sleeper agents. Stannis's personal cook, Dickon, Renly's free rider, Mori, and 26 soldiers from the King's Landing City Watch are on standby to take action. Can this game guarantee that I'll win? Tyrion spread his hands. What game has a 100% chance of winning? I can only say that your highness has a greater probability of winning. Joffrey couldn't help but frown. The probability of a successful assassination isn't high? Looks like I need to do more preparations. Hannah. Joffrey also handed Tyrion a piece of paper with instructions. Help my uncle take this bronze green dragon egg back, lest he collapse halfway. Hannah held up the dragon egg, which was the size of her face, and smiled and nodded at Tyrion. Lord Tyrion, please give me your guidance in the future. Easy to say, easy to say. Tyrion felt that things were not that simple. As Tyrion walked to the door, Joffrey seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped his head. Oh, right, tomorrow we'll have a good day out in the city. After all, we're going to the north the day after tomorrow. That place is freezing cold, poor, and dilapidated. I'm afraid it won't be much fun. Tyrion turned around smoothly, gave a salute, and then disappeared around the corner of the doorway. Joffrey returned to his dragon eggs. There was no one else around at this time. He gently stroked the 2 treasures he had just obtained, his eyes revealing excitement and anticipation. The future black dragon Drogon, white dragon Viserys, and the green dragon Rhaegal that he had just sent out. He could see their common feature, 3 faint patterns. One represents the fire rune, and the other 2 unknown ones are the great harvest that is close at hand. Even if I can't hatch the dragon eggs, as long as I have these runes, sooner or later I'll be able to create my own dragon. On the other side, Tyrion returned to his small nest. After carefully checking the layout of the room, he read the information Joffrey had given him. Everything is handed over to Hannah. He immediately understood Hannah's greeting just now. The dwarf does the work, the woman enjoys it. This is the destiny I can't escape. As he read further, his expression became more and more serious, and then he burned the parchment to ashes, staring silently at the candlelight. The first one. He chose Stannis. Chapter 23, The Little Beggar. The bustling city of King's Landing was not kind to those who had nothing. The first day was manageable. But as soon as night fell, the problem of where to sleep immediately presented itself. Any place that looked decent required clean, tidy clothes and a heavy coin purse. Even the shabbiest inn demanded coppers. And you had none. Sleep on the streets, in a vacant lot, or in a corridor. Don't even think about it. If discovered by the gold cloaks patrolling day and night, those fellows wouldn't be polite, they might even beat you to death. Your only option was to curl up in a corner of Flea Bottom, preferably joining a beggar gang. But even then, you had to be constantly wary of theft and attacks from others. People who had nothing were capable of anything. Oh, and you couldn't afford to get sick or injured. Mosquitoes, the elements, and your companions could smell weakness, and then they would show you their most ferocious and sinister side. If you were lucky enough to survive this ordeal, congratulations, you could consider finding a stable source of food. A good begging spot was not something a newcomer like you could get. The porridge and bread given by the church in the name of the gods were not enough to feed everyone in Flea Bottom. Relying solely on this method to survive meant that either you would be too weak to walk in the sunlight after a few days, or you would be completely buried outside of it by your companions. Of course, you could also try to earn money and find work, thereby completely escaping the life of a beggar. Pleasant and easy jobs were out of the question for you, but working as a porter at the warehouse docks could earn you 1 copper star, or 16 copper coins, each day. A loaf of black bread mixed with gravel sold for only 1 copper coin. 2 loaves a day were enough for a person to barely survive, 4 or 5 were enough for someone doing manual labor. 16 copper coins, 16 loaves of bread, such a meager yet heavy number. But even that was only in theory. The bastard son of a prostitute, after enduring more than half a month of hardship, finally realized that reality was even crueler than one could imagine. That trial in the throne room had pushed him into a true hell. He had lost his only support. As he walked out of the Red Keep's gate, he kept his head down, afraid that he might accidentally see his mother among the rows of heads on pikes that he used to admire. Fortunately or unfortunately, the gold cloaks guarding the Red Keep's gate returned his knife, taking only 1 gold dragon as payment. He was penniless. He tried to return to the brothel he once loathed but couldn't leave, but he was ruthlessly kicked out the door after only a few breaths. He relied on his only 2 friends for 2 days, but was then abandoned. Then, he went to various places in the city to find work, but only the docks were hiring. The docks it was, then, what else could he be picky about? But he didn't expect manual labor to be so complicated and dark. He couldn't get the full 16 copper coins each day. First, when it came time to pay, even if there were no mistakes in the day's work, the foreman would deduct 2 copper coins, claiming it was for wear and tear. If there was a mistake, it would be even worse. Then there were the dock gangs. Claiming to protect the safety of the dock workers, they demanded half the earnings right off the bat. With swords and fists in front of you, who would dare not give it? At this point, there were still 7 copper coins left. Such an auspicious number. He named them after the 7 gods. The father, the mother, the warrior, the maiden, the smith, the crone, and the stranger. There was a lot of seafood at the docks, but it was much more expensive than black bread, so he could only watch with envy. From the docks into the city, the gold cloaks worn by the city gate guards were particularly dazzling, and they also wanted a little respect, also half. What's half of 7? He knelt down in public, kowtowing and begging bitterly. Have mercy, my lord, have mercy. The guards sometimes laughed heartily, seemingly enjoying themselves, and generously let him into the city. Sometimes they weren't very happy, and the sword scabbards they used to poke him were deadly, and then they would rob him of all the copper coins on his body. Sometimes, they jokingly asked for 1 copper coin. He would present that stranger. Stranger, take them away soon, they do not belong in the human world, they should live in fiery lava, the 7 hells. He could only comfort himself that at least it was better than the beggars in Flea Bottom. Until a week ago. A silver stag jingled and rolled to his feet, and the little beggar immediately threw the memories of the past to the wind. A silver stag. 7 copper stars. So many copper coins. May the old gods and the new bless you. Thank you for your generosity, sir, you are truly a kind and good person. The little beggar kowtowed excitedly. He was already thinking about how to hide this huge fortune. He couldn't bring the silver stag back to Flea Bottom, that would be suicide. The lord who had given the silver stag spoke, a certain lord wants to see you. The little beggar slowly raised his head. A plain-looking man in his 30s with calm eyes was standing in front of him. In a remote and deserted alley, Joffrey was listening to Tyrion describe the selected boy's experiences over the past half-month. After that, the thugs at the docks took a fancy to the knife he was carrying, but unexpectedly, he refused to give in, and instead drew his knife and stabbed 2 of them. Tyrion admired the boy's courage a little, but also thought he was too impulsive. He fled back into the city, and no one would hire him anymore. He had to become a beggar for more than a week, until now. Joffrey was very satisfied. It was good that he didn't give in, otherwise he would be useless. A subtle sound came. An unremarkable man led a thin boy into the alleyway. Joffrey silently observed the boy. Tyrion played the role of that lord. Little fellow, don't be nervous. There's just something you can help with. I wonder what you think. Just give me your orders, sir. The boy awkwardly bowed, glanced at the lord who was shorter than himself, and then fixed his gaze on Joffrey. The priceless fabrics whose name he didn't know, the bright and intricate red gold patterns set off the face that made people feel ashamed of themselves. At first glance, he was a great man of noble origin. But most importantly, he had seen this young lord in the throne room. In an instant, he recalled many things, and his lips became tighter and tighter. The law. Bullshit law. Tyrion sensed the boy's emotional fluctuations. Do you want revenge? Having lost your mother and fallen to such a state, who do you hate the most? The boy thought of that disgusting guy, but he had already killed him with his own hands. That guy's wife? The dock gang? The gold cloaks? The beggar gang? The brothel? The 2-faced friends? He had many candidates, but the last figure in his mind was the cold-blooded old man who stood upright in the throne room. He knew that guy's name, Stannis. Joffrey saw the fire in his eyes. After a brief and unequal transaction, Joffrey attached a solid rune mirror image to the boy's knife, and also bestowed upon the boy solid runes and mirror images of fire runes. The silent secret agent quietly led the boy away. The alley returned to silence once again. After staring at the alleyway for an unknown amount of time, Tyrion suddenly spoke to inquire. "Are you so confident in him?" Joffrey shrugged. "All I know is that he has no other choice. All his anger will only be vented on the target." Tyrion didn't speak again, he also understood the reasoning behind it. Yes, the boy who was approached was already bound to die. What could this little fellow do? A beggar, even if he successfully reported it, no one would believe him, and he couldn't escape if he ran away. The greatest extent of resistance he could do was not to do anything, struggling and waiting for death to come. But would he do that? Let go of the greatest enemy he could think of? Tyrion sighed. "Stannis, you really are an unlikable guy." Chapter 24. The Whore's son knew that he possessed a mysterious and powerful force within him. A blessing from the gods? Magic? Witchcraft? For 4 days, he had gradually mastered this power. He began to think that the stranger might delay coming for him. Today, or decades later. He looked at the man beside him. This was the only person he had been in contact with these past few days. He had given the man a name that only he knew. Silver Stag. In any case, that precious Silver Stag had allowed him to enjoy a few days of warmth and peace. Silver Stag brought him to the central square next to the Alchemists' Guild. Duke Stannis will be inspecting the royal fleet in the harbour. He will be coming from the north. The mud road and Fisherman's Square between here and the harbour are your opportunity. Rest assured, I will be watching you. After giving his instructions, Silver Stag disappeared into the crowd. He stood blankly at the edge of the square. Faces passed by, men, women, children, old people. Where was Stannis? After searching for a while, he finally spotted a face gradually growing larger and clearer. A stern face that haunted his dreams every night. He gripped the knife in his sleeve. He quietly moved closer. Stannis strode forward with a serious expression, as if he were going to war. He was very dissatisfied with Robert's decision. After Lord John, I should have been Robert's hand. I have served diligently in this position for so many years, yet he only loves Eddard. Indeed, how could a king who indulged in entertainment, feasting, and women favor his unsmiling, stern younger brother who never approached women? Stannis knew this but could not understand it. Renly, who only joked around and wasted time at tourneys, received Storm's End, the ancestral seat of the family, and the love of their elder brother. He only received Robert's mockery and a few rocks across the narrow sea. What was Dragonstone? I am the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Unfortunately, only he himself acknowledged this fact. His only ally, Hand Jonaran, had also been murdered. After that, the king almost immediately decided to go north to Winterfell, completely disregarding him, his younger brother. Naturally, Stannis was not in a good mood. He decided to stay away from King's Landing, this hateful, shadowy, and dangerous place. Davos, are you ready? He asked the Onion Knight beside him, his tone as stiff as if he were interrogating him. Davos Seaworth was already accustomed to the Duke's personality and calmly replied, "We can set sail tomorrow. All the ships are ready. Aren't you going to inspect them?" Stannis not only intended to leave himself but also planned to take most of the fleet in the harbour to Dragonstone. After all, he was still the master of ships of the realm. "Very well, tell Dragonstone to prepare for our arrival in advance." Stannis continued to arrange his plans. He knew that the Lannisters would not give up. Robert was likely no longer safe, and he needed to make preparations early. Dragonstone guarded the throat of King's Landing, the fleet. The Whore's son approached his enemy. He drew the half-knife from his sleeve. The enemy was talking to someone, which would have been a good opportunity, but there was still a circle of soldiers around him. He needed to find the right moment to act. "Davos, what is the condition of Blackwater Bay? Are supplies sufficient? What is the soldiers' reaction to the voyage?" Davos patiently answered each question, but at the same time, he was secretly puzzled. From his understanding of the Duke, he would not usually ask about such matters. His subordinates would take care of them. Why was he so concerned today? Stannis walked onto the mud road. Although it was called the mud road because it was close to the riverbank, the stone road on the ground still allowed a large number of pedestrians to pass smoothly. Today, there were as many people here as ever. Taking advantage of the crowd, the knife gradually approached the target from below waist height. The guarding soldiers were still very vigilant. The Duke of Dragonstone arrived at the more crowded fishermen's square. Fishermen, small vendors, laborers who had just crossed the river into the city, pitiful people begging in various places, cheap prostitutes. Finally, a soldier was bumped into by a drunkard and was struggling to get rid of the drunkard's entanglement. The knife saw an opening. In an instant, Davos saw an unusual glint and his heart sank. The knife stabbed the Duke. Only then did Davos manage to shout, "Assassin! Protect the Duke!" The soldiers woke up and drew their long swords. But the assassin had struck a fatal blow and had already disappeared into the crowd. "Duke! How are you?" Davos anxiously supported Stannis. The sturdy breastplate and chainmail had been pierced. A bloody knife wound was clearly visible on the Duke's chest. Stannis caught a glimpse of the assassin's face. He kept recalling the assassin's face. Very young, a little familiar. Who could it be? The intense pain invaded his consciousness. Stannis said nothing, but cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The soldiers were on high alert and hurriedly escorted the Duke back home. Stannis lay on the bed, his upper body bare and covered in blood. A group of confidants crowded in front of the bed, and a large number of guards stood inside and outside the room. The atmosphere was exceptionally cold. Fortunately, the knife had not injured Stannis's internal organs. It was just a flesh wound. After bandaging and applying medicine, the Duke looked to be in good condition, but his face was slightly pale and stiff. He finally remembered. "It's a bastard of a whore." Davos had not yet reacted. "Duke, what are you saying? That assassin is a bastard of a whore. I saw him in the throne room." As expected, he has no respect for the law. Stannis understood the reason for today's accident. Just because he had executed a murderer according to the laws of the kingdom, this bastard actually held a grudge and wanted to take revenge. Anyone should understand that the law is the law. It cannot be swayed by personal feelings or preferences, nor should the judge be blamed personally. Indeed, bastards are born of impurity and will inevitably grow into chaotic and evil thugs. Stannis waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. "It's nothing. Just an ignorant thug. I am fine." Everyone relaxed a little and gradually left. Davos also felt that it was reasonable, but the unease in his heart was difficult to eliminate. "Duke, time is of the essence. All preparations have been completed. Why don't we leave tonight? So as to avoid any further danger. Do you think I am afraid? The itinerary remains unchanged. Prepare dinner for me." Davos could only obey. In the kitchen, some of the cooks and servants were snoring against the fireplace and wooden boxes, while others were whispering gossip and rumors. The head chef patted the back of the heads of the young lads. "Lazy fellows, get moving. The Duke wants to eat." The kitchen helper, Dick, was not slacking off, but he was still hit. He could not help but curse this old fellow silently in his heart. Relying on his age and seniority, he doesn't treat us like human beings at all. Sooner or later, you'll get yours. Dick's job was messy and tiring. Cutting vegetables, preparing dishes, cleaning the kitchen, watching over the cooking, running errands to deliver meals, and serving the so-called seniors. He had long wanted to quit, and now there was a great opportunity. Dick looked around. No one was paying attention. He quietly took out a paper packet from his arms and poured the white powder into the soup. Recalling the shining gold dragon in that person's hand, the last trace of hesitation and fear in his heart was dispelled. He took a spoon and stirred the venison soup in the pot a few times. "Duke." Davos almost wanted to chop this kitchen helper into pieces with his eyes. "Drag him down." Two soldiers glanced at the Duke and roughly dragged the traitor, who was crying and writhing like a maggot, out of the room, giving this fellow an end. "Duke, this was not an accident. Someone really wants to harm you. We need to leave immediately." Stannis no longer objected. If he had drunk the soup first, the one lying on the ground with a pale face would not have been a cook but himself. It was already close to midnight. Stannis led a large group of people straight to the harbour, and the gold cloaks did not dare to stop them rashly. A pair of eyes in the darkness saw them. During the day, Silver Stag had announced the failure of the operation. Stannis was not dead. Silver Stag said that he had one more night. If he could not succeed, there would be no more opportunities. After that, he never saw Silver Stag again. He wandered around Fisherman's Square. Even he himself did not know what he was thinking. Now, he saw a huge team of hundreds of people. The torches illuminated their armor and swords, reflecting their serious and cautious faces. "Mom, that day you told me to live well. I remember. I'm sorry. It seems that the stranger is destined for me to avenge you." He didn't want to think about anything anymore, and only rushed towards that face in the center of the firelight. "Be prepared, there's movement." Under the firelight, the knife in the enemy's hand seemed to light up with a red glow. Just a scruffy teenager, and unskilled in martial arts. The knights and guards accurately struck the enemy's body. No one expected that the enemy would be unharmed and quickly rushed to the Duke's side. The knife stabbed into Stannis's chest again, and was not pulled out. Scorching flames poured into Stannis's heart, burning his soul. The Duke stared at the assassin's face. He opened his mouth weakly, spitting out a wisp of black and red smoke, and also spit out his life. Davos uttered a soundless ah. He couldn't even move his throat. The assassin stood motionless. Davos mustered all his strength and swung his sword full of killing intent. The assassin's body slumped to the ground, his head rolled to the side, eyes open. A few seconds later. The moment the Horse Son's eyes turned completely grey, Joffrey, far away in the Riverlands, opened his eyes. Chapter 25, The Fifth Day Northward. Joffrey was sparring with Jaime. Although it looked more like a one-sided beatdown. The Kingslayer seemed quite relaxed, even keeping his left hand behind his back. Left chest, right chest, head, neck. He announced his attack targets in advance, and Joffrey tried his best to block and dodge with his sword, but was still hit by nearly half of the attacks. Obviously, if it were a real battle, this sparring match would have ended much sooner. Joffrey was not discouraged. Jaime was a famous knight of the Seven Kingdoms, and there was no shame in losing to him, let alone Joffrey, a complete novice. Although it was embarrassing, this sacrifice was nothing in order to make up for his lack of close combat skills. So, being hit by a wooden sword hurts this much. Let's take a break, I'm done fighting. Joffrey dropped the wooden sword in his hand and sat directly on the ground, panting heavily. Jaime twirled his wooden sword and put it back into his belt. I hope you remember that for a warrior, giving up your sword means surrender or even death. Joffrey just thought he was showing off. Jaime sat down next to Joffrey. These past few days, Joffrey had actually taken the initiative to ask him to practice swordsmanship, and his impression of Joffrey had improved more than ever before. A sword is not a simple toy. Do you know how to successfully end a person's life? Jaime imparted his experience. Thrust hard into the heart, or make a few more circles in the stomach. Chopping his head off is also an option, provided the opponent isn't wearing a helmet. Of course, if you capture someone, you can be merciful and give them a quick death, beheading them. Jaime observed Joffrey's reaction with interest. Beheading is actually quite a science. The bones in a person's neck are very hard. Only by smoothly sliding through the gap in the middle of the bones, a place less than half a fingernail wide, can you cleanly take their head off. Otherwise, it would be too ugly, taking a long time to chop it off, as if it were being smashed off with a hammer. No one would like that kind of scene. Joffrey listened carefully to Jaime's teachings, showing neither excitement nor fear. He knew what Jaime was talking about. The weakest part of the spine is the intervertebral disc connecting adjacent vertebrae, which is a soft tissue structure and naturally not as strong as bone. He also knew. There are 7 vertebrae in the cervical spine, but there is no intervertebral disc between the first and second cervical vertebrae, so there are a total of 5 intervertebral discs in the cervical spine. To behead someone, you must find these 5 lines. He remembered the special sensation from last night. Was the bastard also beheaded? He knew he could know the bastard's death immediately. The mirror rune had a wide range of uses. It could not only sense the existence of other rune mirrors, but also control and sense the destruction of rune mirrors. Once the host died, the rune mirror would naturally perish with it. But beyond last night's sensation, he also received a surge of abundant energy. It was familiar runic energy, more than 3 times the runic energy needed for the 2 rune mirrors he gave to the bastard. Although the growth rate of runic energy in the rune mirror was the same as that of the rune body, even so, 4 days was not enough time to accumulate so much runic energy. So, is runic energy really related to a person's soul? Joffrey felt that he had discovered a bug: send rune mirrors to others, and then harvest them regularly. The more runic energy spent, the more leaks would grow. The more leaks there were, the more runic energy would be earned back. The more earned, the less spent. That is, the more runic energy spent, the less runic energy spent. He looked at the 33 units of runic energy in his account, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. In the previous few days, he had meditated on the unknown patterns on the dragon egg, and had successively obtained the growth rune and the contract rune. As the name suggests, the growth rune could allow the host to break through the limits of normal physical growth and lifespan, which was probably why dragons could continue to grow and become larger. The contract rune was not very sensitive. All he knew now was that it could allow two creatures to form a mysterious connection and sense each other. Dragon Rider and Dragon? He also knew the limit of runic energy growth. 5 units per day. Although he already had 6 runes, the growth rate of runic energy did not change with the appearance of the 6th rune. 5 units per day was naturally more than enough for him to use alone, but it was not enough to develop a force. In the foreseeable future, he would need a lot of runic energy, the more the better. Now it seemed that harvesting leeks might be a choice. The hound walked up to the two of them. Sir Jaime. Your Highness, the lion has completely recovered. Joffrey stood up excitedly. Let's stop here for today, Uncle Jaime. Sword practice could wait. But he couldn't wait to tame such a beast. In a cage that was even more solid and larger than the one in King's Landing, the giant lion stared at everyone who passed by with its sharp, golden eyes. There was no doubt that as soon as the cage disappeared, it would immediately tear apart these noisy guys in front of it. Joffrey stood in front of the cage. The arrow wounds on the giant lion's body had disappeared without a trace, its fur was as smooth and shiny as ever, and its eyes were as bright as if it were surveying its territory. Although he had seen it many times, Joffrey couldn't help but marvel at its size. He suspected it weighed even more than a ton or two. Even such a beast had such momentum, it was hard to imagine how shocking a hundreds-year-old dragon would be. No wonder the 7 kingdoms once submitted to the Targaryens. He began to miss his dragon egg again. Could dragon eggs really only be hatched by Valyrian blood? Was it some kind of magic, genetic technology, or because they had mastered the secret conditions for dragon breeding? Roar! The giant lion let out a deep roar, and the air waves it stirred ruffled Joffrey's golden hair. You're not being good, are you? You're drooling. He patted its head. The giant lion shook its head violently, and its sharp teeth followed Joffrey's hand and crashed into the steel bars of the cage. The dozens of iron chains tied to its body also rattled non-stop, and the entire cage was shaking. The hound stepped forward. Your Highness, this beast is too ferocious, it's better to be careful. Joffrey directly drew dragon flame and stretched the tip of the sword into the giant lion's wide-open mouth inside the cage. If you're really that powerful, take a bite. Dragon flame's inherent fire magic was enough for the giant lion to feel the heat of the sword, and its sharpness and sturdiness went without saying. The giant lion turned its head away and didn't react any further. Sandor, come over and hold dragon flame. Joffrey walked to the other side of the cage and pressed down on the giant lion's hind leg. Probably unwilling to be hurt by the sharp sword in its mouth, the giant lion lay there and ignored Joffrey. Joffrey successfully integrated a fire rune mirror into the giant lion. He looked forward to the next development. The giant lion already had a fire rune. How would the two runes get along now? He felt it. The power of the fire rune mirror suddenly became several times stronger. Did they merge? But he could still control this mirror. He smiled smugly. Little lion, you can't run away now. Be good. Be obedient. Let me get on. Chapter 26. Dragonstone, Prince. Inside a small tent in the wilderness were the most powerful people in the court. The king sat high above, with Queen Cersei and Crown Prince Joffrey seated on either side. Sir Barristan, the Kingslayer Sir Jaime, and others below were also important figures in the court. The king's entourage included half the court, but perhaps coincidentally, most of these people were on good terms with the Lannisters. Everyone looked at the king. King Robert unfolded the letter, and in the next second, his face turned red from his neck to his forehead. The letter in his hand was almost crushed. Damn them all! They should all go to the 7 hells. I've only been gone a few days, just a few days, and such a big thing has happened in King's Landing. This is my kingdom, my court. No one else in the tent dared to speak. After all, the king had just received the news of his brother's death. Although the two brothers were not close, no one would doubt that King Robert's anger at this moment was genuine, whether out of the dignity of the king or the responsibility of the elder brother. The king's anger did not subside automatically. The laws of the seven kingdoms and the bonds of blood do not allow me to be merciful. The murderer must be severely punished. Let him understand that fury can ignite a prairie fire. I will personally smash his head. I will raze his family to the ground and hang him in the ruins of his castle. My warhammer hasn't rusted yet. The king paced back and forth for a while to vent his anger, and finally calmed down a bit. How to find the murderer? The real murderer, not that stupid beggar. You all tell me. Everyone looked at each other. Old and strong Sir Baristan mentioned some doubts. Logically speaking, even if the guards were negligent, at least they would have been on guard. With Duke Stannis's skills, he shouldn't have been hurt by an ordinary child. The king didn't quite understand the reason either. Stannis's smuggler thinks it was some kind of witchcraft that made the beggar invulnerable to swords and made the armor like silk. But he can't produce any evidence, which is absurd. Joffrey, of course, knew why. The magic of the fortification rune made people invulnerable and made the knife sharp enough to break armor. The fire magic ensured that Stannis had no chance of survival. To be on the safe side, he also specially attached a mirror image of the fortification rune to the knife. After realizing that the assassination was over, he immediately destroyed the mirror image, and the knife returned to its original ordinary state, leaving no evidence. Now this caution has paid off, and no one believes that Stannis died from mysterious forces. For a while, everyone couldn't think of any good ideas, so they had to remain silent. After a long while, Tyrion stood up. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to see the facts clearly here. Why not order Peter and Earl Varys to investigate carefully in King's Landing? Given Lord Stannis's tough style, clarifying the murderer will obviously require a lot of effort. This is exactly what they are good at. The king looked at the others. Does anyone have any other opinions? Tyrion's suggestion was quite satisfactory and did not harm anyone present. Who would want to cause trouble for themselves? Besides, maybe it was just a beggar's revenge. This wouldn't be strange for Stannis. The king waved his hand irritably. Everyone, go down. Just do as you said. Everyone quickly left. The tent suddenly seemed empty again, and the atmosphere was bleak. Joffrey walked up to King Robert and showed a rare bit of understanding. Father, don't be too sad. Even if the murderer is not found, Uncle will definitely not blame you for these efforts when he sees them in heaven. Father still has us, Uncle Renly, and Lord Eddard. Robert patted his son's shoulder with relief. I'm fine, I know, Stannis won't blame me. Good, my son, you've grown up. That's good, that's good. The king's eyes gradually became blurred and empty, not knowing what he was recalling. Fluttering. A large number of ravens flew from the king's convoy into the sky, heading to all parts of the seven kingdoms. The king conveyed to the lords of the seven kingdoms the bad news of Stannis's death and his deep mourning, as well as the conferral of his eldest son, Joffrey Baratheon, as the Prince of Dragonstone. The king's conferral quickly spread among the hundreds of knights and soldiers in the convoy. As Joffrey walked through the camp, everyone he met expressed their greetings more respectfully. Good day, Crown Prince. Your Highness is well, always at the disposal of the Prince of Dragonstone. I, Tyrion Lannister, pay my highest respects to our dearest Crown Prince, the Prince of Dragonstone. Joffrey took Tyrion to the lion cage. Uncle Tyrion, why are you suddenly so polite? It's just an extra title, it's nothing. Joffrey seemed very calm, but Tyrion didn't believe it. Although Dragonstone is barren, it was the Targaryen family's first fiefdom in Westeros. For more than 200 years, it has been conferred by the Targaryen kings to the heir to the king, as the Prince of Dragonstone. With this title, Joffrey's status as heir to the Iron Throne is even more unbreakable. From a military point of view, who Dragonstone belongs to is also crucial. Any smart person should know that Dragonstone and its subordinate territories control the vast Blackwater Bay, and a fleet can block King's Landing sea transportation. Its castle is also said to be built with Valyrian magic, which is strong and easy to defend. This is not very important. Prince, don't you really want Dragonstone? Tyrion personally handled Stannis's matter, so he certainly understood Joffrey's thoughts. Let's not talk about these things, Uncle, would you like to sit on this big guy and take a ride? Joffrey leisurely stroked the giant lion's mane, signaling the soldiers next to him to open the cage door. He has tamed this behemoth. Power fascinates any creature, and the loss of power is even more unacceptable. The giant lion also understands this. It has accepted a powerful master and accepted its new name. Rain. As soon as he heard the name, Tyrion immediately understood Joffrey's intention. He couldn't help but sing the ballad in a lyrical tone. Oh, he said so, he said so. The Lord of Castamere said so. But now the rains weep o'er his hall. With no one there to hear. But now the rains weep o'er his hall. And not a soul to hear. Joffrey's interest was undiminished. Seriously, Harrenhal is nearby. We can ride Rain to visit. Haha, it will definitely shock those people. Rain came out of the cage, then stretched its body, shook its mane, and roared to the sky. The soldiers in the camp were immediately not sleepy or tired, and watched the giant beast's movements tremblingly, praying that they would not become its first target. Rain slightly lowered its body. Joffrey sat on the special seat on Rain's back, and Tyrion sat in the back. Roar! Rain jumped several feet away in one step, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few breaths. The soldiers looked at this legendary scene in awe. The stag crown prince riding a mythical giant lion, no one dares to forget, no one wants to forget, no one can forget. They decided to tell this epic scene to their brothers, wives, daughters, sons, and grandsons, in taverns, in hotels, and by the campfire, until they took it into the grave. Chapter 27, Harrenhal. North of the Green Lake of the God's Eye stood Harrenhal, the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms. This was a castle built by fear. Legend has it that the Iron Islands and Riverlands king of that time, Harren the Blackheart, built this impregnable fortress at the cost of countless weirwood trees, rocks, the lives of thousands of captives, and mortar mixed with the blood of infants. Unfortunately, he didn't consider Aegon's dragons. During Aegon's conquest, Dragonflame engulfed everything from the sky, and Harren turned into charred bones in the highest tower, which was later called King's Pyre Tower. Harrenhal lost its master. After that, Harrenhal changed hands several times, and without exception, the families who owned it eventually became history. People then believed that Harrenhal was cursed. Joffrey originally thought this was just an exaggeration. What did it matter if several families had died one after another over hundreds of years? It didn't prove anything. But now, on the vast and dilapidated Harrenhal, Joffrey saw a scene filled with hazy blood. Lady Shellawent, the Countess of Harrenhal, appeared with only a mere dozen people, each extremely wary, trying to hide their fear of the huge beast. The power of Rain was clearly not reassuring. Harrenhal does not welcome strangers. Who are you? What are you up to? Don't think we are afraid of this monster. These people did not recognize the crown prince. Tyrion reluctantly jumped off the lion's back and walked to the people of House Went to negotiate. Greetings, esteemed Lady Went, I am Tyrion Lannister, as you may have heard. The dwarf's stature was very recognizable. The king's party will arrive soon. The crown prince and I have no malicious intentions, we just wanted to see the magnificent Harrenhal in advance. I hope House Went will forgive us. More than a dozen knights came riding on horseback. These knights should have been closely following the crown prince, but their horses couldn't keep up with Rain's speed, so they arrived a little later. Fortunately, they were still in time. The House Went people saw the stag banner of House Baratheon and the golden lion banner of House Lannister flying on their backs. The elderly Lady Went dispelled all doubts. Your Royal Highness, Lord Tyrion, this old woman has been rude, please forgive me. Lady Went bowed with difficulty. She turned and ordered her subordinates, hurry back and prepare. Notify everyone to make sure His Majesty and his party feel the enthusiasm and sincerity of House Went. Rain had already begun to move proudly, and Tyrion had no choice but to follow behind, stepping on the dirt with regret. Lady Went personally led the crown prince on the lion's back. Your Highness came here especially, this old woman is very honored. I only hope you won't be disappointed when you see it. There was obvious bitterness on her face. Harrenhal is now just an empty ruin. All her children had passed away before her, Harrenhal was huge and difficult to maintain, and she was old and weak. She didn't know who the next Earl of Harrenhal would be. All kinds of problems had long destroyed her smile. You are too modest, how can this be said to be a ruin? I don't think it's worse than the Red Keep. Joffrey concentrated on observing Harrenhal. It really looked like a ruin. There were no strict gates and defenses, and there was no clear boundary between the buildings and the messy piles of stones. The people who lived here seemed particularly small and silent, like squatters in an unfinished building. Fortunately, there was a gatehouse. Passing through the gatehouse as tall as the Tower of the Hand in the Red Keep, perhaps it could be considered officially entering the castle. Being in it, Joffrey could still see the scars of the dragon flame ravaging the castle. All the stone walls were cracked and faded, and the repeatedly melted and cooled rocks flowed everywhere like water droplets. The 5 towers that reached into the clouds were like the rough and crooked fingers of demons, grabbing people's souls. The scene was very terrifying. Joffrey's gaze seemed to be looking at somewhere non-existent inside the stone wall. The hazy red light covering Harrenhal was not bright enough, and he could directly distinguish the brighter and more bizarre patterns in the stone wall. New runes are beckoning me. Joffrey confirmed a new way to obtain runes. Buildings with mysterious ancient legends. Castle Black and Storm's End can be determined to have the power of magic. Does Winterfell have it? He was even more looking forward to the journey ahead. Night fell. Harrenhal finally seemed a little lively. King Robert led a large group of people to garrison here, and Lady Went respectfully invited the king and others to stay in the center of Harrenhal, King's Pyre Tower. Although the name was a bit unlucky, King Robert happily accepted this gift. At this time, hundreds of knights and lords and thousands of servants gathered in the Great Hall, but it was still a bit empty compared to the spacious space. Joffrey was very curious as to why Harren the Blackheart built everything so large. It's inconvenient to live in, and the environment is not good enough. It seemed to be specially designed to shock people at how such a huge castle had been destroyed like a toy by a dragon. But from the bottom of his heart, he was actually quite envious. Don't mention it, big is good. His own Red Keep is not bad, but the area is only hundreds of thousands of square meters. Not to compare with the major palaces of the previous life, even in Westeros, Harrenhal and Winterfell and other castles are larger than the Red Keep. How can this be tolerated? He set himself another ambitious goal, to build a dream palace that is unprecedented and unsurpassed. At least it should be as big as King's Landing is now. King's Landing, ah! King's Landing! Joffrey looked at King Robert complexly. The king was hugging a maidservant, reeking of alcohol, boasting to the surrounding nobles and knights about his glorious deeds in the past. Every minute and every second, every time he saw King Robert, every time he thought of the schemers of the 7 kingdoms, Joffrey knew what a dangerous situation he was in. He could unhesitatingly plan how to kill the king. He faced this world with a new soul, and naturally did not accept the constraints of any relationship. He could agree with people and things that were beneficial, and treat those that were unfavorable as enemies. Moreover, King Robert's concern for his son was also very inadequate, and there was not much affection in the days of getting along. And without Robert, it was very important to him. Apart from the illusory kinslaying curse, there was no reason for Joffrey to hesitate or even give up. Speaking of which, is it still kinslaying if there is no blood relationship? Joffrey didn't care. He had already decided that he would not hesitate and would not torture himself. Father. Let me call you father sincerely one more time. I'm going to kill you. You named me Prince of Dragonstone, so I'll make you happy one more time. You like spectacular scenes, right? I brought a very favorite piece of music to this world. It's called The King's Arrival there, and now its name is King's Landing. I originally planned to keep it for my own enthronement. Now it's for you. Your name will be linked to it. Be happy. Let me dedicate a song King's Landing to you. To see you off. Chapter 28, The Lizard Lions of the Neck. It was now high summer. But even before entering the gateway to the north, Moat Cailin, the king, and his party were already experiencing the cold of the north. Although the vegetation and water surfaces were not frozen, a single breath of the chilly night air was guaranteed to instantly awaken one to the depths of their mind and soul. The king cursed loudly again. 7 hells! Damn it all! Those goddamn Pentoshi merchants deserve to die. Why haven't the gods taken those 2 dragon spawn yet? Lord Varys had delivered news of the Targaryen exiles with utmost speed. The governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, had the audacity to harbor the dragon remnants, hiding the dragon siblings behind walls and assigning a bunch of pointy-hatted eunuchs to guard them. Across the vast narrow sea, King Robert's fury obviously couldn't directly kill 2 living people. This was precisely why the king was even more enraged. Joffrey had little interest in this outdated news. He only wanted to know how his squire, Ellen, was doing. If all went well, Ellen should be starting to plan how to end his journey to Pentos around this time. But now, he could only wait patiently. Awoo! Rain made an impatient sound. Joffrey patted its head soothingly, fully understanding its current frustration. After all, they were trudging through the muddy and gloomy neck with difficulty. Although they were on carriages on the King's Road, they didn't have to come into intimate contact with the foul-smelling pools of mud, nor were they near the poisonous snakes and lizard lions in the quicksand. But the damp, sticky smell in the air was inescapable, and the fungal plants clinging to the trees lining the road hung densely over people's heads, and the surrounding scenery was monotonous, dull, and dark. Gazing at the seemingly endless winding causeway ahead, Joffrey chose to transfer his negative emotions to the group of fellows beside him. Continue. Idiots, practice now. Practice until I am satisfied. The musicians and bards dared not be negligent. Even if they felt wronged and exhausted, they could only obey His Highness's command. From the riverlands to the neck, Joffrey had forcibly and enticingly brought along all the musical workers along the way, nearly 100 people in total. These people had only one task, to play a new piece of music according to the Crown Prince's instructions. Joffrey had a complete and clear King's Landing in his mind, but unfortunately, he wasn't musically trained, he could only listen, not play. Then things were simple. He brought these musicians to constantly try and fail, using his hearing to first determine the most correct timbre of the instrument, and then correct the rhythm, melody, and other details of the musicians. After more than 10 days, King's Landing sounded very good, and everyone was convinced that it was a piece of music worthy of being passed down through the ages. But Joffrey decided that he must strive for perfection until the most perfect state was achieved. As an incentive, each person would be rewarded with an extra gold dragon upon completion. The musicians were in pain and happy. Dozens of cellos sounded at the same time, and the first part of the melody of King's Landing echoed in the sky above the neck. In the passionate music, Joffrey's mood gradually stabilized. He began to sort out the gains on these days of runes. Adding the blood rune from Haranil and the 6 new runes obtained from the glass candle, he now had 13 runes. Recovery rune. Restores material structure, heals injuries. Mirror rune. Creates a mirror image of other runes, and the main body has control over each mirror image. Fire rune. Generates heat, shields against fire damage. Solid rune. Maintains material structure, enhances physical defense. Growth rune. Breaks through the limits of normal biological growth and lifespan. Contract rune. Creates contracts between creatures. Blood rune. Absorbs blood to release misfortune/curses, questionable. Mental rune. Guides and protects the user's mental power from overflowing. Use this to obtain various information outside the field of vision, influence, attack, or invade the mental thinking of other creatures. Positioning rune. Obtains the location information of a certain place, object, or person through a medium. Information rune. Transmits specific information to a known place, object, or person according to the user's wishes, in the form of meditation, thoughts, dreams, etc. Note: the rune owner can directly transmit and receive various information without a medium. Reconnaissance rune. Enter location information to learn various information about the nearby area. Light rune. Creates specific light and shadow according to the input information. Sound rune. Creates specific sounds according to the input information. The number of rune energy required for the birth of these runes is different. The general rule is that the simpler and more basic the rune, the more rune energy is needed, while the more functional ones consume less rune energy. Joffrey finally understood the working principle of the glass candle. The reason why the Valyrian wizards were able to communicate with glass candles was because they could use the positioning rune to obtain each other's location information after exchanging mediums, and then use the information rune to transmit or receive information, and finally rely on the light rune and sound rune to display this information. The reason why they can enter other people's dreams to show illusions is because the mental rune disintegrates other people's mental defenses, and the information rune successfully transmits information. The reason why you can see distant scenes is similar to the principle of communication between wizards: find a medium to locate, then use the reconnaissance rune to obtain information, and finally use light and sound runes to display it. This is undoubtedly a mature rune cooperation system. What's more, the Valyrians only used the runes on the tools to possess this magical ability. His runes are completely his own. Without the need for light and sound runes, he himself can more easily and accurately receive those mysterious and distant information. Referring to this method, and relying on the power of the mirror rune, he can establish a larger communication network and create a more united and powerful system. As for now, he saw another kind of cooperation from the existing 13 runes. The contract rune, mental rune, positioning rune, reconnaissance rune, and information rune are used for control and communication, while the solid rune, fire rune, growth rune, and recovery rune are used to enhance strength. A powerful and obedient magical beast was born. The king will die because of it. Joffrey looked around. The neck was grey and black, and lifeless, but his spirit saw a lizard lion. In his opinion, the lizard lion half floating in the water was like a crocodile, its body fused with the rotten black swamp, like a piece of black wood with eyes and teeth. Songs spread that the ancient Swamp King's mount was the lizard lion. They are famous beasts in Westeros. But not big enough to swallow a person in one bite, not insidious enough, they should be lurking underwater to hunt, not mysterious enough, there are too many of them and there are no shocking deeds. Joffrey will make them more famous and more legendary. He decided to create another magical beast. Lizard Lion, will the glory of killing the king belong to you, or to it? Chapter 29. The Dragon's Wrath. It had been 2 months. Elend wandered the streets of Pentos when he suddenly saw a man and a woman with silver hair and purple eyes. The mission. He was stunned for a moment, then rushed over. After hearing Elend's self-report of his audience, Viserys' gaunt face suddenly revealed a grim and sinister look. You're a Lantal. A lowly and shameless relative of the Lannisters. How dare you appear before a true dragon? Elend knelt on the dirty ground with a thud. Your Majesty, please understand. Although I was born a member of House Lantal, I have always yearned for the rule of the true dragon and have never recognized the shameless rebellion of the usurper. Elend crawled on his knees to Viserys and gave a respectful bow. I dare not forget that your Majesty is the true king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. Only the great House Targaryen is worthy to sit on the Iron Throne. The people on the street looked over. Some who knew the inside story quietly explained Viserys' identity to those around them. The prince of the extinct Targaryen family, a penniless beggar king. People snickered. Viserys ignored all the contempt around him, completely intoxicated by Elend's flattery. The 7 kingdoms still remember me, remember the true dragon. That's right, I am the master of the Iron Throne. The usurper's dogs won't be rampant for long, the true dragon's wrath will burn everything. Daenerys, next to him, was used to her brother's grandiose words. But she couldn't ignore the gazes of the people around her, which made her very uncomfortable. She wanted to hide behind her brother to avoid these stinging gazes, but Viserys might not be willing. It wouldn't be good if she awakened her brother's dragon's wrath again. It wasn't fun outside. Daenerys regretted it. She was living well in the governor's courtyard, why did she have to come out and be laughed at? She looked timidly at the boy kneeling respectfully on the ground. His light yellow hair and skin proved his Westerosi bloodline. Daenerys wanted to know more about her motherland, but she didn't trust this glib-tongued boy. Your Majesty. Your humble servant Elend begs you to let me stay by your side. Please grant me the supreme honor of serving the true dragon. Elend knelt on the ground, his tone and posture extremely sincere. Viserys was very pleased. But years of wandering and fleeing had made him wary of everything. You just said that you were a servant of the bastard born of the usurper. Elend raised his head, letting Viserys see his eyes filled with hatred and pain. That was before. I was living a good life at home, but the Lannister forces were too powerful and forced me to enter the palace to serve Joffrey, the cruel and vicious son of the usurper. Elend sighed and shook his head, these years have been worse than death. 2 months ago, I was forced to cross the sea to Pentos to accompany the purchase of dragon eggs. The sea is frightening, and I don't have the courage to cross the sea again, so I've been wandering in Pentos until now. In fact, I had a hunch, and sure enough, there has been no news or help these days. Elend's explanation was reasonable, Your Majesty, how could I have even a trace of goodwill towards the usurpers again? Viserys thought of his own wandering life and quickly understood Elend's reaction. Besides, this guy was also a servant of the little usurper. Wouldn't such a person turning to support and serve the true dragon further demonstrate that destiny was on their side? In that case, I grant you the grace to personally chop off the head of Joffrey, the usurper's son. When I sit on the Iron Throne, all those who are loyal to the true dragon will receive castles, titles, and land. The arrogant Viserys accepted Elend's allegiance, and Daenerys couldn't say anything at all. But she still didn't quite believe it. Everything this boy said might be a lie, how could it be such a coincidence? Yes, how could it be such a coincidence? Governor Illyrio couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Viserys and his sister met Elend from the Sunset Kingdom for the first time in 2 months, and this guy used to be a servant of the Iron Throne heir. Wasn't it really a conspiracy? Elin didn't know if he was doing the right thing. In the past 2 months, he had finally gained a foothold in Pentos. As a fallen person, he should be very satisfied. But he still remembered his mission. Although the streets and alleys of Pentos knew of the existence of the dragon's remnants, Elin couldn't get in touch with the 2 siblings in the Illyrio Mopidus's mansion. Seeing that the deadline was getting closer and closer, and Khal Drogo was already on his way to Pentos, Elin decided to take some risks. With careful preparation and unexpected circumstances, Elin finally ran into the dragon family siblings on the street. Now there was only one most severe challenge. Elin respectfully bowed to Governor Illyrio. "Governor, I am honored to see your face again." The governor sat upright on the high platform in the hall, with an inscrutable smile on his face. Viserys' tone was very impatient. "Illyrio, it's just a servant who desires to serve the true dragon, why be so suspicious?" The governor did not speak. Although he only regarded the beggar king as a pawn, now was not the time to make the pawn realize his role. The governor weighed the pros and cons. A Westerosi might be able to slightly soothe Viserys' volatile and fragile emotions. Was the risk great? The governor looked at Elin again, thinking about the various intelligence reports of the past 2 months. Assassinations and conspiracies on the Iron Throne were all managed by Varys. Prince Joffrey was still foolish and willful. Even if this Elin had a problem, what could one person do? Illyrio trusted his old friend Varys, and he also trusted his power in Pentos. "All right. Elin, from now on, you will concentrate on serving your true king and princess, and temporarily put aside everything in Westeros." The governor raised his arm and walked down the high platform, supported by 2 servants. After all, this is Pentos. Elin watched the governor leave, deeply remembering the governor's reminder. Pentos was full of dangers. Now that he had personally seen the dragon's remnants, he was only 1 step away. How could he dare to fall short? That night, he closed his eyes soberly and thought a lot. The next morning, after some instruction and guidance, Elin finally entered the more secluded garden in the courtyard, led by other servants. Among the ivy, the dragon family siblings with silver hair and purple eyes sat resting at a carved stone table. Elin fully revealed the excitement in his heart. "Your Majesty, Princess. Your humble servant Elin is at your beck and call." Viserys was playing with a delicate dagger in his hand. "I'm bored anyway, tell me about the interesting things on the usurper's side." Even Elin could see that the beggar king couldn't use a dagger at all. "Your Majesty, the usurper has nothing interesting. He is not fit to be a king at all. With each passing day, the 7 kingdoms suffer more and more. I only feel sad for the people of Westeros." Elin asserted word by word. "The 7 kingdoms will soon usher in a new king. A true king. A king supported by 10,000 people." Chapter 30, The King's Arrival. The 9th year of summer. April 1st, 298th year of Aegon's conquest. King Robert was about to arrive at his loyal Winterfell. Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, who was like a brother to the king, had prepared everything a few days in advance. Ceremonies, servants, delicacies, banquets. Winterfell offered its greatest sincerity. Although the bastard Jon Snow could not stand in the first row of the Stark family to greet the king, he had to attend the welcoming ceremony with Theon Greyjoy and others. Time was running out. Jon Snow was alone in the cabin, soothing his dire wolf. "Ghost, be good and stay here. Just half a day, and I'll give you your favorite venison, okay?" He believed his ghost could understand him. Ghost, with fur as white as snow, blinked its blood-red eyes, alert and quiet. "Good boy." Jon smiled smugly. Jon walked out of the cabin alone. As soon as he left the room with hot water flowing through the walls and the fireplace, the cold of the north immediately attacked him, and he tightened the heavy leather coat wrapped around him. The playful Arya ran over, excitedly tugging at Jon. "Jon, come with me quickly. There are so many singers coming." Jon ruffled Arya's hair affectionately. Among the children of Duke Stark, Arya was the closest to him, not disliking him, her bastard brother, in the slightest. Bran and Robb were also very good, but Jon always felt a little inferior when facing them. Jon never wanted to think about his future. Robb would inherit Winterfell, Bran could serve his elder brother or obtain other territories, but where would he, a bastard, go? Jon allowed Arya to drag him to the east gate. Theon Greyjoy leaned over with malicious intent. "Jon Snow, a friendly reminder, don't stand in the wrong position later. We're all in the back." John disdained to pay attention to such shallow provocations. This guy, Theon, was said to be the adopted son of the Stark family, but in reality, he was just a hostage sent by the Greyjoy family. His status was even lower than his, so it was not surprising that his personality was so bad. John's attention was entirely on the musicians standing inside and outside the gate. Arya was right. There were quite a few musicians carrying various instruments, nearly 100 people, which looked quite conspicuous. John was very curious. His father's arrangements had already been determined, and he hadn't heard that so many musicians were needed. So, was this the king's doing? Arya, did you just crawl out of a mud pile? Heavens, you're even wearing a dusty helmet. The king is about to arrive, at least dress like a lady. Sansa, the eldest daughter of Lord Stark, walked over gracefully. Sansa was wearing an elegant and exquisitely embroidered dress today, and her tone of reprimanding her sister was also gentle and pleasant. Walking closer, she gave John a ladylike smile, but the sensitive John could feel her politeness and distance. Indeed, how could a maiden dreaming of marrying a prince like an illegitimate half-brother who was not honorable? Lady Catelyn glanced over here, and John immediately turned his head away timidly. Catelyn Tully had given Duke Eddard 3 sons and 2 daughters, but Duke Eddard had brought his bastard son Jon back to Winterfell. John wanted to try to understand and accept Lady Catelyn's attitude. But every time he came into contact with the lady, her cold and disgusted eyes could make John more deeply aware of his awkward position. His elder brother Robb walked over at this moment. Robb inherited his mother's blue eyes and auburn hair. But John knew that Robb was his father's son inside, upholding honor, being loyal, and adhering to justice. Robb explained the reason for the musician's appearance to his younger siblings. The Crown Prince composed a new piece to present to the king. The first performance will be in Winterfell, so many people came in advance. Robb specifically instructed his 2 younger sisters, the Crown Prince seems to have brought a giant lion as a mount, so don't lose your composure and let people laugh at the Stark family when the time comes. The curiosity and anticipation on Arya's face became even stronger. I'm not afraid. What is a giant lion? What does it look like? Sansa held her hands together, her eyes full of longing. I heard that Prince Joffrey has golden hair as dazzling as the sun. John began to miss his ghost. Such a quiet and good boy, not noisy, not angry, and without such complicated human thoughts. I really hope today's activities end immediately. More and more people gathered at the east gate. Bran nimbly climbed down from the tower and ran to his father all the way, announcing that the king's men were not far away. The preparations in the city were completely completed, and John and others stood upright, waiting for the king's arrival. The air was very quiet. John had never seen Winterfell like this before. Hundreds of northern soldiers, armed with armor and guns, were divided into 2 teams to guard the outside of the King's Road. Dozens of huge and exquisite stag flags and dire wolf flags were hung on the walls and inner walls of Winterfell. The entire Stark family stood in the courtyard, and the knights, nobles, and servants behind them were even more serious and solemn. The musicians adjusted their postures slightly. John was also infected by the atmosphere in the field. What will the king be like? The sound of horses' hooves gradually approached. Cellos, violas, and violins played at the same time. The melody was melodious and subtle. John thought it sounded quite good, more pleasant than most bards' music, but it didn't seem very suitable for this moment. But he also noticed that many musicians' instruments were not joining in. Hundreds of knights flashing gold, silver, and white light drove along the King's Road. The 2 majestic white-armored knights leading the way guarded a big fat man. The moment King Robert stepped into the east gate, everyone knelt on one knee together, respectfully welcoming the king. The first part of the king's arrival happened to be finished. Countless passionate drums and horns instantly resounded throughout Winterfell. John's heart couldn't help but jump a few times, and a heat flow surged to his whole body. Many people present reacted even more strongly. The previous melodious melody was just a foreshadowing, just like the little-by-little preparations in Winterfell these days, all for the arrival of the second half. The king's arrival. The visiting knights poured in like a long dragon. Countless Baratheon stag flags and Lannister golden lion flags slid past people's eyes. The drums still did not stop, and even became more intense. A touch of golden light suddenly occupied John's field of vision. Many people let out suppressed exclamations. John's sight was firmly grasped. It was a giant lion, more than twice the size of Ghost's dead mother. Truly like the legendary beast. John saw the figure on the giant lion. Red and gold Chinese clothing, tall and strong, with golden hair as dazzling as the sun fluttering, with a sincere and hearty smile on his face. That figure looked over at John, giving John a look with an incomprehensible meaning. John knew that this was the crown prince, the future king.